My bad. I also need to grab her. Oh, her picture's probably in there, so we're probably good there. Yeah. So, we'll kind of pick up. It's just kind of a normal, effectively Sunday. Everybody kind of getting together, and you basically kind of gather everybody up and hear from Maybell as she kind of like gathers Seraph again, and has you and Terry. Um, we understand you didn't arrive at a end result cleansing of the Ebon Hand. But perhaps it is viable to check out this next location and see if you have any more luck in the Guildsman district. Um, we expect this is similar cultists, if not the same group. It is not them relocating, though they've been here quite some time. Um, But effectively, I'm gonna pretty much go for kind of the same idea as you guys have been, kind of looking towards users of Chaos Tech and kind of finding out the somewhat role of how these chaos cults kind of like almost hang out like just below the city, uh as they're trying to like interact above with some of the criminal organizations, but also kind of subverting the actual city's plans in other ways. Basically, going to have you all being given this location from Maybell as she sets you guys up to a location inside of the Guildsman district. You're basically going to right near where. Um, the Foundry is. It is 299. It's kind of that corner location. Um, oh wait, no, that's a bar. The Foundry, I think, is 305. My apologies there. Up towards Veteran Street and Smith Street, directly to the east of where it says the Gilsman District. But the Foundry is, in specific, one of the old buildings that used to be kind of the center of the Guildsman district and very much a center point of the city, as it used to have towers that would welcome some of the airships, and it was effectively where much of that like business was kind of like coming on and off of airships, and sort of in like the height of the old dwarven kind of times. It was basically a place where much of the life of the city was basically moving in and out of the city through those airships. They are far more rare at this point to see. There's an air balloon, like a hot air balloon, that kind of floats around the city, but the Foundry no longer has its towers. So for like Davros, he would kind of well understand like what the Foundry is. It's kind of a I think it's the stonemasons, so it's not necessarily close to your actual guild as far as things go. But it is kind of like the location in the Guildsman district for many reasons, um, as kind of explained there. But yeah, you guys are kind of going near that to basically a location where you've heard kind of like just off of Hammer Street, and basically have word of like this shuttered up home that when you enter kind of has a path down into the Undercity, and basically just kind of given a chance to potentially raid some chaos cultists, just heading off into the Guildsman district. Um, since we're gonna take Terry again, I want to make the roll a little bit more likely that something bad might happen as you're running around with a little goblin in plate mail, just to see if anybody if anything adverse happens. Let me have you guys start it off just rolling some like D12s. See how you can travel across the city from the northern market through Temple District, the Midtown, and then into the Goats.
So should we
Sure.
just?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, are we just rolling one apiece or two apiece for the four?
Um, I don't think I made you guys roll for them on that yesterday. I think just go for two, like just one each.
And we're definitely grabbed a long rest, right?
Yep, you are long rested.
It's a 2 for me.
Alrighty. So while you all are kind of like heading through the streets, and kind of like moving down through North Market, you're guess I didn't really give you the option here. Um, Morning raid. Do you guys want to do a nighttime raid? What time do you think you would actually gather and kind of set off for another one of these kind of like expeditions into the Chaos Cultists? Do you have any thoughts concerning like yesterday to today from Seraph's point of view?
Early to bed, early to rise. Never too soon for a purr.
Gotcha. I gather Davros probably doesn't have anything against doing an early morning raid.
Nope. And given these are, these cultists are in the Guildsman district, he would be, he doesn't like the idea of them being around in his home. So, yeah, he would have no issue with going early.
Gotcha. I feel like that kind of sits in where Seraph was yesterday, so it all kind of makes sense here. So yeah, as you guys kind of gather up and start making your way across the city, um, might even still be with kind of like the rising sun. So you still have like a lot of the like early morning, like was it dawn hour where shadows are still long as the sun's kind of coming up. You guys have a little bit more incentive with Terry-chan to kind of like make your way in the shadows and kind of like ducking into some alleys, but you're avoiding a lot of the like main traffic of some of the main cities, not necessarily like following Vadaras streets. You guys have a better understanding of like this area to kind of pass through some of the like back alleys and whatnot. As you guys get near to the Guildsman district, though, there's actually a point where uh, uh, shit, who did you have with your as your sidekick, Justin? Or damn it, Davros, Karina. Um, a bar or a bucket like flies across the street, and probably Seraph kind of like dodges to the side of it. And as he like dodges, it like clears the way for this bucket to smash into Karina's face. Um, she'll take oh, I guess really it's 3 damage. So just roll like a not 1 for a Constitution saving throw from Karina, please, Davros.
It's a 2, but not a 1.
Yeah, so she just gets smacked from out of nowhere by a small bucket as it flies from the side of the road. And as you guys kind of like look to the side, there's like 4 children kind of like standing on different perches. Like one of them's on like a bucket, like the kind or like a keg that kind of sits almost 5 feet tall. Another one's like up on like a building's awning, like about 12 feet off the ground, and like these 4 kids like all have crossbows kind of like trained on you. One of them is like most noticeably like regaining their hands on the crossbows, whereas like the other 3 all are kind of like ready and like aiming at you as they call out to you, we're gonna need your gold before you keep on moving.
Now, when you say children, these aren't like good children. These are like the punk kids that run around here.
This is effectively as you guys are kind of running nearest to the Warrens. And you probably have a solid. What's your passive perception with Seraph?
17.
Yeah, you can see some of them have like the double golden ring, which is effectively um
Pale
damn,
dogs. Is that it?
yeah, pale dogs, but what I'm trying to think of is the name of the weapon. Um Brass knuckles. Effectively their like golden ring that like makes them off as pale dogs is also effectively brass knuckles. And you can see at least a few of them have these knuckles like on their trigger fingers. You can see by kind of their filth levels and whatnot. It doesn't take you much more than an instant to, yes, make this as this is some pale dogs.
Davros is going to glance towards Seraph. And I feel like Karina, given her background, formerly working for the Balakazars, is not used to being sort of like embarrassed like this, so she's probably itching for a fight. But Davros is looking towards Seraph, and he's going to kind of mutter under his breath to him, "Got no intention of giving these lads anything." And then he'll kind of wait to see what Seraph is thinking.
We've got bigger fish to. Whatever we do, let's quick.
You're not moving for your coin. And you see is like the one who just kind of says like his like backhands like getting closer and closer to pulling this trigger.
So I think Davros's hand is going to move to his. He's carrying a warhammer now, rather than the maul. I think he left on the ship, but his hand's going to go to that on his belt, and he's going to call out to the one who spoke. You picked the wrong marks today, lads, and he's going to start kind of moving and pulling his weapon towards the.
Let me have you do an intimidation with that comment of you picked the wrong marks today.
Sure. So that will be a 13.
All right, as you're like saying this, like you picked the wrong marks today. One of them kind of like looks across and says to the other one, like, "I told you." And as soon as they say like "told," you hear "Thoop." That kid is basically shooting their crossbow. And this is to see if it hits Davros. It's just gonna kind of like whiz right past you. I've got a total of a 9, so I think that is like absolutely nowhere close to you. You just hear like the whiz of this, like the feathers from this bolt as it flies past you, with that little bit of disruption in the air. You were already reaching for it, but they've already kind of released a bolt. Um, let's just go for a normal initiative here. Actually, I think I'm going to stick with the idea. I want Davros to roll initiative. Sorry, sir.
Oh no, you're good.
So that will be a 20 for Davros total.
All right, I've got 20 as well. So let's roll again. Let me get another initiative from you here, Davros. I've got a 14 this time.
That'll beat my 12.
Gotcha. So as this kid fires off, he starts like reloading. As you hear like the twing coming from the other three. This is just going to see who they're not firing at. Is going to be, I think 3 would be Seraph. And it is going to be so 1 at Bob. Oh wait, no, not Bob. One at Davros, one at Terry, and one at Karina. So Davros is a 17 with a total of like 23 to hit. I don't think the Terry is viable, but the Karina probably hits with a 22. So they're just gonna do so 3 is 5 damage to Davros, and then Karina just has a 8 con save. So she's probably like I think it's basically an 8 or better. I think she probably does not have con as a proficiency.
Probably not as a rogue. That was an 11 though, so she should be okay.
Gotcha. Yep. So they all like fire off. The one. Why did I even describe it as a crossbow? I think he can like reload and fire. He just can't fire multiples in his turn. So he sees like the others fire, and he's just gonna kind of um take a shot at I think this is going at Terry. With a 19, I think is just gonna hit Terry. Just roll a not one for a con save from Terry, please, Justin. Seraph. So maybe you see as like two of them, like the two on the ground, kind of like move forward as they like throw their crossbows like back over their shoulders and start to like draw weapons. The kid who was initially speaking was the one who was on the like keg, who's like 5 feet off the ground, and then one of the other ones is still like reloading their crossbow, and they're the one on the awning. Probably all of them are about like 20 feet from you. So there's no reason why, with like a climb check, anybody couldn't make it to the person who's on the awning. Um, that's the only one that is otherwise like kind of out of reach. Besides, you know what I mean, like potentially out of reach of melee.
Gotcha. Yes, I think Davros is going to be. He's going to be kind of as the first one whizzes by, and then the second one kind of finds home. He's charging for the one who fired first. Um, Assuming that's not the one on the awning.
Gotcha. That's the one who's on the keg. You would be moving past and through the other two who are kind of like closing into as they draw like melee weapons. My bad if that was poorly described.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so in that case, yeah, seeing that or drawing weapons, he's going to
Yeah,
he's
I think I
going.
might have said they like sling their crossbows behind their back, but I think I forgot to say as they like basically draw like a club and like a sword.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Davros he's pulling out his he's got his warhammer out now, and he's gonna growl again. Don't say I didn't warn you. And he's going to swing once at each of these two as he's kind of like moving past them. Um, so first one will be, and he is swinging one-handed with this the warhammer, so he's got one a free hand right now. All right, so first one should hit for let's see, 8 damage,
Gotcha.
and second should also hit with a 20, yeah, for another for 6 damage on the other one.
Uh, my bad. 11 total then.
So I attacked once of the two of them each once, so it was 8 damage to the first one, and
Oh, okay. 13 total, 8 and then 5.
8 and 6. So 14. Yeah,
Word,
6
my
on the
bad.
second.
What is Seraph doing?
So I guess he is in heavy armor, but he is going to try to get to the top one that was up on the balcony. So what
Gotcha.
athletic check or
Um, yes. So you could like try to climb the edge of the building directly in front of you, which is far more difficult to do. But you could avoid the two people who are like moving forward. That currently Davros is like fighting those two people who are drawing their weapons. So you could crawl, you could climb up there and potentially like get to that person. But it's far less likely that you would have the distance to cover. Like, but you would be isolated with them, and
okay? So
potentially
could
be
I?
able to like throw a spell, or you could move closer to them through the two people on the ground and climb up, but like you would be able to get to her a lot easier. Like it's less difficult terrain, but it's more danger.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I want to kind of just like run through the two that are approaching, and just
Gotcha.
kind of push through them, and then try to get the momentum and get up. And then if I have an action when and if this happens, I'm gonna go for a grapple.
All right, so you hear like Terry as you like rush through and push through those two. Like Terry just kind of yells out, "Maybe next time you guys plan it, you can both rush through." And he's going to basically be rushing with you here. But yeah, those two are going to attack you as you push through. I think one's going to hit. The low one is a 16, I think.
I'm
And
on 18.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the high one hits, the low one
a-
miss.
as he's pushing through, is he essentially within 5 feet of me?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine.
So I'm going to try to intercept, essentially bring my warhammer up with my reaction to try to essentially parry or intercept the blow.
Oh, how's that work? Because that's a new character effectively for me.
Yeah, so that's my fighting style interception. So when a creature I can see hits a target other than me within 5 feet, I can use my reaction to reduce the damage by 1d10 plus 3.
Gotcha. Roll a d10.
So that would reduce it by, and obviously can't go negative, but
I rolled
that
a
would,
total of 5, so it's just gonna totally parry the blow.
yep. Okay,
So
thanks.
as he kind of like brings down, I don't think it matters which one it is. We'll go for the sword, and he kind of like smashes into the warhammer. You just hear like the ring of the bell, and you can like all of you having any sense of trained with weapons like have this like sense like ring through your bones of when you've hit something wrong and it rings through your skeleton. This person is like going through that pain as it kind of like is deflected away. But yeah, Seraph can kind of bash forward and you can basically run up and you're kind of like right between where like the keg guy is on the left side. There's like a couple of like I want to say chests, but boxes. There we go. Boxes that lead up close to where this person is on the awning, and you can like run right up to them. Effectively, say like a foot below as you kind of get to them, but you close that ground to melee if you would like to be in melee.
Yeah, if I could like jump up and do like a grapple, maybe like grab a hold of their ankle or whatever, and try to just pull them down off of there and hold on to them.
Gotcha. You can start with you can basically call it a push. So it won't like specifically grapple them if you're successful, but you can basically pull them off of that ledge, potentially damaging them. But just say strength athletics from you.
19 total.
I got an 8, so they're definitely coming right off that awning. As you like pull their leg out, they're on like the kind of like side of this awning, like in kind of the almost like trampoline like pressure of the cover for this thing. You pull their leg out, they kind of bounce off. They are going to fall about 10 feet here. Can you roll a d6 for me?
One.
Gotcha. So they fall relatively gracefully, but they still kind of like roll out of it, and kind of like land prone, where they're like on their side. But like the actual like brunt of the hit, they fall into the roll. So yeah, they will fall prone, but kind of fall away from the awning. They're no longer in contact with you. They're now, like another 5 or so feet below you, and like 5 feet away. Um, Still close enough if you wanted to. I'd say you could probably like jump down and get over top of them, kind of thing. Otherwise, you can hold where you're at, like with high ground right now. Any thoughts there before we go to your sidekicks?
I guess after like pulling him off the awning or whatever, I'll jump down and like stand above him, just
Yeah,
sort of intimidatingly.
yeah, and I mean, you don't have to pull your weapon. Like you can kind of choose how you react there, but you definitely like kind of like leap down this like bulk of armor, like lingering over them, like shadowing over them. And you got Terry Chan like running up and kind of like barreling into the other two. Who do you want him to attack? And who is Karina going to attack?
Karina's seeing red from that bucket hitting her in the face, so if she knows which one of them threw it, she's going right for them, kind of ignoring anybody else.
Roll an insight for me. Or what's she doesn't have a passive perception. But her perception's probably pretty high. I think that's the intelligence one. No, that's wisdom. Insight
17.
wisdom. Gotcha. What was that for? I said perception. You got a 17?
Yeah, perception or insight, whichever one you want to
Oh,
do
you
here.
rolled an actual 17. Yeah. That's enough to say. Like again, the guy who was like off. I know that's not how I had him do it. I feel like I confused myself because originally I had one person who it was clear did it, and then I feel like I got distracted when the person accidentally shot and confused those two. But let's stick with the person on the keg at this point. Is the one who clearly threw the bucket at her. Um, she can cover that distance and definitely get into melee with him. Running through the other two that Davros is kind of near, but they're already like swiping out, trying to attack at Seraph here.
Yeah, so she's just kind of like completely ignoring them, going after the one on the keg. Like, I'll teach you, you little shit, and is going to.
If you try a athletics or acrobatics check, I'll give her advantage on the attack. If you make the athletics check to like run kind of on the side of the wall up to him.
Sure, she's pretty acrobatic. Yeah, I'll try it. Little parkour. Yeah, I rolled a
Yeah.
19.
So instead of like running through like the rest of everybody, she kind of like runs up. I think Terry Chan is like right there in the way, kind of like a foot on his back, foot on Davros's back. She can leap into this person who is off on the keg, and you can have advantage on her throw here, her attack.
Okay, I only rolled one, but I think a 19 should be enough anyway.
Fish for the crit though.
Oh yeah. Nope.
I guess really also though the damage was important. Do you know what you got for the damage there?
Yep, it should be 6 total. I rolled 2 2s. It's 2d6 plus 2, so 6 total.
Gotcha. So yeah, she kind of leaps up with her daggers out, just kind of like slams into him with her blades, but otherwise kind of like takes that position. And Terry-chan.
Terry's just gonna go for the closest guy.
Gotcha. Sword guy and the mace guy are right there. You've seen both of them take some damage. Do you have any thoughts just to tell me which one so I can mark it down?
Uh, Whatever's shinier or looks more expensive, he just immediately is drawn to
The
that.
person who you threw off the awning is on the ground. You could get up to them and have the potential of attacking with advantage, and also, oh, my bad, they're not incapacitated, so it's not auto crit. But you could attack with advantage if you moved up to that person.
Oh no, I think Terry would have just ran to one of the first ones.
Gotcha.
I got a
Uh,
7, so it's a total of 13.
that is actually going to like miss as you kind of like just catch. Did we ever discuss what kind of weapon Terry uses?
Oh, he's got a goblin sticker. It's like somewhere in between like a sword and a knife.
Gotcha. So yeah, as he kind of like stabs out into this person, he like pierces through like the outer cloak, and you kind of like feel just this moment where like there's just like resistance in the blade, and it's like catching on like layers of leather, and you kind of get caught up in their armor. But that's gonna go back around to them. The one who fell prone from being pulled off the like tables above is going to stand and attack Seraph. Big ol' one is gonna just kind of make them like fluff this attack as they like draw it up just right into the base of your shield. Instead of like getting behind it, they get caught up directly into it. And then one on top of the keg's gonna attack back on Karina. Solid hit there as he like draws out a like small sword, stabs into her. He's going to do DC 9 con save.
So she will lose 1. That was a 5
Yeah,
for
she'll
me.
take one wound there. So she'll have 3 left. And then you've got, let's see, the 2 between Davros and going to be one on each of you, basically, Davros and Terry. So Davros first, Terry second. Looks like the Terry's going to be a hit. Davros probably misses with a total of 14.
That just misses. Yeah. Yeah, because his armor class has changed now when he went from barbarian to fighter. So
Gotcha. Oh yeah, you're probably actually wearing like leather now. So the attack on Terry, make a DC 7 save. I think it should just be a not 1. Yeah, you've got a +6, so that's a 12 there. So he is good. It's gonna go back around to you. These kids like hit hard. They're like stabbing for pretty important parts of your body. But there's a lot of reason to recognize like these kids are also outclassed by you. And it's gonna go back around to Davros and Seraph. How would you guys like to attack back here?
yeah, so for Davros, I think he is going to keep concentrating his focus is still on the 2 kind of that he's right between here. So he's going to lay out with his warhammer at the first one, so the one that took 8 damage the last time, and
Gotcha. That's the one carrying the sword right now.
yeah, and then I think he's actually going to. Can I make so I have extra attack now? Can I make one of those attacks the to the tavern brawler attack?
Um, Remind me, is that the improvised weapon, or is that where you restrain them, and like you and them fall to the ground restrained.
So it's a if I make my second attack an unarmed strike, or it could be an improvised weapon. If I hit, I can use a bonus action to try to grapple them.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it would be the unarmed strike variant of that. Unless you wanted like, I mean, I think anything's better than improvised weapons effectively. So yeah.
Yeah, so it's essentially just
Um
like kind of almost like punching out, and at the same time trying to like kind of grab like a bunch of like some of the fabric to kind of you know essentially hold them.
yep.
But first one,
Yeah, that definitely works. So first strike is with the Warhammer. Second strike is just like open fist.
yeah. So here's the first. That should hit, yeah, for 10 damage.
Gotcha. And then slam him with your fist.
That is definitely going to miss with a nat one.
Gotcha. So you can gain inspiration there. And then the bonus action, you can try to grapple.
I think I can only use that if I hit. So,
Oh, okay. When you hit a creature, gotcha.
yeah. So that will be all for him. He's kind of standing pat where he is.
And then Seraph, you're kind of like standing over the person who like just tried to stab you, but stabbed into your shield. The others are now kind of to the left of you.
So he's just gonna look down at her and say, "Elothian, have mercy on your soul." And I'm gonna hit her with the mace.
Gotcha. Solid hit for sure.
It's 4 total.
Damn, how much damage did Karina do when she attacked?
6.
6 total? Word. And I don't know how I missed this, but what did you do? Oh no, never mind. I've got that. Yeah, the guy who you attacked there with Davros is severely bloodied. That's what I forgot to update you with. After that kind of like bout, even as you kind of like punch in and kind of like connect with armor on him, like you can see that this dude is like super fucked up. As you smash into the person down on the ground, um, it's gonna go to your sidekicks. What do you guys got them doing?
Karina is just she's still kind of slashing out at the same one. I think the witch is one on the keg.
Yep. So they're like fighting just over Seraph and the person like on the ground there, as the two of them kind of like balance on this keg and are going at it. Make her attack.
So it'd be a 17 to hit for it would be 7 damage.
And then is Terry attacking the same target as Davros, or is he going after the other one here?
Same one. 2.
Gotcha. So as you guys like start to flank him, even as that happens, like he's defending against your attacks, almost like using your attacks to parry each other. And let's see. Think we're gonna have each of those two kind of like swing at Terry here. And let's see. Should be 20 hit it. So each of those like hits into Terry, and they'll make those saves an 11 and an 8. to save against those. And then this one will be against Seraph. And this one will be against Karina. I don't. Ooh, Karina, 12 AC on her. She's probably got more.
13.
Gotcha. So both of those misses, like they're kind of like again fighting on top of the barrel. Like it's not like sitting like steady. So they're almost like rocking it against each other to like put the other one off balance. And the other one kind of fighting solo against Seraph is just kind of finding themselves like um not armored enough. Not taking a whole lot of damage so far, but it's enough that like the armor difference with Seraph is starting to like frustrate that one. Did you save both of those, Justin, Seraph?
No, Terry went 1-1.
Gotcha. So he'll basically be at 3 wounds as well. I think each of your sidekicks have lost a wound here. And I'll go back around to you guys as your main characters.
Yeah, so Davros this time is just he's going to swing twice. He's going to again kind of distribute his blows. The first one is against the badly wounded one, and the second will be against the other.
Gotcha. And this is back to 2 swings, like normal attacks.
Yes. So that should be a 20 to hit for 10 on the first one.
Gotcha. Do you want to knock him unconscious, or is this a hit to kill?
Yeah, I think he's Davros, even though, these pale dogs are obviously dangerous, they are young, so he's gonna knock him out. He's gonna might have some internal bleeding, but he doesn't want to kill him outright.
Gotcha. So it's just like enough that as you're like swinging on him, you kind of like see like just like the side where you can like knock his chin out and just like tap into the chin, and it's just like a little bit of like a cracking of bone where his chin and jaw might be like a little bit fractured, but it like just buttons him, and he just like slumps down to the ground unconscious.
And then the second swing would be 14 to hit.
14 will hit. Roll for damage.
That will be for 7 damage.
And then from Seraph.
14 to hit that same one.
That will hit. Another mace strike.
Uh, 5 total.
And then from the sidekicks.
Karina is still just slashing out at the one on the keg. She has no intention of not being a lethal attack here. Should be a 20 to hit for 8 damage.
And then from Terry.
Terry's coming in hot with a 19, and yeah, he's gonna go for. He sees that we're trying to go non-lethal here, so he's gonna try to use like the non-lethal.
Gotcha. Roll for his damage.
I believe that's 12.
Gotcha. So that'll leave each of those 2. One Terry's fighting with Davros. They're looking bloodied, messed up here. The one fighting up with Karina is looking pretty severely wounded. As they like take these next like 2 slashes, you see like a little bit of like like a stagger to their balance. They are going to yell out grab Colleen, we need to go. And you're gonna see as they kind of like leap up and kind of like almost like run up the wall, kind of doing like a backflip off the wall. And they are going to like throw down two little smoke balls as they kind of say this. Make an attack with Karina if you would like to, as they basically leave combat with her.
Yep, she is going to. She doesn't want them getting away. She's seeing red. That would be a 19 for 7 damage.
Gotcha. So you like slashes, they're kind of like spinning. I feel a little bit of purchase, but you don't hear like the thump of a body as you like lose sight of them in the smoke that's kind of billowing out.
Gotcha. So she'll get Karina will kind of let out a little, let out a curse, and
The one that's like fighting Seraph is going to, in kind of similar fashion, kind of like look to you and make like two slashes out towards you, with their sword as they try to like slash out and get like some distance between you and them. They're going to disengage from you there, Seraph. And then the other one who is currently fighting Davros and um, uh, Terry is going to do kind of a similar move as they like take their like axe and like spin in a circle, putting you guys off like for a little bit of distance as they basically make their disengage. Um, and Yeah, like the smoke's just kind of like covering. And basically, as they kind of like move into this smoke, it's getting to the point of where like the body was on the ground. You guys can move in and you can be at disadvantage on who you strike at. But any misses can potentially hit your friends here. How do you guys want to approach like moving into like this like billowing smoke?
So that would be if we want to pursue them, correct?
Yeah, effectively at this point, if you guys want to continue to attack them at this point, um, that's what I mean. Like the smoke is making it so like a miss would potentially be a hit on a friendly.
And one
But
of them is
otherwise, if you
down
guys,
or unconscious or something.
one of them is down and the smoke is kind of like billowing out towards them right now.
All right, I'll go for that one. And I'm gonna use my action to stabilize. And then I just want to say also, just to the party, let them flee. This will be a lesson not soon forgotten.
Gotcha. So you're moving over to the one who's unconscious and you're just stabilizing them.
Yeah, trying to. I got a 6 plus.
You're doing a medicine check.
Oh wait, isn't that what you do for stabilize?
All right. Well, I mean, when you go over there to like start to work on them, you'll see that this person is not actually like critically wounded. They are heavily wounded, but they were knocked out unconscious. Like as you start to check to preserve their life, you'll basically see or hear like the little bits of smoke as they start to billow over, getting like moved by their breath. There's belabored breath, but this person is not dead. They were knocked out unconscious.
Okay, cool. I'm good with that.
It was more whether you were using the spell, spare the dying is what I was kind of getting at. Are you trying to prevent their body from getting into that smoke? Are you like trying to like hold the body? Otherwise like the smoke is like billowing over you and this body at this point.
No, I'm okay with them. Like, if they come back, take their friend, whatever. Yeah, yeah. I just was making sure he
Gotcha.
was like not dead. That's all.
Davros, you also are kind of like on the edge of the smoke. Any thoughts on what you're doing here?
Yeah, I think Davros he has no intention of chasing them. So he's actually going to try to back away somewhat, kind of like to keep out of the smoke as it starts to spread. And essentially, he's still got his warhammer out, but he's essentially backing away and taking like a defensive position in case they get bold again and try to attack. So he take dodge action.
Gotcha. And then Terry is like on the other side, kind of already inside of the smoke, but he could basically step forward to step out of it. And Karina is basically standing over where the smoke is. It's starting to billow up towards her feet, but she can already see like it weighs a good bit heavier where it's coming up into the second story, but it's more that it's going to cover like the 5 or 10 feet like closest to the ground as it's billowing like outward here. Are you guys keeping them kind of away from antagonizing the combat further?
Yeah, yeah. Terry's good.
Yeah, I think if Karina can't like see anybody else at the moment, she'll kind of yeah, she'll calm down a bit and sort of follow the party.
Gotcha. So yeah, as things kind of like stagger out there, you guys will basically hear like the pop and sizzle of like another smoke bomb go off like down the alley further away from you. You hear like some rustling over there and like the movement of say like some side panels, and then a little bit of like sliding as like the body's kind of like pulled away from you into the smoke. If you hang out long enough, it'll start to clear out like after a minute or two. But effectively, if you guys just kind of move on, there's just like a puff of like smoke in this alley, as if something was burning, and then it's already kind of like starting to dissipate with the morning.
Seem to have learned their lesson. No sense in lingering. Davros is ready to continue on their way. Like as Seraph said, we've got bigger fish to fry.
So you guys can continue to like move down. You're probably like say a block or two off of Old Sea Road, maybe towards like Luna's Road, up towards like the northeast of this map here. Like Old Sea Road splits off the Guildsman district from the Warrens there. So like they were a little bit away from the Warrens. You probably have a pretty solid sense that they like fled across and disappeared back into the Warrens. If not, like just kind of like went underground to eventually make their way back. You guys pass by one of the patrol stations. I would probably be remiss to not offer you the chance to go see some cops, but your business is elsewhere. Again, you guys are looking for Hammer Street over by Hammer Close there, still a few blocks away.
Yeah, Davros says no. Um, he's fine with not speaking with the authorities. But obviously, if Seraph wants to, he will stop. But otherwise, he'll continue on.
Of course not. If anything, we owe them a few gold for the warm up. There will be no quarter given to the cultists. Terry, you appear to be near death. Are you okay?
I'm not near death. I took a hit. It's like the first time I've been scratched.
Oh, great. If you're fine, then no healing for you. What about the rest of the party? Everybody else is good right now?
I think each of your sidekicks is effectively like at 3 of 4 hits. And again, a hit die, like a healing word heals them for 1 hit die, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah, Karina and Davros are both looking fine. So
So you guys continue on the way, moving around the Guildsman district with plenty of kind of like ease, as this is Davros's like stomp. This kind of time of morning, like dawn area, is definitely around kind of a switch of shifts. I'd say you're probably looking like it's probably like the tail end of a lot of them, or like before a lot of them would happen. I would almost think that it's like while it's still dark, or once like the sun's kind of fully out. Um, it kind of would be more than likely to happen. But you guys can make the rest of your way to Hammer Street. You kind of like make your way down to like the specific like way the directions kind of describe. You see like a tiny little shack shanty that looks like it's been probably popped up in between like two nicer like actual say like stucco houses. Uh, and with a little bit of investigating the door, you can basically see like through some of the cracks that there's not like a building inside. This is again one of those things where there's a little bit of a structure on the surface level to kind of like cover up that there is like a smash through section of the stones that like basically leads down into a pit in the ground.
Well, seems like we've found what we're looking for, Seraph. Down we go.
Yes, they will, no doubt, assume that we're coming, or at least be on guard after yesterday. So we should be ready for anything.
And I think Davros will he'll look to Seraph and probably going to be dark down there. We risk a torch.
Lothian provide. And I'll light up that front little piece of my shield.
That'll do.
I will lead the way. And I'll go ahead and go first. I got the light and everything. Obviously, if anybody else wants to torch it up, they could, but
I think for now, as long as we're sticking close, Davros is good with relying on Seraph's light.
I think that whole time I never actually looked for Karina's marker. So we've got a Seraph here, a Terry. I think that's who I did Karina. And then I know I've got Davros still. And then I'll reveal this map for you guys. Alrighty. So you guys kind of like squeeze down through like this tight like entry area that's like just again like once you open up the door inside of that little like shack, there's basically just like a ramshackle four walls, a little bit of like a roof over top so you can't see down from like a balcony overhead. And inside of this little like almost outhouse sized like shack. It's like 5 by 8 or so inside of it. There's like a small hole in the ground that's about the size of say like somebody who's laying over prone, but it's like actual like cracks in the surface rock, and a lot of that is basically where like the rock beneath it is also kind of cracked away. So there's a nice like section that opens up beneath, but realistically it's like you can either go feet first or you can go head first, and you're about to like shimmy through this where a little bit of panic might set in and you could like fill yourself with too much air. It's pretty like kind of hardcore spelunking. Um, you got Terry Chan with you. Like Terry can kind of push through much easier, even inside of his armor, and basically get through to the other side to essentially tell you there's like a choke point, but once you get through like 5 or so feet of it, it opens up. And then from there, another like 15 or 20 feet, and you go from being able to like crawl on your hands and knees to you can stand up. And then after a little bit, like say a total of like 30 or 40 feet in, you guys can kind of stand up um, shoulder to shoulder inside of this little hall that you guys can see in kind of the middle left of this, all rough hewn stone, not the same time frame though as where like the choke point was. When you first come in from the stone above in the city, that stone that you could like get stuck in, that is like hewn recently and kind of like shoddily. This is the type of stone like somebody could have done this on purpose. This could have happened naturally. You don't really know. But like if it was done on purpose, there's been enough time and like adverse effects and things that it's smoothed out a lot of like markings that would be left from somebody actually like toiling away with a pickaxe. But you guys kind of have your view ahead of you with the light. Theoretically, we've got Davros. I guess you might have Terry in front of you instead of like Seraph being in front of Davros. But I wanted to leave you guys like with this initial view of what's your marching order.
Yeah, I would be up front. I think Terry would stick pretty close, so I like how that is. Me and then him right behind.
Yeah, then I think Davros will follow with Karina bringing up the rear.
Gotcha. So as you guys kind of like move forward here, you see like the tunnel kind of moves forward, and you'll eventually see kind of like cracks almost developing, where it starts to almost like have a leftward turn, or it can kind of continue on straight ahead.
I'll follow your lead, Seraph.
Uh, the way looks as good as the rest. So I'll just go for like the like right kind of straight way.
Gotcha. Yeah, by the time you move up and you can actually see to the left of you, you can see that the stone kind of comes to a cessation in the like eastwardly route, and it really forces you into. Up, I'm hiding. Forces you to go off to the north. And this is where you would see that it seems to kind of like open up in that northerly direction. It gets tight for a little bit there, but it opens up after a section as well. As you're like squeezing through that like next like choke point, you're like kind of like scratching your armor against the like walls of the chamber a little bit. And like as Seraph is kind of like inside of there moving through, you can make out that there is a door around like a right turn that kind of opens up there. And then like ahead of you, there seems to be like three different areas, kind of like further to the north of you, to the east of that, and to the west of that, that all kind of open up. And as you're like kind of scratching through this area, you kind of hear like the almost like clicking of like, and it like seems to like almost like pitter patter as it like gets closer to you.
Do I have an idea what it is?
It would sound like insect-like.
Okay. Did you hear that? So yeah, I think I would just be ready to sacred flame if anything like pops up.
So seeing Seraph basically having stopped, Davros is going to kind of like try to sidle past Terry and kind of like whispering to Seraph, like, "What's wrong? You stuck?"
Wait, what was the last thing you said?
You stuck?
Oh, am I stuck? Um, I heard something like insect. Be on your guard. And I'll keep moving forward.
Gotcha. So you can push through, and it's going to take like essentially everybody but Terry, like kind of like to struggle through that corridor. Are you going to kind of like move forward towards like the clicking noise that you picked up, or are you just kind of trying to hold as close to them while they're all moving through it? What are you kind of thinking there with Sarah?
No, I'll go over and like sort of like investigate the sound, try to figure out what's going on, knowing that there's a potential threat nearby.
Gotcha. Roll a perception for me here. And who's going through the crack next? Is it going to be Davros?
15 total.
Yeah, I think as Seraph moves forward, Davros will kind of like try to suck in his breath and squeeze through after him.
All right, and you said Seraph did a 15 for the perception?
That's correct.
All right, so you're like hearing these clicking like coming from like the west as you kind of like get to that point and like get your back almost up against that wall and you kind of like look around like trying to be sneaky. Does that sound good that you're trying to be sneaky? Or do you think you're just kind of like moving around like about to confront whatever that says head on if you hear it's coming from that direction?
I think I would be a little sneaky till I figure out what it is.
Gotcha. So again, you kind of like put your back almost up against the wall. I feel like your shield in your left hand, kind of like basically extending that wall almost, and you're like craning your neck around to kind of like look over that shoulder and to kind of like peep around to your left. And as you kind of like look around, you like hear these like clicks and you kind of like see as the light of your shield kind of like extends around this area a little bit. Inside of the glow, there's a point where there's not like smoke that the light is hitting, but something seems to be distorting the light of Lothian. And you kind of see is it's almost like prismatic, how like different colors of light are hitting the stone like behind and to like the right and left of it. It's almost like there's more like reds kind of like behind whatever the shimmer is. The blues and purples are kind of getting reflected to the right and like greens and yellows are kind of getting reflected to the left, but there's something kind of like prismatically distorting the light around that corner, and it's where you hear these clicks from. And I want you to roll initiative.
Out to 4.
It would be an 18 for Davros if rolling
My
for
bad.
him.
No, I'm sticking to this idea that it's like just kind of single initiatives where you guys are all at the same time.
Oh, gotcha. Sure.
Um, So yeah, as you kind of see like these prismatic kind of like flows, you hear like the clicks of whatever this is, and like this shimmer of like the distorted light kind of like rushes closer to you from like 15 or 20 feet away up to like 10 feet, and then all of a sudden it's like right up into you. And it's going to basically like you see like the shimmer of light as Um, so this is going that should hit you um with a 21, and you're going to like feel like pricks against your skin, like on the shoulder of your armor, like right underneath the pauldron, as you feel like these odd, like pricks coming through your armor. And there's just like a coolness that like flows into your arm. Can you roll a strength saving throw for me, please?
7.
As like you kind of feel this like cold like sinking into your body, you like also start to feel as other um tightness clicks start to like almost like touch down into different parts of your armor, where you feel like different pieces of like this this like sound is more easy to spot than to visually see, but as it kind of like wraps around you and it's moving beyond like the light of your shield, you can see some of these like thinner arms, maybe 5 or 6 inches around, but they're still almost like shadowed. You see a lot more of it, almost like physically insect-like arms that are massive still. But they make more visual sense past like the light of Lothian, like where that's like getting like scattered into like a prismatic thing. But you like hear all of these clicks and kind of feel the pressure like over your shoulders and like almost behind you, as it's kind of like pulling you towards that like piercing feeling of your left arm. And then it's going to stab a like spear like piercing um for 13 damage, as you feel this like piercing like blade almost like sink down into your left shoulder and like into your body, and you kind of like feel as it like stabs down into you with probably one of its other arms. So you're almost being like bear hugged by it. You are grappled, and then it like pierces this other one down into you. um you can effectively see this thing. You can't quite make out what it is because of like something that you don't necessarily know yet. But as far as like attacking it goes, you have no problem attacking it. Davros can see it from where he is, but it's like the same idea. This thing is like scattering light in a weird way where it's not simple to see. And then it's going to go to Davros and Seraph. Davros, you can get through that hole with basically losing half your movement kind of situation, as if it's difficult terrain. But I'm going to go for the half movement where you have 15 more feet, and effectively, um, this is a large creature, like a 10-foot wide creature, in front of Seraph right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, Davros kind of seeing something, and it's kind of seems to be attacking. Seraph is gonna, yeah, squeeze through, try to get up beside him, and yeah, I think he is going to be swinging his warhammer at it, whatever this thing is. And I'm going to go ahead and use inspiration on the first one, give myself advantage. Be a 23 to hit for 5. This is a non-magical, if it matters, because it's just a regular warhammer.
Gotcha. It definitely hits, and you said for 5 damage.
5, yep. And the second swing misses badly. That's another nat 1, but I do get inspiration back. And that is everything for Davros.
So yeah, I've been getting ready with that sacred flame. So I think that's what I would unleash as my first attack. Dex 15.
Gotcha. So like as the light like shines down, this is kind of the same type of thing where like it's almost reacting differently to like the actual like light of Lothian. And you like can see like the weird like predator like sheen as this thing is incredibly quickly moving and like stepping around your like sacred flame as it's like raising that arm to like stab into you. It's basically like reaching around the flame from above, maintaining its grasp against you while also kind of dodging that. um my point being is this is a very dexterous creature, as you're kind of seeing that initially. And two bonus action, otherwise two sidekicks.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a bonus action healing word. For 8 total.
Gotcha. So as far as things go, I think you're kind of like on the sidekick level of like Terry could get in there. Terry could get in there. And Karina is basically going to be out of movement before she can kind of get through. Just under the idea that it's like being prone, almost going through the squeeze point. But like Terry could go through quicker there because he is a small creature.
Yeah, so I think Karina, noting that Terry will have an easier time through, is going to wait, let him go through first, and then essentially spend her turn just trying to squeeze through.
Does Terry have enough to get around behind it or no?
I feel like that's too far. I feel like he would have to stop in its space, and I think that's the problem.
That's cool right there, though.
Yeah, I think that was within his 6.
Okay, and then Terry's gonna do his special maneuver. So he's gonna stab out at this thing, and then he's gonna say, "I'm in charge, and I command you all to strike." Uh, or no, he's gonna say for Davros to strike. So he gets an 18, and then Justin, his
18
special
will hit.
ability is when he attacks, he can have somebody else attack the same target. So you just make a regular like weapon attack.
Okay. Be a 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
for 9 damage.
And what did Terry do?
Terry did 11 total.
Gotcha. So as you guys like smash into this like wisps in the air kind of thing, like there's different points where like you can hear like these connections of like hitting it like with your first strike from Davros, but like the second strike you almost like smash and like hear like the cracking of chitin as this creature like almost like spouts some of its own like almost like goo like innards kind of out, and like the lighting effect starts to kind of disappear a little bit as its like own like flesh and bile start to like flow over the creature, and you see as it's kind of like um still difficult to kind of see what this thing is, but for what it's worth I'm gonna drop its tag so you the players can see a little bit more of the actual. I thought I already dropped it. Let's try again. So right now you're probably seeing more of like the body and some of the arms as you guys like strike into them. It's not specifically like in a bloodied state at this point, but I like the idea that like the like shimmer and kind of like stealth property is almost kind of starting to fail as you can see this like elongated multi-armed body. Seraph, you are going to lose 12 hit points as you just feel like blood just being siphoned out of that like piercing wound underneath your pauldrons, and you can just feel like the cold kind of like sinking into your body there, and your like left arm just starts to feel sluggish as all of the blood is like siphoned away from your muscles. And then it is going to I think it's going to um like claw once against Davros and once against Terry. As it basically stabs out at the two of them, it's going to start to pull Seraph back, kind of a like feeding motion, where it is going to disengage. And as it disengages, like it pulls Seraph like into it's kind of like stealth field, and like Seraph like as he gets kind of like wrapped up in the creature actually becomes like a little bit more difficult to see, uh other than that like light is still shining out from that same motion, but you'll basically see is like this little bit of like light and your friend basically just kind of like pull back as it moves like back down this little hallway here, and you're going to kind of see like there's a nice little like alcove up to the north there, another like alcove up to the north there, but effectively it like cradles around Seraph, strikes out at the other two as it disengages, and starts to pull Seraph off to the west here. And it's going to go to Seraph and Davros. What would you guys like to do?
Yeah, Davros is letting out a shout as this thing starts kind of skittering away. Is this
I should say it's also almost like crawling up the walls with Seraph as well. So say it's like 5 or 8 feet up in the air. It's only like 12 or 15 foot tall tunnels, but it's like crawling up and vertically in these tunnels.
gotcha? So as Davros starts chasing after Warhammer in hand, he is going to He's going to very kind of quickly, more quickly than you might expect from somebody of his kind of size, draw and throw a dagger at this creature as it's rushing away. I'm going to use quick toss maneuver. So I'll be throwing a dagger.
And what is Seraph doing as he's getting pulled away?
What part of the creature is like stabbed into me, like sucking my will to live?
Like that area of its body you can't quite see. As far as things go, just from like the feel of it, it's almost like a hypodermic needle. As far as like Seraph, I think has fought the like mosquito things here, you might assume it's some sort of like hibiscus kind of thing from an insect like enemy.
Okay, and this thing's massive, so I don't feel like I'm gonna be able to just like get that out. So rather than like try to like smack it with the mace or something like that, can I just like reach up and get my hands like near this thing's face or neck or something like that?
You could try to fight the grapple. The grapple is holding you in kind of that like cradled area so it can like suck your blood out with that thing. So I think you could fight the grapple to try to free yourself of it. But otherwise, my bad. What was your like the rest of your question?
No, I just want to like touch it somewhere. I'm gonna do like a touch spell, but I have to be able to actually touch it. So I'm
Oh
assuming
yeah.
there's somewhere I can grab.
Yeah, as far as things go, I would almost say um it seems kind of silly to say that you can't just touch it. But yeah, definitely this thing isn't difficult to roll. I don't want to give you advantage, but I'll give you a +2 for your touch spell. You can have a mediocre advantage.
Well, I'm gonna
Um,
use my inspiration regardless, so it doesn't even matter.
gotcha. What is Davros doing here? I assume then you're gonna do um the grasp the. But yeah, what's Davros doing?
Yeah, so his dagger just went flying off wide. I think it was an 8 to hit, so I'm assuming that misses. But if he can essentially catch up to this thing, he's also now, with his action, going to swing out at it. He is got the warhammer in both hands now, but he's swinging twice at this thing, trying to get Seraph free.
Gotcha. So I assume that maneuver is like a bonus action to throw the knife, and then 2 attacks with your double-handed mace. You can roll those and let me know what you do. Seraph, you're doing the. It's like I can't think of it. Infernal grasp.
Inflict wounds.
Bam, inflict wounds. And you said you're doing it with advantage.
Yeah, and he's just gonna say, "Your thirst will never be satiated by the follower of Lothia."
What were your 2 hits from Davros?
All right, so the first one was a 17, and that would be 6 damage if that hits, and the second one was a 12
Gotcha.
to hit.
The first one's a solid hit. Second one just kind of like plinks off of its chitin, but you do that initial 6. And then from the inflict wounds,
26 to hit.
solid hit for sure.
And it's 16 total damage.
What did you say the total damage was?
16 total damage.
And that is um necrotic, right?
Yep, that's it. Necrotic.
And I think actually, given this thing is trying to take Seraph, I'm going to go ahead and action. Davros is going to action surge to get a couple more swings in at this thing.
Gotcha. Two more swings, double-handed.
First one should hit with a 25 to hit for 13 damage.
Solid.
And second one is going to be a 18 to hit for 11 damage.
Solid. End of like that turn from like Seraph and Davros. You're going to hear this thing as it like starts to like shriek, and you start to wonder if it's like in pain from these blows, as you can see parts of its blood like flowing out over its body. This thing is much easier to see now, where you can see it has like almost like a 12-foot long, like cricket like kind of body that's very like straight with like I think I should keep it to 6 legs. And it like unfurls these wings, and as it's like screeching in pain, you hear like the magnification as these wings are kind of like starting to beat, and this shriek like starts to be almost deafening. And you see is behind it there's like a whirl in the light, because you can see the creature a little more clearly, but the light twists behind this thing, and all of a sudden you hear more of these like clicks, as there's going to be something like kind of like swooping down on top of Davros, as you see like something is shrouded in the same way as this thing was. For all intents and purposes, another one of these things just like walked through whatever this creature kind of created behind it, and is now swarming around Davros. But it's gonna then go to your sidekicks here, as and again, same idea. They can kind of see that there is something effectively right here, right now. But it's also more like above you, Davros. It's like kind of clinging onto the walls. This isn't gonna cause like damage because you guys are sharing space.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think Karina is going to kind of finally having squeezed through, come running up and seeing this kind of second something start kind of surrounding Davros, is going to swipe out at it with her blades. I don't think that'll hit. That's a 9.
9 will miss. And then how about from Terry?
So could Terry get over to the first one to get an attack on it?
Oh, 100%. Terry can move through pretty much everybody's spaces, and I don't think large creatures even register to him, kind of thing.
All right, so Terry's gonna like skitter his little way through everything going on here and swoop around back, and then one more time he's gonna yell out, "When I grab its attention, strike!" And he's gonna do the same thing with Davros again to tell him to attack it when.
Gotcha. So the two of you can make those attacks.
And just curious, so that doesn't take like a reaction or anything from Davros. It's just a part of Terry's ability.
Yeah, it's like a 3 times per day ability.
Gotcha. That's not gonna hit. I only got a that's another 9 for Davros's attack.
Gotcha,
Uh,
yeah.
and Terry got a dirty 20 to hit for 10 damage.
Gotcha. 20 is a solid hit, and another 10. Alrighty. So Seraph is going to lose another 5 hit points as blood like continues to like flow out of that, like pierce into your left armor. And then this one is going to Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have one strike into Davros and one into um yeah, first one into Davros, second one into Terry. And this is from the one like that's holding on to Seraph. So it's going to hit Terry, it's going to miss Davros. And when it stabs into Terry, I need him to make a con 9 saving throw. So I think it's what, like 3 or better to save. So don't roll a 1 or a 2.
14
Um,
is good.
and then as it stabs into you with his claws, I need him to make a strength saving throw. So I think this is a 7 or better for him to save. So yeah, he's
22.
good. Like basically preventing himself from getting like grappled and restrained as the blades kind of like sink into him. Oh, shit, I didn't realize I technically have Seraph restrained. Whoops. Um
Oh, does that prohibit me from doing certain things, or?
no, I just didn't fully read its claw attack. I just assumed it drains your blood with either of its attacks. I just assumed the blood drain attack was better than the claw attack. I should have read the attacks better. Um Yeah, and then the next one is going to strike out at Davros, and it's going to start with a 12, I believe is going to be a miss on Davros, and then it's going to strike out at him with his claw, and that's going to crit you. I need a strength saving throw from Davros here. As one of its claws like does pretty much the same thing where it like stabs down through your shoulder blade. You are going to be
Can
grappled and restrained by it as it kind of like pierces you up against the wall. And it's gonna do
Is it too late to use my inspiration on that saving throw?
you can use the inspiration to add a d6 to it, but you've already rolled the 2. Like to get advantage, you have to do it before you roll.
Okay. I'll just take that then.
Yeah, I feel like that gives a much better, like clearer version of like inspiration. You can choose to do advantage ahead of time. Otherwise, you can use like a bardic kind of inspiration after you see your roll. But when you roll almost the lowest possible, it kind of tells you don't bother. Uh oh wait, crits don't work like that. So it's gonna do 4 damage plus its max is 12. So 20 damage as it stabs into you with its claw.
Gotcha.
Alrighty. Yeah, and that's gonna go back around to Seraph and Davros.
All right, so can we tell, is this first one like bloodied yet, or I felt like you
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
describing it. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Davros, first thing Davros is going to do is kind of burst of adrenaline is going to go ahead and second wind his bonus action. Of course. So he'll get 6 back. And I think he's going to be calling out to Karina, like, get this thing off of me. And if he's restrained, he can still attack, though, right? Just disadvantage.
Yep, that's correct.
So I think he's actually going to keep trying to attack the one that's got Seraph, because that's the one that's actually been hit. If he can get them free, maybe they can return the favor, is what he's thinking. So That should hit with a 22, even with disadvantage,
Gotcha,
uh,
solid hit.
for 9. And second one is going to that should miss with a 12.
Yep, that'll just like kind of deflect off of chitin. You like hear the sound of it like scraping against like the organic armor, but otherwise seems to have no effect. But yeah, that creature is looking pretty severely wounded, Seraph. You can try to finish it off here, or you can hope that your friends get you if you wanted something else. But what is Seraph doing?
Definitely bloodied right now, so gonna need to do some healing.
How injured is Davros right now?
After the second wind, he's not bloodied, but he's not at full health either.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a. So you said it appeared to be like pretty dexterous. So I guess I'm just gonna try to smack it with my mace for my regular attack.
Gotcha.
Oh no, it's only 13.
Not 13 is going to be insufficient as you do same thing, pretty much like deflecting off of chitin.
So he's just gonna say to Terry, "If I die, I want you to use my body as an alternative. So eat me, damn it." And I'm gonna do a second level cure on myself.
Healing word.
The bonus
Gotcha.
action, yeah, yeah.
And then sidekicks. What are they doing?
Yeah, Karina is trying to slash at this thing that's enveloping Davros. Can she try to use her low blow ability to essentially knock it down, or is it?
You can certainly try. What is her actual low blow?
So low blow. You attack the weak point. If it hits, the creature falls prone. Target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or have disadvantage on its attacks until the end of its next turn.
Yeah, you could certainly try. I feel like she probably has a DC 13. And she probably has to hit first. So roll the hit. And what is Terry doing?
Terry's gonna go for the big creature in front of him, and he's gonna go all in with his command ability. But this time he's gonna yell it at Sarah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's a 23 to hit.
Solid hit.
It's not clear if the low blow also causes regular damage or if this is in place of it.
I feel like it says you do your signature attack, and then it's making a con save, basically.
Okay, yeah, using its signature attack, so it would be damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
That tells me you're doing it normal. It falls prone, and then if it fails, it also has to make that Constitution save. So I'd say this is more kind of like striking for one of like the joints of this insect. She's trying to like break kind of like the soft joining tissue beneath some of the things, because effectively she certainly has no clue about this creature's anatomy. Um, but like in the long run, I'm not going to say that you can't use the actual skill.
All right. So the attack itself would be for 8 damage.
Gotcha. What did Terry roll to hit?
17 to hit, and if it hits, it's 12.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Terry is just able to hit this creature, and as he kind of like stabs into it, and gets his little goblin poker like inside of the flesh, like all of the like tension just kind of like dissipates until when you would like expect to hear like a body hitting the floor, there's just like nothingness, and this thing just kind of like seems to like disappear. And Seraph, like you're like dropped like the 5 feet to the floor, as this thing is no longer grasping onto you.
So yeah, Terry yells out, "I'm not gonna eat you. Save yourself. Jeez."
Davros is going to lose 5 wounds, as like the area where like the claw has like stabbed through your body, just seems to like be getting weaker, and you can kind of feel like a like coldness kind of like sinking into your body. Um, I think it is going to strike into Davros, and it should have advantage as it has you restrained.
Can I use my inspiration to give it straight roll?
Indeed, you can.
Yeah.
But it will still hit you, and it's going to deal um, absolute shit damage. 7 piercing damage as it like stabs like another arm into you, and kind of like almost like like forces you into like the wall as it like climbs you up the wall. And then one of its like legs is going to lash out at why do I want to say Muriel? Karina. And it should hit Karina with a 22, and it's gonna kind of like force her into the ground. She can make a um do the con save first at a DC 12, and then she'll make a grapple, a DC 13 strength save to not be meets beats, so she doesn't take a wound there, and then she needs to hit 13 with a strength saving throw to not be grappled.
I don't think she has any strength bonus, so that will be a fail for that.
Yeah, so now like Davros and Karina are almost like stabbed into and like pierced through the wall. Davros is almost like 8 or 7 or 8 feet like up into the air, like with a new leg kind of like pierced through like another shoulder blade from like forward into you. And then Karina is like down below this creature, like one of its legs like stabbed into her, almost like bowing her to the ground, as it kind of like claws up. But Seraph uh, and Terry are free, and it's going to go to Seraph and Davros to react to this thing.
All right. Davros is just, I think, still kind of swinging as best he can. So one of my maneuvers is a pushing attack, which could potentially push the creature away from me. I assume that's not going to work when it's grappling me.
You can make it a disadvantage.
Well, it's a that maneuver is just something I can use if I hit normally, so that's why I wanted to ask. I mean, I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine. It makes sense. Like you wouldn't be able to use it in this situation. So
Yeah, I'd say it's perfectly fine to use because it's probably just as likely like you're going for an attack, and the hope is to like judo style get its body to be moving momentum wise in a way that frees you. So roll your normal attack at disadvantage. If you do hit, you can use that push.
okay, that's double 18, so that should hit. For
That is still going to miss.
oh, sorry, I meant double 18s plus. The total is actually 27.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that hits.
So that's going to be for 5, and then I'm going to use the superiority die to make that the pushing attack. Um, so it's going to be a DC 15 strength saving throw, and it will be. Uh,
It's got a 16, so it should save against that.
okay, but it will take another 3 damage because I also add my superiority die to the damage roll.
What was the total damage?
So that makes it 8 total.
But that's still only one attack, so you should have
Oh,
your
right,
extra
right,
attack
right.
now. And then what is Seraph doing?
I'm gonna go ahead and do. Man, so can I do a quick like survey of the battlefield? Does anybody currently look bloodied? And is this creature still like fully invisible? As where like previously with the other one, we would have noticed like once it's kind of damaged, it started to like show up.
Yeah, right now this one hasn't taken any significant amounts of damage where it's like bleeding over itself. So I would say right now this one is far more you're going on like auditory senses than that you're actually able to see where it is.
Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna blast it with a sacred flame, and I'll just yell out, "Lothian, illuminate our enemy!" And it's Dex 15.
Gotcha. And what was the result of that second attack from Davros?
Looks like that would be a 16 to hit.
Gotcha. The 16 is going to miss. As you're swinging for it there, the Sacred Flame is going to hit, and you see as a part of its flesh is like seared into, kind of knowing that it has like a thicker, like winged portion of its like center torso. You can kind of like go a little bit further away from where Davros and Karina are pierced through. How much did the Sacred Flame do?
14, almost
And
max.
then it's on to your sidekicks.
Yeah, and Davros is definitely bloodied at this point. But Karina is just still slashing away. She's also restrained now, so disadvantage. Should still hit with a 23 or 6.
Solid hit word. And then Terry?
Terra Nova coming in hot with a 24.
Solid hit. And for damage?
Another 12.
That'll be some of the first kind of like splashes of this creature's innards that kind of like start to make it a little bit more obvious where this creature is. Um, Still has what I've basically been playing is like a variable armor rate, as it can kind of have like essentially um, 1 to 5 higher AC. But yeah, it's definitely kind of like shimmering, but you guys have a better chance at it now. And it's gonna go to yeah, I think Karina and Davros are going to lose. Davros first, Karina with the second one. They're both sixes, so Karina has to make a DC 10. Davros will lose 10 hit points as blood just like flows out of your body.
All right, so it's a 12 for Karina, and that draining is going to leave Davros mortally wounded.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it is going to try to finish Davros here, as it is going to strike out at you with one of its other legs. Um Holy shit. 12 misses, right?
That does miss.
That is astonishing. A 6 and a 2. As it like tries to like strike into you, it's also like clawing its way away from the other two, and it's like dragging you and Karina up into the air, and it's like just dislocated or disjointed, kind of like the way it's like moving, that it strikes out and just kind of misses you, hitting into the stone. And it's gonna go back to Davros and Seraph.
Davros just swinging away as best he can. Kind of feel the life draining out of him. First one would be a 22 to hit for
Solid hit.
13 damage. Second one will miss.
Gotcha. Would you actually? Well, yeah, probably. And
It'll
Seraph,
be an 11. Yeah.
did we lose you, Senor Seraph?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought you were still doing Davros there. So is that all done then? I'm gonna just say let's see, where I'm at right now is like I can am I like close enough to Davros? That's him right next to me, right? Under the creature?
To touch him, yeah, he's probably about at the extent of your touch. If it climbs any higher, it's going to start to be dragging him out of your reach.
All right, well, I'm not trying to take any chances, so so I'm gonna upcast. So at third level, I'm gonna do Cure Wounds on Davros. So it's 23 total, and he's gonna say, Lothian extends his hand.
Much appreciated, Seraph, and you will see that definitely definitely the worst of Davros's wounds clear up. He's looking a lot healthier after that. After that,
That should take us to your sidekicks then.
So 18 to hit with Terry.
That is going to miss from Terry as you like hit into its armor.
and that will mean that Karina will miss as well.
Will
Well,
Terry
no, what'd you get?
Oh,
Because I rolled
15.
worse for its AC on that one. Yeah, oh wait, no, 15. Yeah, it's just enough that it misses.
Will Terry get any kind of flanking or anything from like our positioning? I didn't know if it would work, but that's kind of what I was going for.
Not really, because it is above you guys, so you're not really flanking it in the same way. It's like fighting you guys from high ground right now. So first one is Davros in the same way. Davros is going to lose 12 wounds. And then it's going to be a DC 11 for Karina not to lose a wound.
Just got it for Karina, so she's okay. Davros is back to bloodied, but not
Gotcha.
mortally wounded.
And it's going to be stabbing out at Davros again. This time it is going to crit you, and it's going to deal. Do you have inspiration? No, wait, you didn't.
Nope,
Was it a
I don't have
maneuver
it.
before?
For the
Oh, you
disadvantage, no,
can't break a crit with that one. Yeah, okay. I'm just confused. It's going to deal 21 more piercing as it stabs one of its legs into Davros.
and that is just enough to drop him.
Will you roll a d20, please, Davros?
15.
This is another one of the lingering injuries that would be really cool if you weren't constantly healed by magic. You have a festering wound. You are going to lose 1 from your maximum hit points every 24 hours until you're healed by magical healing. So theoretically, there's no even reason to write it down that you have this, because theoretically you're about to get magically healed anyways, and this would cure the festering wound. But at present, Davros, if he survives this occasion, has a festering wound. That is this creature's turn. So at the start of your turn, I need a d20 death saving throw from Davros. And that is a fail. And then it's going to go to Seraph. You basically watch as like Davros is, like pierce through like where his heart is, as this creature like stabs into him. What would Seraph like to do? He's like choking up blood as he's like pierced through and seems to go unconscious like against the wall here.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna strike out at the creature again with my sacred flame. Lothian, we need you now. 15 dex.
It is going to burn through the creature's flesh. Roll for damage. I think if you rolled what you rolled last time, you will kill it.
No, it's 8.
And I assume a healing word to Davros.
Yeah, no upcast this time, just a healing word for a total of 11. I just don't think there was much of a difference between just getting him back up and like trying to get him a big heal.
No, one of the biggest things that I try to imprint on people is you can't out heal damage in this game. If somebody is up and they have some hit points, that's what you need is the action economy.
Well, ideally, if somebody's really low and something's hitting hard, I would rather do an upcast heal so there's no way they can get like insta killed. But like other
Oh
than
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not viable, it's like just get them back up at least.
So I would say this is something to consider with like shared initiative, like when it's basically like you guys and enemies on initiatives. I'm tempted to say Davros can take his turn here. As far as I'm concerned, not penalize you for the fact that you guys don't have specific initiative differences. If that sounds good to you guys, Davros, you can take your turn. You will
Yeah.
be, though, without your Warhammer, because you are held up in the air, and your Warhammer with your limp hand would have fallen to the ground. So, weapon wise, you have like your fists or tavern brawler or like anything that might still be on your person.
Yeah, he threw his dagger before. He didn't go to pick that up, so I think he's just smashing out with his fists now at this thing as he kind of comes to. So I think for an unarmed strike,
Oh,
I
you
don't
got
think.
to be proficient with that once you're a tavern brawler. I definitely feel like this should just be a normal strength with proficiency attack. Yeah, it says you've got proficiency with an improvised weapon. I don't see why your fist shouldn't be able to be proficient.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think tavern brawler is like um a half-assed monk kind of situation.
Gotcha. So see, the first one will be a 14 to hit.
14's going to miss.
All right, and second, disadvantage. So that would be also a 13 to hit.
That as well will miss. And then that should take us to sidekicks.
Yeah, Karina is just still slashing out. Be a 17 to hit for her.
Solid hit.
And she actually deals max damage, so that will be 14 damage.
And what we got her with like double daggers. Yeah, so this is the type of thing where maybe like she's like crossing her daggers across like the point where one of its legs is stabbing through her chest and like scissors through this leg, and as she starts to like fall to the ground, kind of like reaching out and just like riding down this thing, unzips it with her daggers. She like slides to the ground. And about when she like touches down into the ground, similar thing is going to happen where this thing like blinks out of existence. And let me go for who is the most dexterous of the three non-Davros characters? Probably Karina, I think. Make a dexterity saving throw for me with Karina, please.
All right, so I think that's a 5. She has some bonus, but I think it's probably going to still be pretty low.
I think it's probably an 11, yeah. So I'm gonna have as Davros falls, she's like right below you, goes to catch you, and is not going to take it. Um, you, yeah, I'm gonna say take 5 damage from Davros as he falls to the ground from the ceiling.
Gotcha.
And Terry did another attack there too, just to see, and he got a 21 to hit. So like,
Gotcha.
as Karina kills this thing, Terry like licks his blade, and he's like, "You're lucky I didn't kill this one too, or I'd have promoted myself to leader. We're still equal for now."
Terry's like leaping up into the air and like stabbing down into this thing's like face as it like blinks out. And Terry just kind of like just do a dexterity saving throw with Terry. Let me see how alacritous he is. Yeah, Terry just like kind of pops across these like two walls of stone as he comes to rest like on the ground, as like he basically leapt up on top of this creature as it was disappearing and he was like falling 20 feet to the ground. But he kind of rides it out. But yeah, you guys like kind of like have like this moment where like silence kind of comes back around this area as like those clicks kind of dissipate. kind of taking a little sense of like your area. Like there's not even like blood from these creatures or any of that like ichor that remains. Your own blood like dots parts of this like tunnel. You can see like tunnels and paths to the north of you. A few of you are still within sight of like the door to the south, and then there's a direction that you can go to the east here.
I
And I
think
think
it's safe to
Seraph is
say.
the light, so
I think it's safe to say we may have gone the wrong direction. I doubt there is a cultist hangout further into this creature's lair.
So Davros is getting up slowly, kind of help using his warhammer to help himself back up. Gets to his feet, looking very bad, and after kind of like, what the hell were those things? He's gonna nod at Seraph and uh, yeah, I can't imagine the cultists want to be running into those things. Maybe we should try the door.
Okay, here's the thing, and hear me out, because maybe this is terrible idea. Perhaps we just walk back about 50 feet, back to the surface, and go get a cold beer and some food. Take what amounts to essentially a short rest, and then perhaps we go through the door instead. Or I will literally have no utility left.
Well, I'm kind of on my last legs myself.
Great, I'll lead the way. Awesome. Is that a possibility? Can we go back, get a cold drink, take a short rest, and then continue on?
as you guys are like walking your way out of this area, you're going to kind of like turn this corner and start to like head up towards the exit. As you kind of round the corner and you see as like these humanoids are kind of like walking towards you, a few of them in robes, a few of them are like almost entirely nude with like pieces of metal like pierced through their flesh, as if they've like made like sacrifices of their own flesh recently. And you just kind of like have this like lingering moment where you stare at each other. And let's take a break here because we're about to go right back into initiative.
All right, be back in a few.
Yes, you can go back to the surface, but no, I'm going to roll first to see if you have the encounter on your short rest.
Yeah, Davros is he's mortally wounded again, and yeah, he's got nothing left. But
I mean, that was a really cool creature to throw at you, but eventually when I like continued to like read all of its abilities, I was like, all right, it's a CR4 creature. You guys should be able to beat it in the long run. But like two sidekicks and two full level characters, it's going to be a tough fight. And then it also has the ability to call another of itself, which in and of itself is one of those things where it's just like, all right, I gotta at least give them some time to weaken the first one because otherwise the second one is just going to be supremely difficult kind of thing. But it's definitely, I mean, that's a cool. I like the idea of describing a creature like that you can't see, like fighting the predator. I thought that was like a really cool twist on that creature, and I've been stoked to use one of those for a while.
yeah, definitely an interesting fight. That I'm wondering now if it would have been better to try to essentially break the grapple. Um,
Yeah, I was kind of torn on like whether I should actually like explicitly say like, guys, when you're like pierced through with this thing, like you're straight automatically losing hit points. Granted, I limited it so it can't keep attacking. But it only said like the bite, like it couldn't do twice. So it could technically continue to claw more and more people. But I was just like, look, there's got to be a limit to this thing. how many people it can basically just be bleeding out. But yeah, I feel like there's definitely a question of when do you try again against that like grapple to like try to break free versus continue to risk it.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of essentially like it impales somebody and then it uses its claw becomes a club as it just starts swinging that person stuck to its claw around the others. Uh, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Can take a quick
Hell yeah.
break, grab some coffee.
Yeah, I wish clerics had like a better selection of bonus action stuff. Like it would be super dope if something like guidance was a bonus action.
I think guidance is going to move to a reaction, which will be nice. But I think clerics have solid bonus actions because theoretically, like you're kind of supposed to cast your what is it, your light weapon, whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
the problem is that spiritual weapon basically has to be your bonus action. But if you already like have to heal somebody that phase or whatever, you can't like basically you can't even cast it. So you have to have like a turn early in the combat where you can drop your spiritual weapon, and then from there you're like set for the rest of the combat. But if you ever don't have
And
your
that's the
spiritual
weird thing. If you don't cast it early on, you almost don't want to cast it at all.
exactly. But it's the way I look at it with the cleric, it's weird because you can like spend a bunch of resources and try to like Nova early in the combat, or you can hold off and not spend a lot of resources, but you're gonna chew up a bunch of spell slots healing.
Definitely, 100%. Like they're definitely one of those ones that you always have that struggle,
So
especially once you have spirit guardians and like spiritual weapon. That's almost like a 1-2, like first turn and second turn are already kind of decided, like what you want to do.
yeah, yeah, if you're going into like a big combat or something like that. I think realistically that maybe after this, as I level up to maybe like 7 or whatever, I might go like 2 points in fighter because just having that one time where you could cast 2 spells, I think would just make the cleric like amazing.
Oh yeah, definitely makes sense. I think fighter and rogue are a really solid splash that really makes sense.
Yeah, if you
Even
did like an
cleric wizard is a solid splash.
if you did like an Assassin's Creed kind of thing, because I'm already like Middle Eastern cleric, obviously. But if I did like a kind of Assassin's Creed and went with a rogue, rogue has really good bonus actions because then you can start doing like other cool stuff.
Exactly. The rogue is definitely huge because of that. The splash for what's it called? Their rogue shit. Just like monks have monk shit.
I'm not sure. Are you talking about how you can just bonus action like hide or dash or all that stuff?
Yeah. Because rogues and monks have that. Like the same one effectively. But the monk one lets them take the dodge action. And I think the rogue one lets them take the hide action as like the third part of the bonus. I don't know, I'm saying that wrong.
I can't remember. Honestly, it's been so long since I freaking played that monk. That's how you know it's been too long.
I'm back. Word. Um
You were already knocked unconscious during the break.
yeah, I'm pretty sure those are some creatures from the mythos. The like Call of Cthulhu like smash into 5e that I picked up like from Critical Role when Sandy Peterson sponsored them.
Wait, those were what we just fought? What was it called?
They're mythos creatures. They're called the Bacti or Biacti.
How do you make those weird clicking sounds with your mouth?
Well, I mean, just the way the creature is described, where it's like when you see it, you can't even like fathom, like the human brain can't wrap its mind around what you're seeing. And I'm like, fuck, how do I describe that? And that's why I like went with the idea that you're almost like looking through a prism, like the magical light of Lothian is like trying to shine light on this thing, and it's just like being deflected in a way that is almost like calming and soothing, despite also probably being scary as fuck because you know something's wrong.
Yeah, it was definitely a cool encounter, especially not like even knowing what we're like fighting at first. I'm like, something's fucking me up and I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, that high perception at the start where I'm like, yeah, you can definitely hear like insect movements. I feel like that alone was like the one chance at a clue about what you're going to kind of come into. I don't know how to describe it as bigger, but I definitely probably should have thrown in something that kind of makes it sound like almost like resinous, or like to bring in the fact that like this is a large creature versus like hundreds and thousands. But yeah, we can kind of jump back into this. You guys are like planning on going to grab up a short rest here. And basically, as you're like turning around, you like spot more of these, or you spot people coming in where you had planned to like step out of. And you guys all just have kind of like a moment of pause. And I just want whoever has the highest dexterity of you two, the highest initiative modifier, to roll initiative for me.
All right, I've got a +3 with Davros.
Yeah, mine's 1, so it's definitely you.
All right, you guys probably got a solid chance here because I've got a 1 total.
22, yeah.
So you guys like see them. What is Davros gonna do? Realistically, though, it's what is Seraph and Davros doing?
Yeah, Seraph has mentioned he's spent Davros's. Yeah, Lon he's not looking too good. But he's essentially gonna kind of look to Seraph and like want to make a break for it. I can try to buy you some time.
If we run for it, they know we're coming. We've got to kill them.
There's no rest for the wicked. And Seraph's gonna run up and do Spirit Guardian.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think as Seraph starts running, Davros is going to just do the same and go trying to smash into this nearest one to him here. Still wielding his warhammer, kind of two-handed, kind of a look of almost like resignation on his face. But
So they're like coming out of the area that I described where you're almost like getting from crawling to like almost being able to stand up. So there's like a funnel behind them. So there's not much room for any of them to like contemplate a retreat that doesn't become like crawling away from the boogeyman kind of thing here. I think overall the use of spirit guardians is probably going to turn this pretty heavily towards you guys. As far as things go, I would say this fight kind of soars through here. And you guys pretty much with the surprise almost like clean them up and just destroy this group.
Yeah, I can't take any chances on that one. It's just not a good situation if the dice go against us right there.
So let's go with the idea that you guys like step back up into like the upper levels of Tolis, and like you return to the Guildsman district. You know a few of the actual pubs around. You guys could go to like a side kind of like speakeasy. In the long run, there's a lot of places that you could go to grab yourselves a short rest. Do you have a thought Are you going just for kind of like the closest place that you've got? Are you going for like a small little speakeasy towards one of the bigger taverns? What do you think is on your mind for this short rest? I mean, heck, I think we put you near, um, was it like Hostel Street and like 301 for your home too? So
Yeah, I would say just keep it short and sweet, collect ourselves, and then get back at it. It doesn't have to be anything fancy or anything.
gotcha. So maybe closest. Does that sound good to Davros?
Yeah, yep.
Let me have each of you roll a D100 here. If either of you gets under a like 27, you've got a spot like within the block here. Under 50, I'm gonna say you guys are, just moments away. Yeah, so Davros, you kind of like know that like there's a little tavern that's basically like say like right around like this kind of session. My bad, I didn't realize it was on a square. Oh, it's probably because of my button. So like this little spot's a tavern, so you like walk through a few alleys and you guys like can sit down, grab a couple of like ales, and basically, have a little bit of a view of any traffic that's going in that area. And let me have you guys roll D10s, please. Just one each.
It's a one. He did it. Got the one.
Gotcha. I rolled an 18 as well. So as you guys like start to move into this tavern and you're kind of like starting to like feel out the people around you and see like, trying to keep things under wraps a little bit as you look around you, you're starting to see like of the 6 other people who are drinking ale here, like 5 of them are staring at you guys. And as you like start to kind of notice this, the bartender steps like back into a back door and you just hear like a locking mechanism trip. Um, what are you guys thinking as like the bartender disappears?
I think we might have picked the wrong tavern, Seraph. But Davros will kind of like stand up from the if we even made it to the bar, he'll go to like kind of stand up and then turn towards the people staring.
Yeah, my bad. You guys would have like kind of picked up ales and like sat down and almost like trying to feel out the place. You're starting to notice like a bunch of those eyes are on you. And then the bartender disappearing is where, Davros like stands to react. But Terry's gonna like hop up on one of the bar stools and just kind of like call out like, if it's fighting you want, we've got a fight in us. And we're gonna walk away.
We can take a hint. I think Habibi is on 306. I'm gonna
I could
start.
go for some Habibis.
Everybody love Habibi's baby. I'm gonna go towards the door.
One of the guys just kind of like puts his arm like across as he like steps to intersect you, and he just kind of like reaches across and is like, you guys aren't leaving this place. You walked into a few too many places you don't belong today. It's gonna go to the same thing here. You guys can roll initiative from Davros, and then I'm gonna roll for these guys. This is far closer to like you guys have some thugs in front of you. They might be like cultists, but this is definitely not like what you walked into, where you've got like priests and actually like people like fresh off a like flesh sacrifice kind of thing. Yeah, I've got like a 7 maybe. Davros rolled like a 17.
Yep, 20 total. Yeah.
So like guy reaches across the door to basically block Seraph's way. You see is like one person is still like sat down trying to like pretend that they're like just in a normal bar and they're like sipping their beer at the bar, kind of like right at the corner of the bar. All of you guys are like around them, like that person who's trying to pretend this is normal. But the other 5 people are like in your faces at this point.
Like as soon as he basically tries to like block me off or whatever, like shield in my left hand, mace in my right, I'm just gonna do like a mace uppercut on the guy in front of me.
Yeah, and Davros, kind of hefting his warhammer and gonna let us drink in peace, and is going to swing out the closest one to him.
Gotcha. He's rolling 2, Sarah.
Well, it's at 18 to hit, for 5 if it hits.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 18 does hit. As you like smash into this person's chest, like this is just somebody kind of wearing leather. Like, this is not heavily armored. Davros, what was your roll to hit?
First one is a 27 to hit for 9.
And you said 5, Sarah.
That's correct. 5 magical.
And then second one should also hit with a 24 for another 7.
Gotcha. And then your sidekicks, like each of them has somebody who's near them, or they're basically both probably like closer to Davros than they are to Seraph. But like you guys could, have them go to one of those other people to back them up. What are you thinking? Like, would you
Going
go if
straight
it costs you an opportunity attack? Would you not go to somebody? You can also ask those questions as well.
going straight to the closest guy Terry is, and he's gonna put him down fast and hard. Make an example.
I think Karina, she knows Davros is Delton's father, so I think she's going to try to move to back him up, try to maybe take the some attention from him. So she's going to be attacking the same one that Davros has been attacking.
Gotcha. She's probably close enough to Davros that she can do that without taking opportunity to attack. And Terry is attacking his guy. What was that to hit from Terry?
It was a 25 to hit for 15 damage.
I might have you roll. Give me 1 second. You said 15.
1 away from max to hit and 1 away from max to wound.
And I think Karina is just going to kind of almost like appearing out of nowhere, just slicing her blades across this guy's throat. It was a crit from her. So I think that should be for 22 damage.
Excellent.
These sidekicks are having none of it.
And you said Karina just hit that guy for 22?
Yeah, right, because it would be 2d6, so 12 plus, and then I rolled another 4 plus 2, so 22
Yep.
total. Yeah.
So as she like smashes into this guy from behind, like Davros like clocks him across the head with his it's a battle mace, battle hammer.
He's got a
But yeah,
warhammer, and sorry,
war
my math was off. She hit for 18, not 22. I don't know where I got 22 from.
18.
Yeah, 12 plus 6. That's 18, not 22. Yeah.
All right. It's not a kill. It's gonna leave him almost dead. But roll a d20 for me here. Oh no, my bad. It's just roll the d10, not a d20.
Five.
Gotcha. So you like clock him across the head from Davros, and she just kind of like runs up behind, and like stabs into him, and you can just see this guy just goes like, uh, kind of like to an unconscious level, like eyes rolling back behind his head. He is effectively stunned until the end of your next turn. Um, but that guy is also severely wounded. Alrighty. So four of them are attacking back here. I think as far as things. All right. So the extra guy is running towards Seraph. So there's going to be two attacking Seraph. One of them probably hits with that 18. It's going to be upwards in the 20s.
Yeah, I'm on 18 armor.
And he's going to clock you for 6 damage. As they kind of like position themselves, they kind of like flank around you on like the two sides of the door here. And these attacks are going to have +2 to hit as they kind of close in around you. One of them should hit from that nat 20 is again in the nat 19 is in the 20s. And he's going to do 7 bludgeoning damage to Seraph.
Am I
blood read now.
am I within? Sorry, I am I close enough to Seraph to try to use that interception ability, or is he on the other side?
No. Seraph is basically distance from you. As he was like moving towards the door, the other guys kind of like stepped up in front of him as everything kind of like set off there.
Okay, gotcha.
But like Terry and probably more properly just Karina is next to you. Terry's close by, but not like right next to you here. 4 is Davros, so one of these is going at Davros with a 6. And then the 15 is like a 20, 19 to hit.
Yep, that definitely hits.
And that'll do 5 damage to you. And then the last one is 8 is Karina. So this is one you could interdict. Yeah, it's going to be a 19 with the first attack.
Yep. So I'll do that for the damage.
Gotcha. I'm pretty sure your reduction is their max damage is 8. So it's going to be 5 damage. I think you automatically reduce it by 4.
By 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
So she just has to not nap. Roll a d20 and don't roll a 1.
Okay, 11.
But that was only the first attack on her. The second attack is a 15 to hit. I think she's got low AC.
Yep, that hits.
Yeah, so it'll give her a DC 4 save.
Okay, she's okay again. That's a 17.
Yeah. And then it's gonna go back around to you guys. Again, the one guy is like just kind of like stunned after Davros and Karina like blasted into him. And that guy is like lit up. She almost like flayed his back already, where that guy is on the verge of death. But what would Seraph and Davros like to do here?
So the guy who's like stunned, barely alive, where is he in relation to the door?
Say you guys were at just like a kind of like side like table towards the door. Seraph like basically moved towards the door. The guy between you and Karina is just kind of vaguely like he stepped up to one of you like at the table. The door is just say off to your right, like 10 or so feet.
Gotcha. Okay. Because Davros is, yes, is still just barely standing, and I'm almost thinking he wants to essentially like kind of like grab this guy almost like in a bear hug and try to like bull rush through the door to sort of like crash open the door and maybe let the others escape. But if I think that's a little too far, so I think instead he's going to swing once. He's going to, as he's starting to kind of like move past this guy, he's going to swing once to try to finish him off and try to get closer to the others and take his second attack at one of the other enemies, or the next one that he can reach.
Gotcha. So there would have been one who's also behind Karina, who's the next closest enemy. So your first attack is on the weakened guy. Second attack is on that one, like behind Karina.
Yep, that sounds right.
Gotcha. So theoretically, you just need to hit with the first one to kill this guy.
Oh, and
What's
what I
your
had
rolled
to,
hit?
it looks like that'll be a 17.
Solid hit. And again, I'm pretty sure damage-wise, you can't roll low enough to not kill him.
Yeah, that's for 13 damage.
Yeah, solid. And then the second one that's on Karina.
That is only going to be a 9 to hit.
9 is not enough. You just kind of like, I don't even know, like deflect off of the leather, kind of just in a way that he like dodges out of the way more than anything. How about from Seraph here? You got two guys now on you, like basically in front of you and behind you at the door.
Okay, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do Sacred Flame against the guy that I hit with my mace already.
I believe 12 is going to fail your saving throw. What
Yes,
was the damage? 13?
15 dex, and it's for 13 damage. And is that guy still standing?
Looking bloodied, but yeah, still standing. So it'll go to your sidekicks unless you have a bonus action you want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a bonus action, Sanctuary.
Gotcha. Wisdom saving throw to attack you, right?
Yeah, Wisdom 15 to attack me. The question is not if we are leaving. If we are leaving you alive, our faith protects. And then Terry's gonna put the smackdown on that same guy again.
Yeah, Terry just kind of calls out like, "I got faith in my blade."
22
Looked
to
like
hit,
it's
10.
10 more. Excellent. That'll leave that guy pretty severely wounded.
Karina is attacking, stabbing out at the one with between her and Davros. So should be a 19 to hit for 6 damage.
Gotcha. So another solid stab into that one. That leaves. Let's see. How's sanctuary worded? Like, do they check and then they can just attack the next person if they fail
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it says you ward a creature within range against attack. Until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
Gotcha. So like the first of these guys on you, like kind of like looks to you to like raise its weapon and just kind of like shrugs, and he's actually going to kind of like run across the room, breaking combat with you. If you would like to, you can cast something to attack him.
Yeah, I'll sacred flame him as he runs.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Is this the guy who's already damaged or no?
Um, roll a die if it's odd. Yes. It doesn't actually matter though. I rolled a 17 to dodge. My bad.
Okay, okay. But it's still good to know which one is which.
Yeah, so the one who's already damaged is still on you. And technically speaking, he's the one who rolled high enough to attack you. So the fact that you attacked here doesn't actually matter. Um, so then that puts me at the other ones are just going to so 5 and 7, that's 2 on Karina and 1 goes for Terry. So these are against Terry.
Um,
Um
Sorry, the one that moves away from Seraph towards. Does he come to within 5 feet of where Davros is?
And then it works out just as no, I don't think so. Because theoretically you've got Karina and Davros like on one side of the table, and this guy's running from Seraph towards Terry, probably on the other side of the table.
Gotcha. Okay, just because I have a maneuver I can use if someone comes into within 5 feet. That's what I was asking.
Gotcha. Yeah, so he's gonna run across to Terry. One of these is going to crit, and the other one is just gonna hit with a 20, I think is the low one. So the crit's DC is going to be 5. The other one's DC is 4. I think that's basically 2 saves. Don't roll a 1. And then the other one is attacking Karina as it runs across. God, I miss having funny stuff happening when crit fails. Roll up there, but just kind of like smashes for Karina as she's like stabbing into their boy. Um, Oh wait, no, this is the one getting stabbed by her. As he like kind of like goes to like swing his mace like over his shoulder at her, just kind of like clunks into the table as she moves out of the way. And it's gonna go back to you guys here.
Yeah, I think Davros. He's still got the one between him and
Wait, my
Karina. So
bad. Did I have one attack you, Seraph?
I thought you said that it hit me, but you never gave me a damage. But I thought you said that one stayed and hit me, or maybe was
No, no,
not
he
the
was
attack.
he passed the wisdom, but it fell anyways. 19 to hit you.
Yep, that's it.
3 damage. My bad there, Davros. Now it's on to you guys.
no worries. Davros is just, I think, still swinging at the one between him and Karina. 21 to hit first one for 13.
Solid hit.
Second one would be 19 to hit for 6. So
Gotcha.
19 damage total.
That one bloodied at this point. So basically, like 3 of them are bloodied. 2 guys are on Terry, and 1 of them is not. But otherwise, there's 1 on Seraph, and then 1 between Davros and Karina, and it's gonna go to yours. Oh wait. I think I went to skip Seraph.
Yeah, I'm gonna sacred flame this guy again.
15, he's gonna pass. It's doing the hammer of God. Like, why won't you burn? Onto your sidekicks. Terry's got two in front of him. One of them's bloodied. Karina and Davros, at this point, pretty much have this guy like flanked and ready to die.
Yeah, Karina is just like kind of she like easily dodged that last blow, and she's like, "You should have just let us be." And she's gonna stab out at this guy. 19 to hit
Solid
for
hit.
11 damage.
11 damage was the magic number. That's going to bring him low.
And Terry is at 18 to hit for 13 damage on the same guy he's been fighting.
My bad. What was the damage, though?
13.
Yeah, so that'll even up kind of Terry's like view as he like stabs through the one guy and he like looks up at the other guy and he's like, now it's even and you're still fucked. So like Seraph's got one on him, Terry's got one on him. I think at this point it kind of makes sense for them to just attack straight up on those guys. Seraph first. One of his attacks will hit with a 23 for 3 damage, and then 2 strikes at Terry with his mace. 19, I think we said, does hit. Terry has to save a DC 7, so not a 1. Yeah, so just kind of like bashing in Terry's armor. The guy's like just like almost going like weak in his arm, like not understanding why Terry is not dying as these maces hit this tiny little goblin. And it's back to you guys, Seraph and Davros.
So is there a so Davros, so the one between him and Karina is down. If there is a like a bar stool or maybe like a metal mug or something that he can essentially pick up and throw at one of the remaining
Yeah, the high
guys as
top. You could huck a mug or you could huck a bar stool. Both of them are right there for you.
yeah, I think he's gonna grab a bar stool and huck it at this guy with his quick toss, as he's also charging for him with his bonus action. He's gonna throw that.
If you do acrobatics check and pass, you can jump up on the table, and as you leap off the table, throw the bar stool at the guy from above with advantage.
Yeah, I like that.
Make an acrobatics check.
No, 9.
Gotcha. So it's not going to like hinder you as far as things go. You like go to hop up on top of the table and effectively you're going to lose like half your movement. You can still like move around the table to get to this guy, but like you try to hop up on top of the table and like just like go right into the side of the table and like plop back down on your feet and like walk around the table after that. Like probably need a little bit more dexterity so you can make it over the table, but you can still throw the bar stool otherwise.
All right, so
I mean, theoretically, the people who saw that were your friends, so you probably shouldn't feel bad about it.
all right, so let's see, a 17 d20 plus
Solid hit.
proficiency. So it's going to be for I guess improvised weapon. That would just be a d4, right? No bonus.
I'm pretty sure improvised weapons are a D4.
Yeah, so that'll be so that'll just be 4 damage. I mean, I could have had him draw the dagger, but I like the idea. We're in a tavern. He's a tavern brawler, so always he picks up a and then kind of as he hucks that and as it kind of smashes over this guy, he's also like in his, if he can reach him, sorry, swinging at him with his warhammer.
Yeah, it's stock is basically to make it a D4, but improvised weapons can definitely change as you like improvise something differently and get like more clever. Theoretically, like potentially like breaking the chair ahead of time. Maybe the chair is now broken. Like if you improvised one of the like spikes, it's probably a little bit more deadly than like throwing the chair itself.
Gotcha. Sure, that makes sense. Okay, so first Warhammer strike would be a 21 to hit for 7 damage.
Gotcha. What was the quick toss?
4 damage.
What was 4 damage? Gotcha.
Oh, no, 5 damage. I think I rolled a 1 on the D8 because I add the superiority die if I hit. So it was 4 on the D4 plus 1. Sorry.
Do you have a dexterity modifier? Your own weapon should have your dexterity added to it.
Oh, then a plus 3 as well. So total 8 damage, I guess.
And then last Warhammer strike.
Would be a 22 to hit for 12 damage.
Roll a d10.
2.
Yeah, as you like smash down into this guy's head, he just like falls to the ground unconscious. You can hear a little bit of like breath from him, but that guy is basically like belabored breathing. You guys could easily leave him behind. You could easily like take the time to finish him off. But at present, he is essentially stable and unconscious and 0 hit points. Um, Seraph, what are you doing with your friend in front of you?
So like where I'm at right now by the door, obviously I'm like kind of isolated from everybody. Am I still within 30 of all of like my allies?
Yeah, you walk like 10 feet away from them. I would say Terry might be the furthest from you. Let's say within 20 feet.
All right, so Seraph is gonna sort of like go into like kind of weird praying motion and just kind of freeze up for a second, and then he's just gonna start doing like air karate, something you've never seen him do before. And as he does, it looks like he's powering up because he's gonna be like sucking stuff out of like the air, and he's gonna start to glow, and then finally he's gonna do his channel divinity finishing move. Oh wait, I'm a
Aren't
life
you a
cleric.
life
So
cleric?
instead of a finishing move, it's like the opposite of a finishing move. It's like a unfinishing move. So it's preserve life. And I'm gonna heal myself 9 hit points, and then I'm gonna heal Davros 16 hit points.
You can only go up to half hit points though, Davros.
Oh, that's well below half, even 16.
Gotcha.
Or I shouldn't say well below, but it's below.
And you just hear him
Uh,
like saying his like Lothian prayer as he's doing like this air karate. Lothian is the shield that protects from danger. Lothian is the mace that destroys all evil. And he's just like saying this prayer. And I am
all right.
obviously like still on borderline bloodied now, but looking much, 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 much better.
As Seraph kind of like starts to like float up into the air and like glow with this divine light, the last figure kind of between you guys and him, so Seraph is between him and the door, like kind of like looks around. He's going to, I don't know what disengaging from Seraph will look like here, but he kind of like stabs out at you, feigning his attacks to put some distance between the two of you, and he is going to disengage and run out of the door. As far as things go, you guys probably have one turn of like potentially ranged attacks that you could step out into that alley and try to kill this guy. before you're killing him on like a big city street. If you guys let him go, he's not going for cops or anything, but then somebody kind of knows, or at least knows something. They're escaping. But I'm going to kind of like leave it to you guys on that one. Like, if you kind of have that choice, is just like let it be and let this person flee, and deal with that kind of down the road. Go after them, potentially drawing in more attention. And then if you don't kill them in one, if you do pursue them, like attacking them on Vadaras Street would bring tons of attention. So as he kind of books it for the door, that is effectively his turn, and it's going to go back to Davros and Seraph. What are you thinking?
And that's the last guy.
Yep, that's the last one. He's the one who was like the second to approach Seraph, I believe. Actually, he might have been the first one, but I just kind of lost track. But
Yeah,
he's
but he's
one you've been
unfucked.
fighting. No. That actually does decide it. He's the first one who you actually hit twice. He is wounded. He is bloodied as well. The
Oh,
untouched
okay,
guy was
okay.
the one they just killed on Terry.
Okay, yeah, that was the guy that I had been beating up the whole time. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I think
So I think it's
Davros is.
just I described it wrong. He was like the guy who was like between the door and you. His like exit out of the door was clear the whole time, basically. So I probably didn't need to disengage, but he did.
Yeah, Davros's blood is up here, so he is going to follow out and give chase. I don't think he can probably reach him, but he does have a dagger he can throw.
Gotcha. So he's like, I don't know how far you guys like zoom in here, but I've got like that little brown building circled, and you can kind of see a little bit more to the west. There's a little bit more alley than not, and they're like coming out of that alley, running towards Vadaras Street to like the southeast, where they'll get to a more main street. But you guys are still inside of an alley for about like 25-30 feet. Like this person will be on a main street after this turn.
Yeah, so he's going to try once, hoping to drop him before he can get there, even though he probably can't. Oh, that is a crit though with the thrown dagger.
Solid. A crit should serve you well. So what is that? It's 4 plus a d4, and
So
then
that
your
should be
dexterity.
10 total.
That's a 10 total. It's definitely gonna go well with attempting to kill him. Um, Put it like right into his spine. You see like a skip in his step as it like pierces in. I kind of like reaches back for it. Seraph, what do you have in mind?
So how many feet am I away from him if I want to be like in melee? Like, does 30 feet get me there and just out?
I'd say you're the person who would be in melee. So if you were just trying to get to melee, I think you've got that chance. But you're definitely like moving yourself to like the edge of the street as well. But yeah, you can go for that. But like
All right,
probably
well,
be
I'm gonna full stride like after him. But as I do, I'm gonna have Lothian's holy fire strike down into the dagger in his back. Hopefully, maybe.
so you're trying to keep up with him in melee, but you're doing the dexterity spell, Sacred Flame.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm still like pursuing, but shooting the sacred flame.
Roll for the damage.
It's 12 total damage.
So yeah, as he's like fleeing from you and you like keep up behind him, you call down the flame of Lothian, and right as he's like 10 or so feet from this road, you see as like a couple like walks by, and they're like holding hands, like smelling flowers, and like the girl just kind of like looks over, and she like makes eye contact with this guy right as like the light of Lothian like reaches down, and like burns him from the inside out, where he like is consumed in ashes, and she just starts screaming. She is making a fit. You guys could flee away from this situation. You can go back into the tavern, or you could potentially try to deal with the situation on the street that is about to arise. But effectively, you're now like 20 feet from like a civilian who just like watched a guy burn from the inside out.
Yeah, so I feel like Davros kind of after throwing the dagger, and then he's kind of like trying to follow after Seraph, and then almost like kind of freezes up as he sees the screaming woman, um, and he's gonna kind of look to Seraph, and I don't know how we're gonna explain this. We should go.
Yeah, Seraph's just gonna turn straight back around and head back that way too.
Gotcha. Did the dagger get pulled out of his back?
I think Davros kind of stopped before he got close enough to do that. So, but he's gonna like as he kind of turns, and as it's like Seraph goes to move with him, he's gonna like turn back, and looking back towards the screaming woman, he's just gonna shout out, "He was a bad man," and then he's gonna keep running.
Roll me a persuasion at disadvantage. So you guys are basically running back towards the alleys and essentially almost like making your way back towards the other place.
Yeah, I think Davros's idea at least is to just kind of put as much distance as we can between us and this now crime scene, essentially.
Gotcha. Let me actually just get a persuasion from you. Don't even have to be at disadvantage.
Okay, so that's still just a 9.
Gotcha. Um, so you hear as you all are kind of like stepping out into some of these alleys and like moving away from that alley in particular. You hear like the screaming coming from this main street. Like he was a priest, Lothian. He's a priest, burned his eyes, and she's just kind of like hysterical, kind of like dealing with like watching this person's like insides burn outward, and like the recognition that it was like a cleric of Lothian who did it. So she's screaming. You guys kind of flee. Doesn't seem too effective to say he was a bad man, at least at this moment. Um, as you guys flee, I'll put you inside of a little bit of a skill check here. The persuasion's going to be the start of it, so you've already got a little bit of a fail. If you can get me kind of 2 successes, because this is your like hometown, 2 successes before you have 3 more fails. I'll give you guys like kind of like freedom and calmness. So, what do you have that can uniquely help the situation, knowing that doing the same things over increases like DCs? So, like persuasion again is going to be harder than it just was. But what kind of thoughts do you guys have about getting free, getting calm at present?
I think Seraph would say something along the lines of, "I know the back alleys, the back of my hand. Let me guide the way." And if I could use like guidance at all to basically like try to just weave through random city streets, like kind of in the shadows.
Gotcha. So you're trying to apply guidance on yourself as you're going through the streets?
Yeah, and just kind of doing like kind of leading the party if that's possible.
Uh, you can go for a survival check, and you can apply guidance to it.
So it's a 4 plus 4 plus 4. So 12 total survival.
Alrighty. So Davros might look at you a little bit cross-eyed here, as you see him like trying to bring down magic to like take you through streets, and you're kind of watching him, Davros, and you see like, no, he's doing a pretty good job sneaking through these streets that you know like the back of your hand because you've lived on them. But he seems to guide you through and away a little bit. Things seem, you're one step closer to calmness. You guys got another idea about how to get to safety?
So Davros was thinking, if there is a building or a wall essentially that they could try and essentially scale, like if there's like a flat topped building or something that we could try to climb and essentially hide, you know, um, get out
Gotcha.
of the streets
Let me get a
entirely.
stealth check from you.
It's a 23. It's a nat 20.
Yeah, so as you guys kind of like slide through some of these back alleys, you kind of like take like a look around and you see that there's one of these like inner streets, like on Hammer Close, where there's like a bunch of like tall buildings, and then there's one like lower shed on kind of like the northwestern side of Hammer Close, and none of the buildings really have windows like overlooking it, except for the one building like to the north on Smith Street. You guys can basically like hop up over there, and essentially for all the buildings around you, there's no real sight of where you are as long as you pretty much lay on your back and spend like say an hour just letting things calm down. But if you guys will, roll a d20 for me and don't roll ones.
I rolled 2 ones, but it's an 11.
Gotcha. You wanted to attempt it. But yeah, you guys can finally grab up that short rest as you like just sit on top of this little like shed outside. You're probably like you know what, probably only like 300 feet from that little building that you went into the cult hide in. But you guys are like on the opposite side of Hammer Close, off of Hammer Street. I don't know if you got a good enough description to see the building that I was describing.
Oh, so channel divinity doesn't even use your action?
It depends on some of them, but it sounds about right for that one.
I don't know. It's really weird how it's like worded. I'll have to look at the actual book. I'd say it still uses an action, but it's really weird because it says channel divinity no action, and then there's like just so much random stuff. But under preserve life, it says one action.
Yeah, I think each channel divinity, like each flavor of it, will tell you whether it has an action, a bonus action, or no action economy.
So maybe like turn undead is like free or something like that.
Um, I think it's more like the individual ones because I'm pretty sure turn undead is an action as well. Yeah, turn undead as an action. I know the light cleric for their Radiance of Dawn is as an action.
Yeah, so Davros uses that hour to. He basically just kind of just does nothing, tries to regain some strength, and he looks a whole lot better at the end of that hour.
Yeah, I think they all, at least in the main player's handbook, except for War Domain and the Lightning cleric, the Tempest Domain, all the other ones use their action as part of Channel Divinity. Those two do not, though.
Oh, okay. So most of them are in action, and that's just like an exception.
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm all healed up.
Gotcha. So there's no reason that the that your sidekicks can't use their own hit dice to heal the wound that they were missing. So theoretically, just kind of keep in mind that they've each used a hit die, but otherwise they're back at full after a short rest as well. So what do we got actually time wise? You guys can certainly head back into that location if you feel safe with it. Otherwise, you can kind of let me know. This is kind of turned into like a random encounter. You're gonna try
What you
to.
think? You want to still just go back and try to hit the cultist?
That was the initial idea. We're still not very far away, so we could get back there pretty quickly. Yeah, Davros is he's feeling reinvigorated. He's willing to give it a shot.
Gotcha. So yeah, as you guys kind of head back through, like moving back into the area, you take like a few moments to like kind of look around when you get close to it. You don't seem to see any foot traffic like in that area. Give it a few moments to kind of look over things and eventually find yourselves like ready to step back into the little shed. You start to climb through the first little squeeze, and what kind of pick up with you guys at the second squeeze. What order do you kind of want to go through this squeeze?
And just a quick question: the bodies of the four that we fought on the way out, have they been? Does it look like they've been disturbed since in the hour that we've been gone, or moved, or anything like that?
Roll a perception check for me.
I have no idea. That's a 2.
They do not look disturbed. There's still four bodies kind of sitting there.
Seraph, if want to use that light trick again, if you want to lead the way, I can follow behind. Otherwise, I've got torches. If we'd rather go that route, go that route.
Of course, I will lead the way once again.
I think this time Davros will want to stay closer, so he will kind of take up, go second behind Seraph.
Gotcha. So you guys are leading with Seraph, Davros, and then pretty much do Terry and God, why do I keep forgetting her name? Karina.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Otherwise, if you want Terry, yeah, I guess if you want Terry up closer, yeah, Karina will go. We'll take the rear.
Gotcha. Yeah. As far as things go, it's really not going to matter actually. As you guys kind of squeeze through, you get Davros through. Terry kind of can move up, and then you can have Karina kind of coming through. But yeah, you guys are back at that little corner. You can now see in those like three kind of main directions. There's a few like halls that kind of lead up to the northwest of where you are. There's a hall that leads to the right of you, and then that door, kind of like a like metal reinforced wooden door that kind of blocks the passage to your right, right after the squeeze.
What do you think, Seraph? Should we try the door?
I find it hard to believe those creatures stayed there long. At least if people were using back door. This must be the way. So is there like a handle or something to it?
Who's moving up to investigate the door? Yeah, it's got a handle. Seems to have a like tumbler lock to it. You haven't tested to see whether it's unlocked or locked, but that's like the door that you can see.
Yeah, Davros will kind of move forward, and he'll kind of probably tentatively at first try the handle, try to turn it, see if it's locked.
Gotcha. Yeah, just going to twist it. The door seems to be locked. You like turn the handle a little bit before it just stops moving.
Yeah, so he'll glance back and relay that to Seraph. Seems to be locked. Not surprising. And he'll kind of looking at the door. Might might be a chance we could knock it down, but wouldn't be quiet or quick. Think there's any chance one of those four might be carrying a key. And as he says those four, he'll kind of gesture back behind him towards the entrance, because I don't think we didn't seem to be carrying too much, but I don't think we actually searched them either.
I suppose they would have needed a key unless there is one concealed here, or perhaps a knock. So that might be worth a look. Terry, perhaps you could go.
Roll an investigation. Send Terry back for some shinies.
14 for Terry. Oh, and if I could guide him, I would.
Roll a d4.
18. Terry's going hard.
What are you saying for guidance?
Terry, bring back the key, but don't you dare have any human teeth.
Gotcha. So Terry kind of like moves over and like searches through these bodies, and he like takes a few moments and he's collecting coins up from them. Roll a d100 for me, please.
It's 30.
Roll 5d6. He's gonna what take like 4 copper, 4 silver, and then he's gonna walk away with 13 gold. And he's like walking away before he like goes back and he like picks up the key that he clearly saw right off the bat and was going to leave behind.
Touche, Dev. Great idea.
Terry returns. Yeah, they didn't really have anything on them, but I did find this key. And he just like holds up like a little stone key.
Thank you, Terry, and we appreciate your honesty. Lothian sees all.
Roll an intimidate check.
It's 6.
Lothian doesn't see shit. And he'll like walk up to the door and he'll turn the key in the lock. And then he like steps away from the door and he's like, on to Lothian, he knows what's inside.
Terry, remind me, I have some pamphlets to give you later.
But with the key in there, Davros will now try the door again, trying to kind of open it slowly.
Larry makes me wish I thought about which direction doors opened in. I'm gonna say the door opens inward here. Um Probably makes a little bit of like a squeaking noise when you first move it, but there's otherwise no resistance from it, and it seems to move pretty smoothly on the hinges that it's on. Uh, and as you start to open the door, you'll start to see like some tables and like chairs almost immediately visible about like 10 or 15 feet into this room before you start to see like roll a perception here for me, Davros.
That'll be a 9.
Before you start to see like the shapes of people, there seems to be like people sitting on some of these seats, and you've like already kind of like opened the door to where they can probably see you.
Davros is going to kind of like mutter back towards Seraph. Oh, it's not empty. Think
You
the
like you go to like say it to him, nothing's happening inside, so apparently they haven't seen you.
so Davros will try to do a quick count of how many like he can, individuals he can make out from where he is without going any further into the room, um, before trying to quietly close the door behind him or in front of him, I guess.
You probably saw one or two people, but you're looking at a small sliver of the room having the door like just slightly opened. There's probably like 5 or so feet of hallway before you're like looking into a room from there. And you only open the door maybe like 15, 20 degrees kind of thing. Just getting the first few bits of like sight into that room.
Gotcha. Okay, so just enough to know that it seems to be occupied, but I don't know how many people. But yeah, I'll still try to essentially close the door quietly. So hope maybe can take a moment to kind of plan our next move.
Gotcha. It does a pretty similar thing where it seems to like squeak right around the closed position. So like you go to like close it quietly and you move almost all the way back to it, and then it's just like
So Davros will look to Seraph. Well, there's seems to be occupied. Don't know how many, but do we go in charging in, or do we leave well enough alone? Maybe keep looking around caverns. Any? What are your thoughts?
Go in. Has the element of surprise. Lothian.
Well, Lothian at least. All right. That case, what on 3 then?
Of course.
So
Terry yells 3 and pushes through the door.
Davros lets out a curse, but follows in after him as he goes.
So Terry just kind of like bashes through the door as he yells 3, and just starts to run in. And as you guys kind of like run into this room, you see the room is empty. It has a bunch of like tables and chairs in it. There's like weapon racks on the wall, but there's massive amounts of gear just kind of like strewn aside. Some of them are like guard of the city gear where you can see like a bloody wound in the person's heart, and like the gear is just scattered here. Davros just kind of like screeched the door open just enough to see one of these like suits almost in like a state where it looked like somebody sitting down, and everything else was just kind of assumed because it's like, there's a table on like the north side of this room, and like just equipment, gear, traveling stuff, and like, the person is kind of sitting, or what looks like a person kind of sitting there almost like a scarecrow is kind of along that wall. And then there's a bunch of stuff just kind of like thrown across the ground in the lower corner. Probably a total of like 4 chairs in this room, but other than that, it's just equipment and like stuff. All of it has somewhere blood or some sort of damage. You can tell like every bit of whatever is in here is from people who have died.
Well, perhaps we need to stay to the right. Continue up north.
Guys must be playing tricks on me. Yeah, it's Davros seems maybe a little embarrassed that he kind of obviously misread the room, but he'll agree with Seraph's
You
suggestion.
ever you ever wonder if any of these guys have shinies on them? And Terry like looks back towards the door as you guys are like looking away from it.
Terry, you know what to do.
Suppose it's possible there's something useful.
Terry like spends a minute going through. Doesn't seem to be anything worth keeping. If you guys wanted to grab any like mundane weapons, um, potentially any like mundane medium armors or anything, you could swap out some stuff like that, like utility wise. But other than that, it's all very just like kind of normal stuff. Is there anything in particular like you guys need or are looking for at present?
I think Davros might just, if there are a couple in decent shape, we'll take a couple extra daggers. But other than that,
Gotcha. Yeah, you could take roll 2d4. You can find up to 6 daggers that you could pull out of there.
he's probably. I feel like Karina might take a couple, but Davros will probably just grab like 2.
Gotcha. Yeah, you could have 2 on each of them. Theoretically, like, are you going 2 total, or have you thought about the fact that you also left a dagger like on the street, so you need to replace that one?
Oh, right. Yeah. So in that case, Davros will take half of them. He'll take 3, so he has 3
Gotcha.
now again, or 3 total. And then if Terry or Seraph wants any otherwise, Karina would take the others, because I feel like she's the type who probably has daggers strapped like just about everywhere.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine as far as that goes. So yeah, you guys can kind of continue on. Do you have any thoughts as like Seraph is moving towards the northeastern cavern?
Davros is following close behind, but he's letting Seraph lead the way here.
Yeah, I'll just
Gotcha.
keep kind of creeping on forward.
Seraph, what is your passive perception? Did you say 17?
Yeah, that's right.
Gotcha. So as you move around that like northeastern corner, you see the caverns kind of like open up to the north of you. And you'll kind of like come to a point where you can start to see the tunnel beyond that even opens up further and kind of presents a little bit of a T where you can kind of like with the junction go to the like northwest or kind of go towards the southeast. When you're kind of getting up towards that T, when you could really see it, like theoretically about there-ish, you'll basically start to hear what seems almost like childlike conversation. You can't quite pick up whether it's coming from the east, whether it's coming from that western tunnel. There just seems to be almost like I don't want to simply say squeaky kind of voices in the air, but there seems to be some sort of odd um, kind of cacophony of speaking, just like
And do I have any idea what it would be?
at present, I don't see why you would.
All right, so I'll just lean back and say, and I'll keep moving forward.
Davros will remain close, following after Seraph.
Is light a 30-foot radius or 15 foot?
20 actually. Range in.
So if you move to the T junction, you can start to see that there's like two different directions that you can go from the east, like east and like south, or you could go to the northwest, and that seems to be a wider tunnel kind of leading off in that direction.
I think I'll keep going to the right or northeast, east rather.
So like, and you would stick to the eastern side of that like choice.
Yeah, that looks good.
You can kind of, damn it, you can kind of see where it like opens up a little bit to the east of you. Looks like you're just kind of coming out of the actual tunnels at this point, and it's like opening up into a wider chasm. Uh, Start to notice like where the tunnel ceiling was like 15 or so feet tall. It's now about 20 feet tall. Like the full extent of your light is just kind of hitting it, and now it's like starting to kind of leave like shadows in like the undulations of the ceiling above you.
And do I
I
have
think
any
probably
idea?
as you pass it, my bad. I think it's probably as you pass it, you would see the southern side almost opens up in a similar way.
And are we still hearing like the like laughing or whatever? Does it sound like it's getting closer or further?
What is Davros's passive perception?
For him, it's only 11.
Gotcha. Roll a perception from Seraph here.
Natural 20 for 27 total.
Gotcha. So you can still hear like this, like chattering or like laughing, whatever this like conversation like noise is, like coming from this direction, like east, um, from the east. Yeah. Davros has not heard it yet. So far, it's just you hearing this.
All right, so I'm gonna keep progressing forward there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and if Seraph like tells Davros again like what he's hearing, Davros will kind of um he'll like if you say so, but yeah, he hears nothing.
Let me have. Yeah, I think let me have the two main characters, Seraph and Davros, make wisdom saving throws, please.
That is
12 total.
a 6 for Davros.
And you said it was 12 total for Seraph?
Correct. Yep.
Alrighty. So as you guys kind of like continue forward here and you start to move like towards the like opening, you'll kind of like come forward enough where you start to see that there's like another like wall in one direction. You start to see like some more stalactites and stalagmites in the other. And then as you kind of push forward a little bit more, you'll see a little bit more in that direction. And then all of a sudden you just kind of like come to this point where you're hearing like this loud cacophonous like set of voices, and it's almost like as you kind of like get to that center point, it's as if it kind of is rounding a corner to the south of you, and all of a sudden these voices are like speaking to you, and it's like 15, 20, 30 people all just kind of like yelling your name to you, like in different cadences and different like rhythms. And it just feels like your attention is like constantly being drawn and almost like pulled apart. And kind of as you like round the corner, and Seraph, you like shake off this noise in your head. You can like call on the word of Lothian to like almost block your hearing for a few moments, and you like start to simply like hear like the hymns of Lothian, and all of a sudden you're going to kind of like see, as you kind of like round that corner a little bit more, there is a mass of flesh, and it's like arms and mouths and like eyeballs and legs just reaching out of this pile of flesh on the ground. And as you like round the corner and like shake this off, these things almost like start to go from like a puddle on the ground to like standing up higher and higher, as it kind of like is going to move towards you. Roll initiative, please, Seraph. Of course, I roll a 4. So you're going to see this thing, and it's up to you to react first. Davros, you don't have reactions, and I need you to roll a d8 to see what you can do this turn.
It's a 4 on the D8.
Gotcha. So you're going to do nothing this turn, as you're kind of shaking off your head. Um, what is Seraph looking to do?
I'm gonna go straight to the spiritual weapon.
Gotcha. Leading off with the spiritual weapon, what's its attack, and then what's your main action?
And then I'm gonna do a sacred flame also.
Solid nat 1 for the sacred flame. What's the damage there?
Nice. So 13 from the sacred flame, and then did that spiritual weapon hit?
What was the attack from the spiritual weapon?
Like 23 or something.
Solid hit.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just like a soup of body parts. This is not like a difficult to hit kind of thing.
Okay. 7 total.
Gotcha. 7? Like you just did 7 total damage from all of those attacks.
Well, it was 13 from the
Gotcha. So
sacred
20
flame
total.
and 7. Yeah. Sorry, I meant 7 total for the sacred for the spiritual weapon.
Gotcha. So your sidekicks right now can like watch the two of you in pain, as these things are like yelling off, and they can watch as Seraph like kind of shakes it off. They can hear it, but they are not in the same like state of how this is affecting them. When it comes to your sidekicks, how are they going to react here? Are Karina and Terry rushing in to fight this?
I think Karina, seeing this thing and seeing Davros seeming to have kind of stopped, is I don't know. Could she tell that like something's off with him? Like I almost thinking she wants to like shake him and like, what are you doing? Like you need to kill that thing.
Yeah, I would say almost like think of like somebody who's like swatting at like mosquitoes like around their head as like their attention is like all around them and like erratic. He's not necessarily like swatting at his head, but his like actions are neurotic. Um Theoretically, I would say you could roll an insight, but I feel like to put it out there, she can see something is incapacitating him right now.
Yes, I almost feel like she's gonna kind of like just give him like a sharp backhand slap to try to like snap him out of it. And almost trying to like point him towards the creature, trying to sort of uh, like get his concentration back on the present and on whatever break whatever's holding whatever's got him.
Gotcha. Roll an insight check for me. I guess for her, really, it's just a, a wisdom. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna figure much out. It seems ineffectual. And
Yeah.
Terry is rushing forward and attacking.
Does that thing look like it's mobile?
Like from Terry's point of view, he's trying to figure out if it's mobile.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Roll an intelligence.
15, and I assume he's -2.
Um, so 13.
Yeah, I just made that up. But
Oh, you said you assume. I don't think they actually have negative stats.
no, I'm just kidding. I like busting Terry's chops.
Um, yeah, so as Terry kind of like rushes forward and starts to contemplate whether this thing's about to like move towards him, like just kind of like the thought almost starts to like clue Terry into like if he moves any further, the ground is like molten around this thing, not necessarily hot, but he basically runs forward and sees like he is essentially like stepping where he is on the edge of where this thing creates difficult terrain around it, like the stone underneath his feet is almost like gelatin. Like his feet have like liquid stone, kind of like pulling down on him, almost like he's walking on putty.
Okay, so Perry seeing Davros as being kind of funny, is gonna just kind of like stand in the way and just kind of take the dodge action this turn, kind of see what the hell is going. It's
Gotcha.
little and it's big and gross, so he doesn't want to just like go in and get eaten.
Alrighty. All right. So it is going to like slosh across the ground, and it's like rolling this like form of like mouths and eyes and body parts, and the flesh just like rolls over and like slaps down onto the stone, and like you just kind of see as like more stone starts to like get like liquefied and is almost like moving towards Seraph as it kind of like moves closer and closer, and it kind of just like slaps down onto the ground, and then it like slaps down onto like the side of the wall, and you can kind of see like this thing doesn't necessarily like work with gravity in sort of the same way. It's like sticking on the wall as if like ground is kind of in that direction. And it moves closer to you guys until you see is like one of these eyeballs and like a chunk of flesh just kind of gets like slingshotted forward, and it is going to like slam down between Davros, Karina, and Seraph. And I want those three to all make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Would this be something Davros would essentially fail automatically because he's confused, or does he get a
You have no reaction is legitimately what it is. And you can take no action or bonus action. It doesn't actually stop you from doing anything else at this point.
Gotcha.
Seraph's on 10.
I think it's probably meant to be like if you were schizophrenic and you had all of those voices in your head. Davros isn't necessarily non-functional right now. He's just struggling with an experience he's never had before, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, well, this is actually more like just instinctual. I gotcha. So this is 15 for Davros, and then
And you said Seraph had a 9?
Rolled 9 plus 1, 10 total.
Gotcha.
for
And Karina
Karina,
has an 18 plus.
yeah, I think she gets a +2 dexterity save. So
Yeah. So as it like smashes down in the ground, like that eyeball like blinks into like this extremely bright flash of light. And it just kind of like sizzles away. But Seraph kind of like looks over it like at a last moment here. And Seraph, you are going to be blinded until this creature's next turn. And then it is going to try to like almost like throwing one of its like pseudopods, like one of these like flesh arms and like mouths out. It's going to bash down into Terry. This is at disadvantage. The 5 it will take. I don't think that can hit him with like, yeah, it's like a 7 to hit him. It has next to no chance on hitting him. So like it just has like this like lump of flesh and arms like slouch over Terry's armor. And it's just kind of like hanging off of him. And it's gonna go back to Seraph and Davros. I need you to roll another D. Oh wait a second. Both of you? Yeah, both of you make the wisdom saving throw again, please.
it's a 12 that time.
And I'm on 9 for wisdom.
All right, Seraph, can you roll a D8 for me?
4.
I think you are in the same situation where you're just doing nothing. Yep. So Seraph does nothing this turn. The turn you're blinded as well. As like the voices like overpower you. This time Davros seems to be like kind of making his way through it. So Davros, you can act normally here.
Yeah, so Davros kind of shaking his head. Kind of the voices, maybe he still hears them, but they seem to kind of almost like be buffered by like dampened. Is going to kind of seeing this thing moving and try moving forward. Yeah, so he sees the ground is looking kind of weird. But
So
is there enough?
10 feet around this thing is all difficult terrain.
Gotcha. Is there enough
Yeah.
room for him to try to essentially squeeze beside Terry to swing at this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, I think Davros will. This is like a thing out of nightmares, but all he really knows how to do is smash things, so that's what he's going to try and do. Ooh, first one is going to crit for um, 21 damage. No, 22 damage.
Excellent.
And then second attack. And he's swinging two-handed, I should mention. That is going to be a 15 to hit. And if that hits, it would be for 7 damage.
15 does hit for another 7.
Yep. And that is, he's probably shouting at Jinx to kind of, tune him out, trying to help him, but otherwise, that is all for him.
So I don't think either sidekick has wisdom as a saving throw. So I think it's just a straight D10 to see how they deal with hearing these voices now. From each sidekick, please a D20.
Oh wait, a D20 or a 10?
Oh yeah, my bad. A D20, the DC is 10 on this save.
All right, so Korea
Okay,
should be okay.
I rolled a D10, but it'll be either a 1 or a 2 if it was a D20, so it would be a fail.
I mean, you can just roll a D20. I think it's more interesting to have her act or have him act. Still a fail. But you said Karina is good.
Yep, she got a 17.
Gotcha. So she can move further away to like get away from this thing's voice. She can move closer if she wants to try to attack.
Yeah, I think she's going to um, try to move and throw a dagger before essentially trying to retreat back to get away from the voices. And then would this be different from her signature attack since it's ranged in terms of like damage? Would it just be like a D4 plus 2 or something?
She's dexterity. Yeah, it would be a dagger throw. So same to hit modifier. The damage would just be a D4 plus whatever her plus is for damage.
Gotcha. Okay, I think that's going to miss with a 9 to hit.
9 actually hits.
Oh, okay. Then it will be for, I think it's what, a plus 3, so 5 damage.
So yeah, she can then kind of like move back a little bit. Um, as this thing kind of like sloshes up higher, you're gonna see is like another like eyeball kind of like forms on top of one of these appendages and like slings down at the ground. I feel like it would be silly if Seraph could be blinded while being blind. So Davros and Terry make a dexterity saving throw.
20 for Davros.
And then it is going to slosh down and over at Seraph. This is going to be with advantage. I don't think a 17 hits you, Seraph, right?
No, I'm on 18. Dobby. Dobby, is that you?
There's just like a wet noodle that weighs probably like 15, 20 pounds, just like slams down on top of you as this thing like tries to like chew into you. And it's just kind of like this like gooey blood like kind of like gelatin all around you as it kind of slowly slides off your armor and your shield. It's somewhat engulfing around three of you right now. I need a strength saving throw from Seraph, Davros, and Terry.
16 for Davros.
Gotcha. So Davros and I think Seraph are probably good, and I think Terry has no movement. Basically, I'm not sure if that really matters. As Terry's like starting to sink into the stonework here. And then all four of you, we can start with Seraph and Davros. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Davros, I think, is once again under the voices. That's a 5.
Gotcha. Roll a d8, Davros. Seraph looks like you're good. So you're going to act
21.
normal this turn, and you're no longer blind.
That is a 1.
And Davros, you're just going to do nothing. And it's on you, Seraph. What are you thinking?
My bad. I was just checking. Okay, so I'm gonna move over the sacred weapon and take the flesh tithe from this thing. Ooh, it is an 11.
11 to hit. Hits.
So I think it was 5 damage.
And how about as an action from Seraph?
And I'm gonna do a sacred flame.
It does not move out of the way. It will burn.
For 9 flame damage. And then he'll yell out to Terry, Terry, now is not the time to sacrifice you. Fight back.
So I think we didn't do the wisdom saves yet for them to see what they can do. So do a wisdom save for each of them. Looks like neither of them are gonna. Well, actually, roll a d8 for each of them now.
6 for Karina.
Roll a d8 for Karina.
And it's 4 for Terry.
Terry will do nothing.
Oh, that 6 was for the D8. She failed on the wisdom. She got
Yeah,
like
yeah,
7.
yeah. No, she's gonna run in a random direction. But I think Karina's just going to run to the west. And she just kind of like runs into the darkness before she kind of like bumps into a wall and just kind of like huddles into this like stone wall and just, maybe at present is just kind of like muttering, almost like talking back to the voices. And then it's going to go to this thing. I don't think any of you are currently blind, so just start off with a dexterity saving throw as it like flashes another one of these like
16.
6 for Davros.
Gotcha. So that's going to blind Davros. And how about for Terry?
Terry has an 8.
It's going to try to attack Davros again. Holy shit. Uh, no luck again as it just like sloshes down like a chunk of body all over him. There's like the gooey residue as it like slumps down onto the ground. And it's just gonna go back around to you guys. Start off with a strength saving throw. And then go to a wisdom saving throw. Yeah. So
I'm 15 and 19.
And
strength
22.
is
Go ahead. Sorry.
22, and what's the second one?
17 on the wisdom.
Gotcha. They're both low, so they're both DC 10s. As far as those go, the blinding is a little bit higher DC. So You are both good on this turn. You are neither stuck in position, nor kind of like lost in the voices, with Seraph and Davros. A solid chance to hack it up. It's hard to describe this thing is bloody, as it is basically like raw meat in sort of a gelatinous kind of like silly putty form. But you can see like different points where instead of like stretching this like putty like flesh, there's actual like tears and wounds in it. That you guys are doing something. Continue it. But what do you guys lead off with here?
Yeah, Davros is blinded, and he's not sure of the ground beneath his feet, so he doesn't want to risk trying to move. So he's just essentially trying to um, swing at it where he thinks this thing is.
Gotcha. So you can swing for it. You just have disadvantage.
Yep, that first one's going to be a nat 1, so that'll fail. And then a second one will be a 13 to hit for 12 damage.
And what did Seraph roll to hit?
25 and it's 6 damage. Oh wait, 25 and it's 6 plus 4. 10 damage. And then I'm doing Sacred Flame again.
It is going to dodge the Sacred Flame on this one. As like some of the like chunks like cut away of like dead flesh that's almost like already withering is what gets blasted by the Sacred Flame. This thing is extremely weakened as far as things go, but like the chunk where the Sacred Flame comes down is absent. So you can hope that maybe Terry can help, or maybe Karina gains her wisdom back. Karina, you can act normal. You are effectively in the darkness, and you can see Seraph off in the distance. So I don't see any reason why you couldn't walk with Karina. It's basically 5 feet already expended to be there. And then I need a strength and wisdom saving throw from Terry, please. So strength, he's stuck there. Wisdom, roll a d8 for Terry. Roll odd is Seraph, even is Davros. Actually, wait, I take that back. Roll a d6. 1, 2 is Seraph. 3, 4 is Davros. 5, 6 is the creature. Lucky bastard. Make an attack on the creature with Terry, please. Solid hit. Terry's gonna get the joy of the kill here.
It is 14 damage from Terry.
Yeah, so as like Terry like stabs into this creature, I think among some of his first thoughts as he like immediately has his mind kind of go clear, is going to be like trying to figure out what is happening with the like stone around you, as like all of you are still like standing on top of this almost like liquid like stone, as it's almost like hardening cement right now on your feet, and like kind of stepping out of it. It's going to take a little bit of attention, a little bit of distraction here, but overall, like there's no like lasting effect from it. As the like earth around this thing almost like finds some sort of normalcy, this creature kind of brought an end to for some time.
Yeah, and as Terry's landing the killing blow, meanwhile, Karina is kind of running back, but still muttering like to the voices, and she tried to throw another dagger, but that was double nat ones. So she threw it off like somewhere, and she's not going to get that one back anytime soon.
I do feel like though you've rolled 2 nat ones towards the end of that, where both of you guys should be inspired at present.
Yeah, Davros is already inspired. But if Jinx or if Seraph is not, then he can have it.
I am not. I am now.
So you guys have like kind of this immediate like cavern around you where some of the ceilings are like 20-25 feet tall around you. And you can kind of see that there's massive like sections of like some walls still, some are like stalactite, like stalagmites that have like meted up and kind of started to create like a full like pillar through this place. There's a lot of sections where you feel like part of the explanation of whatever like created this kind of gets solved as you've like seen this creature that seems to like mold the earth around it. Um, but at present, you kind of are returned to like this moment of silence, and you're inside this like cavern, cathedral like cavern almost kind of thing. What kind of thoughts do you guys have?
You think there's any more? Think there's any more of those things? Especially if you'd stop up our ears, or I didn't like those voices.
I don't know what the hell is going on. I was expecting cultists. So far, we have run into very strange creatures I have never even heard of. I'm not sure we're going the right way.
People worship some strange things I experienced.
Interesting pets. That's what they were. What's that, Terry? There was a moment there when your life flashed before my eyes. I thought you were going to reach out to me about Lothian. Is there anything?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to remind you, like for those pamphlets, because pretty soon here I'm gonna have to wipe. And he like kind of like squats down on the floor and he's like reaching between his legs with one hand, and then he's like reaching out with his other hand for your pamphlets.
Okay, again, I can take a hit. So I'll keep going that way, and I guess I'll keep up my spiritual weapon for like a couple more rounds if I can.
Gotcha. It's 5 minutes on spiritual weapon.
No, like everything cleric is 1 minute, so I do not get long. It's like 10 rounds.
Gotcha.
So as where
Uh,
before I was kind of moving like cautiously, I think now I would be like a little more like hastily exploring in case there's like immediate threat.
gotcha. So kind of pushing forward there, you see like the northeastern side of this like tunnel kind of like comes in. Ceiling's a little bit lower on this side, like 15-20 feet. You can see another like wall of stone kind of to the south of you, and it kind of like opens up with another like pillar kind of to the south that can split it east and west. And then over near Karina, there's another way that seems like it goes kind of just western. But at present, it seems like you've got the choice to go downward. But like, gotcha. So if you kind of like round around this corner, you can see that there's a spot that you can go to like the east, kind of northish. And then you can see that it kind of opens up with a way that you can go to the south. And then it kind of like opens up a little bit more to the west. If you push on to the north here, this is probably going to bring you to the end of the spiritual weapon, as you can basically round around this corner until you eventually see like held up in kind of the end of this like tunnel as it gets narrow and narrower and narrower. You just see like the skeleton of a figure who's like pushed themselves as far into the stone as possible. Basically like all all the way over here, like in the full like ring of the circle. You basically find like the skeleton of a figure just kind of like reaching into the stone to the west of you.
And it's like a person, like but dead, like skeleton, or like what
Yeah,
is?
yeah, it's a skeleton. Like somebody died, seems to be like crawling into this corner almost.
Okay, I guess I'll like investigate them.
Gotcha. Roll an investigation as you kind of like rifle through some of what's like on their body.
Golden Eye.
I'd say you could roll 3d6 and have copper, silver, and gold in those denominations. But otherwise, the person seems pretty well stripped of anything of interest. It seems like they had this kind of like hidden purse on them, but otherwise, like you don't even notice like any shoes. Like it's just like the bones of their feet are kind of like open to air. It's almost like they're in like a tunic. And you kind of fear to wonder where that bag of coins might have been.
So yeah, I guess we just go back the other way and continue down south there.
Gotcha. So as you move out of that area and kind of move back down to the south, you'll see like another section where the walls kind of like come to a lower ceiling. What is everybody's passive insight?
14
Well,
on that.
actually, passive investigation.
That's an 8 then for Davros.
12.
Gotcha. So you kind of like round around this corner and you see that there's a few other directions that you can kind of head in as you like approach that corner. And then it's kind of like is like a hindsight move as you kind of like look to the east. There's signs of this area being like differently worked stone in this like southeastern corner. As far as you've like explored in this area, you can see the stone is worked differently than it has been in like the rough hewn sections of this area.
Yeah, so you're on the
Potentially,
right track.
my apologies. What did you say there, Seth?
Oh, I was just saying, perhaps we're on the right track now.
Gotcha. So, you do have like the sense like something has kind of changed as far as like the course you're on. So you can like continue further to the south here. You can kind of explore a little bit more to the east, or return to one of these locations that's kind of like to the west of you. But otherwise, like there's a sense of like there's something worth exploring here. You just have to like try to figure out what's going on.
Oh, so to the east there, that looks like a dead end, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just keep kind of going south here.
Gotcha. So as you kind of like move into the southern area, you find another area that kind of like opens up and seems to just kind of like come to like a twisting dead end.
Sorry, I may have missed it. In terms of you said the stonework here seems different.
Yeah, yep, on this like kind of southeastern corner here. I'm gonna kind of So as you start to like move off to the west here and see that like there's more caverns, there's more areas that kind of like open up, and like the ceiling seems to get kind of like higher to the north of you. Um, as you guys are kind of like moving off into that direction, you've got Terry and Karina actually starting to actually like kind of lag behind a little bit into the darkness, a little bit out of like Seraph's light. You guys are actually going to hear from behind you and in the shadow as there's like the slide of stone, and all of a sudden there's like a yell, and we're just gonna go for initiative here. Davros, can you roll for initiative?
Ooh, that's a 4.
Four. All right. So, they are going to. You hear like a loud thump, as like a big something like drops to the ground, and out are going to rush two figures who I think are going to strike out for Karina, and then one's going to kind of like step into the light and kind of strike out for Davros here, to try to hit Davros. 18. Let
That'll
me
hit.
just
Yep.
check this real. No, no, they don't have that high of a plus. 14 hit you.
14 will miss.
Yeah, so this guy like smashes out at you with his mace, and just kind of like completely whiffs off your armor. Another one is going to strike for Karina, doing pretty similar attack here, and that also is going to come up short. And then it's gonna go to you guys. As far as things go, Sarah, if you can see the guy inside of your light, but when you actually move back closer to Davros, you guys are basically going to see that the sound of the stone. My bad. I'm going to assume that you do move back towards Davros. Does that sound right?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's good.
Okay, you've been kind of meleeing people anyway, so I kind of figure you're going to close that distance. You guys can see like the stone has opened up on the east side as they like stepped out, and there is a massive creature of like humanoid like flesh with like different body parts kind of reaching out of it, and it's like unconscious on the ground. You don't know whether it is dead, you don't know whether this thing is alive, um, but it's just like kind of right at the edge of your light, as you move back there though, but you can see that like a secret door has been opened there, um, and it's going to go to Davros and Seraph.
But the creature is laying there like unconscious. You said.
Effectively, yes. Like once you get close enough, you can basically figure out like whatever that noise of like a thump of something heavy was. It was like this thing being dropped by these two people.
Yeah, so Davros might have been kind of like pushed a bit by like the glancing blow from the mace that kind of knocked him in the kind of into the studded armor. So he is going to kind of turn, seeing this guy straight in front of him, is going to return the favor and swing out with his warhammer. See, first one would be a 19 to hit for 14 damage.
Gotcha. Solid hit. Roll a d10 for.
That is a 7.
You kind of like ring this guy's bell. He's still like up in the fight. Effectively, he's gonna have like struggle to attack you again. And at present, he can't take reactions. But you can basically see like this guy's like dazed and confused from that blow.
Yeah, and as he kind of like he kind of clocks him with the one swing and then brings it back around for a backhand with his second. It would be a 17 to hit for
Solid hit.
6 more.
Gotcha. He's kind of clinging to life as Davros like turns on him and just like pop pop. Guy's just kind of like standing almost unconscious. What is Seraph doing as you close that distance?
I'm just gonna go ahead and try to smack him with the mace. So it's 17 to hit
Solid hit.
for 8 damage.
Another mace. Yeah, I think as you kind of like close in, like the like 3 bludgeoning strikes from you guys are just like smack one way, club the opposite way, and then like smack again, and this guy just like spins to the ground. You want to leave him unconscious, Seraph, or are you going for a killing blow?
There is no mercy for the cult.
So as you like get this like final like smack across his face, guy's like actual head actually like snaps enough that you hear that like snap of his spine. He falls to the ground, just a limp mass. On to the sidekicks. Karina has one on her, and Terry can basically see this guy as he's like running out.
Yeah, so I think like Karina's instinct is to first like kind of move towards the others or towards the light from Seraph's. But as she sees like Seraph is and Davros are coming this way, she's gonna turn and just stab out at this cultist who suddenly appeared behind her. Should be a 25 to hit for 7 damage.
Solid hit, 7 damage.
Terry's 23 to hit for 16 damage. And
Roll a d10.
9.
Yeah, he seems dazed, not quite as much as like some of the other strikes. Did you have something else that you were going to say with Terry there?
If Terry comes around that corner and sees a big monster, he's definitely going to scream whether or not it's a good idea.
Yeah, Terry can definitely fully see the monster as he is a goblin. He has night vision. So he can see that like whatever this is that's like slumped over and is like a mass of flesh, it is a huge creature. Not necessarily like mechanics wise huge, but like from his perspective as a small creature, it is definitely a massive amount of something, and there's like arms and legs that are well larger than him, and it all just seems like unconscious on the ground. If you're gonna have him scream, let me have you roll a d20 for me.
11.
As he like screams, you guys will all see as this thing like has like an arm like come up and almost like slam down into the ground, but it doesn't seem to move after that. It seems almost like some sort of like sleeping creature's kind of like reaction, almost like when you tickle like somebody's nose with a feather and they slap their face with a shaving cream kind of thing. It just kind of moves. Um, Yeah, when that kind of happens, you see as this guy is going to actually like step away and like slide away and further away from Terry, kind of like putting Terry and Karina in between him and it. Not even thinking about Terry striking. Would you like to react with Terry and strike into him?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Terry is kind of like scared shitless and just freezes.
He is going to kind of like reach out towards Karina, and just kind of like reach for her. I don't think an 11's gonna hit. As he like kind of like stumbles over the rock, and then he's going to actually kind of like move further away, and into kind of the darkness there. Um, so theoretically, I don't want to like close stuff up like on the shadow. But until Seraph like covers that corner a little bit more, like only Harry can kind of see him right now. It doesn't mean you guys aren't going to have a better sight of him, but he's like kind of stumbling backwards, just like at the sight of this thing kind of moving, kind of thing. And it's going to go back around to Davros and Seraph. Yeah, I think he might be kind of even muttering under his breath, like, "Oh, oh, no, 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 calm," as he like stumbles backwards.
So I think Davros is going to be as Terry is screaming, and this other guy is kind of fleeing. He's going to look to Seraph and take him alive if you can tell us what the hell that thing is. But he's moving to. I don't know if Terry just like let out like one scream or is still kind of like screaming, but essentially Davros wants to try to like clamp a hand over his mouth to kind of quiet him.
Yeah, I think it was more like a shocked scream. Like he came around thinking he was about to just help fight this guy, and then sees like that big. So it probably would have just been more like one brief one, like ah.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. So Davros is moving to try to quiet Terry. What is Seraph doing?
Well, when he says that, I'll move up there, and I'll try to finish that guy off, with my mate.
Gotcha. Make a strike with the mace there. Solid strike. And for damage?
7. Oh, I rolled the wrong. 8.
Yeah. Solid kill there as you like smash into him. Are you trying to knock him unconscious?
Yeah. I'm gonna follow Davros' idea and go unconscious.
Doesn't seem to be any movement from the big creature at the open door. The guy is unconscious. Do you want to heal him? I guess really it's a question of like, are you trying to bind him up and then heal him? Like, what level of questioning are you guys going to go for?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if we want to wait around just till he comes to.
I'll just curb stomp him to death then.
Well, I mean, we want to question him.
No, it's too late. Too late. Don't have to tell me twice. No quarter for the phone.
So, like, really, you're just going forward with crushing his skull with your mace as you like clear the ground.
Yeah, I'm not wasting a spell slot, and I definitely don't want to wait 1 to 4 hours. So.
Gotcha. So yeah, you guys have this like massive hulk of a creature kind of like in this doorway in front of you. You can see behind the creature. It's probably only like 4 or so feet tall, like how it's like slunched over itself. So you can see like the room behind it as you like kind of approach. There's like a large like table that probably about like 10 or so feet wide and maybe like 20 feet long. You can see that it's like made up of a few different pieces. So there's like a table that this thing was probably capable of sitting on, and there's like this room of different devices that kind of like are all along the walls, and you guys can see like some of these devices almost have like bags that kind of like extend down and up like the bellows of a forge. Some of the devices seem to be like bags filled with liquids that kind of like hang out almost at like head height. And basically, as you're kind of like looking around, this is like some sort of medical laboratory. Only it's like hideous in whatever this creature is. Like, this is not something normal or natural.
So, are we able to distinguish? Did it seem like those guys were fighting this creature and we came in right after they like knocked it unconscious? Or did it seem like they were trying to spring a trap and the creature was supposed to like attack us and like something went wrong?
Roll an insight here for me, or investigation. Either of you can roll this as you like kind of look things over.
Ah, it's a 12.
12 being insight,
Yeah, 12 being insight. Yep.
and Davros, what did you roll for?
I went investigation, and that would just be a 6.
Gotcha. Say you don't see signs of things being like destroyed and like haphazardly around this room. You imagine something this massive and like this muscular, if it was fighting, things would not be like in order. Some of these devices are like tall and like you would expect should tip over easier than stand up straight if like shit was hitting the fan. You guys have fought enough to recognize like a room doesn't look the same after you've walked through it with hostility. This thing probably was not conscious inside of this room.
And the stone was like a door that kind of like slid away. Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, effectively, this is like another door. Like from this side, um, yeah, I think at this point you like can't see the door. You can probably see the side of the wall. Basically has like a vestibule that the door like slides into. So like you can kind of see like on the other side of that door, that's like finished almost like tiled hallway, where like the actual floor is like smooth and flat. The walls are smooth and flat, and they're like, 10 feet tall. Um,
All right, so I think Seraph is going to suggest that Dobie scopes, or I'm sorry, Terry scopes it out. So can I guide him and send him in?
and what's your idea of scoping it out? Like you want him to like stealth ahead?
Yeah, try to sneak past the creature and see what's in that room.
He like slides his like big plate helmet up over his head and like peeks out and he's like, "You're afraid to move past that creature and you want me to go in there?" And he like looks over at like the creature slumped up and he's like, "You're gonna need to pay me better than this."
Terry, you're the most nimble of us. You have dark vision, and you're well paid.
What are you doing
You have
now?
disadvantage or no?
To stealth, he would be disadvantaged. Yep.
Okay, so he has a 5.
Yeah, so as he's like stepping over this creature, it is basically going to wake up. And I want you to do initiative with Terry as the start of initiative. What did you roll?
It's an 8 for initiative.
I'm gonna have it. I just rolled a nat 20. So yeah, as like Terry kind of like moves over this creature and he's trying to like crawl between like the massive like parts of his arms and whatnot, you just like see is like there's like from somewhere underneath all the flesh there's like the snorting of something sniffing, and then all of a sudden like one of these arms just kind of like whirls into a big circle and it's gonna slam into Terry and slam him into the wall, and it's going to and by slam into Terry and slam him into the wall, it's gonna punch right into the stonework of the wall like directly in front of Terry, as it kind of misses him. And then another claw is gonna like strike up as this thing kind of like almost like gets up onto its like haunches. This one should hit with well over 20. It's going to do um my bad. 6 plus 6. So DC 14. I think he needs to roll an 8 or better. So no wound. As it slams a claw like into him after the other one. And then as it kind of like rears up with like two claws in the stone, one of them kind of like against Terry's armor. It's going to kind of see as you see like this humanoid like face with like massive fangs, and you can kind of see where it's like stretched and like peeled off the bone, as it's like been perverted into this massive face, and it's going to try to bite into Terry. Whoops. I guess I could roll the both at the same time. But a 6 is probably not enough with a total of 13 to hit him. I think that's just going to get stuck on his armor and have no effect. But the creature is like coming to consciousness, and it currently kind of has like unleashed its rage on Terry. And we're gonna go to Seraph and Davros.
Damn it! Why'd you wake him up, Terry? And Davros is hoping that maybe it's still groggy as it kind of comes, but it's like roaring to life. Part of him wants to just back away, but he will essentially kind of step into the doorway and swing a couple times at this creature. I'm going to use my inspiration to give myself advantage on the first one. And that's going to be a crit for looks like 15 damage.
Solid strike.
And then the second one will be a 17 to hit for 6 damage if it hits.
Another solid strike into it. And you said for 16 more damage?
6 for the second one, so a total of
Gotcha.
21.
Total 21? Word.
And I think he's going to be yelling, Terry, get the hell out of there. But that is otherwise. He's also. Oh no, that would take an action. That's all for him.
Word. How about from Seraph?
He's just gonna run up and smack it with his mace, and as he does, he's gonna yell out to Terry, "Damn it! I thought the goblins were sneaky." So 17 to hit
Solid hit for 17.
for 4 damage.
Any bonus? Otherwise, it'll go to Terry and Karina.
Nope, that's it. Terry will bring the thunder for 8 damage.
And could Karina essentially spend her turn trying to look for how to get the door closed again? Like if there's a secret lever or button or something to push.
Does she have investigation or perception as a skill? Otherwise, just do a d20.
Let me check real quick.
But if she's doing that with her action, let me see what it's about to attack.
No, so just be a d20.
Gotcha. Yeah, roll a d20.
She's not going to find anything with a 3.
Yeah, I think what we can go for is she can see like this side is like there's nothing. This is like a door that basically opens one way. I think that's going to be her quick assessment.
Gotcha.
And then it is going to strike out at, I think, Terry and Seraph. So first strike into Seraph is a claw, big ol' whiff, and then a claw into Terry. Should hit over 21 there, and that's going to be for 2d6. DC 9, so it's basically 3 or better. And then it's going to try to bite into Terry again. And that's going to fail with a 12 as it just like gets more purchase on this armor on him, and it's just like trying to like crunch into it, and it can't quite get its like mouth around him, as like part of its face is still like the size of a human, and it like can't open that jaw. But you're seeing like as it like tries to like gnaw on him, the bone is like cracking and its face is getting larger until you see like the bottom jaw like split side to side, and it's almost like there's like praying mantis like fangs, so like the bottom jaw now has like 2 sides to it. And it's gonna go to Seraph and Davros.
Now this thing is essentially taking up the full space, right? There's no way to sort of like try to push past it to get towards Terry.
It's effectively difficult terrain, but stopping in that space is where there's a problem. But like where Davros is, it's basically 25 feet to get to the other side of it. You can move to there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think Davros is going to be kind of like doing that and sort of like swinging at it, attacking it a couple times as he's sort of like moving past it to eventually end up on this side. First one should hit with a 26 for 7 damage.
Excellent.
Second one would be a 12 to hit for, if it hits, would be for 11 damage.
You said that was a 12 to hit though? 12 is going to be a miss.
Yep, that would be a 12. So
Gotcha. Yeah, 12 is going to just like smash into pretty much just like its flesh, and it's almost like as you like hit into it, it's like hardening its skin to that blow. And Sarah,
Lothian's divine fire consumes you, sacred thing.
it's gonna kind of like move out of the way as it like almost like recoils on Davros. It like draws itself away from this like light building above its head as it flashes down onto the sidekicks. Again, that is unless you ever like care to move or do a bonus action. I'm not trying to skip over your turn if you're still thinking.
Don't mind the 2 random d8s that I rolled alongside it, but Terry just rolled a natural 20.
Gotcha. What's his weapon? It's a D12, right? So it's 12 plus a D12 here, plus his bonus.
So 22 total damage.
Would you just get with Karina?
Yeah, so Karina kind of slips in as Davros is moving past, and that would be a 25 to hit. I guess 27 with flanking, if flanking works, for 12 damage.
Solid. Gotcha. Yeah. So as like Karina kind of like comes up, and like gets this thing in its back, like daggers into it, um, Terry, like kind of like almost like runs up this thing and can kind of like bring his axe down on its neck, and it's just like one lop, and you kind of like hear like the crunk of like bone inside as he like hits into its spine, and the thing like starts to go limp, but Terry just like keeps like hacking like 2, 3, 4, and he's like slowly sinking down into the ground before like 5 whacks and this thing's head just starts to roll away. You can see like as its flesh like goes limp, but like some of its flesh is still changing. This thing is like still kind of in like a phase of almost like mutation, as you guys kind of like ride it to the ground. But it does like slowly kind of like give way. Um, but like death is a little bit other for this is kind of what I'm getting at, is this thing's maybe doesn't play by the same rules. So again, you're kind of like inside of a little laboratory here. It's predominantly like a massive table. Again, like 3 or so, say like operating tables, that this thing might be like laid upon. And then there's a lot of like apparatus kind of like around the edges of the room, and like a little bit of like kind of like a walkway around what is again like the kind of the central island of like the beds made up for this creature.
And do we see any like tubes or wires or anything actually like connecting into this thing, into the body of this creature?
Into it, no.
Can I do sort of like a investigation on it? And I'm just curious. We obviously saw like some kind of like demonic ritual yesterday in the temple. Is this creature like sort of like demonic as well? Does it appear to be like from a different realm? Is it like an undead thing? Like
You
just
can
trying
do
to
a religion with advantage. Yeah, 16.
No, I rolled a 3 and a 9 and I'm -1. So with advantage would be 8.
Oh, for your religion?
I don't know why my religion's -1. Apparently, what the
Oh,
hell is
oh,
what
okay.
that say?
Um, I'd say what you can take away from this is maybe enough to, yeah, recognize that there's like a demonic influence on flesh here. Um, there's similarities, but in general, I don't think you understand what is still happening. At least that role is kind of rough to necessarily give you more than just say like, yeah, this is pretty similar, like perversion of flesh.
So Davros kind of while Seraph is doing that is also like kind of looking around the room. Are there any signs of any like notes or like among the various apparatuses and such?
Roll a perception.
That would be a 16.
So, like looking around the room, like there's a door to the south of you, and you do see that there's like this like file folder thing basically like hanging up, and there's like a clip of papers that like sit in this thing. basically like shoulder height, kind of like a doctor's room. When you walk into this room, there's paperwork like right there. What are you specifically looking for or hoping to see?
I guess it was more about something that would like actually explain like what are they doing here? Like, does this thing have did they give it a name or what do they call it?
What languages does Davros speak?
He speaks Common, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
Gotcha. Roll an intelligence for me.
Ooh, he is not very. He doesn't read so good. That'll be a 7.
Gotcha. So, like looking over it real quick, there's definitely languages that you have no clue what they are here. But you can see pretty clearly something that is written in the form of a date. And I would say this is kind of like, say, the type of thing like, um, it's like a person in America seeing like a date from like, like Chris in Sweden. You might be enough to recognize like the form of the Julian calendar, even though it's in a different language kind of thing, because we're still talking about the same number of days. So you can see like an area where there's a date that kind of references like today. There's a lot of things that are written about a date that references like 2 or 3 days ago, and then there's like nothing, and then today, and basically something that say this is the kind of thing like um arrête is like French for stop, like arrest is kind of English for kind of stop kind of thing, where you can like pick up in the language that there's basically something that basically says like stop everything kind of thing. So you can basically see like 3 days ago something significant happened. They took a lot of notes. And then today they basically wrote, in big bold letters, like throw out the trash.
Gotcha. So he
So
will try to kind of relay what he can get from those papers to Seraph and the others.
it's almost like they were trying something. They didn't necessarily successfully have it happen, and they're just getting rid of it now. And that's kind of what you guys kind of have from this room.
Gotcha.
And you said there's another door.
Yeah, there's another door in this room to the south.
All right, so I'll maybe guidance Terry and see if he can get into that door again after his like slickness yesterday.
Sorry, I just have to step away for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
That's a 2. I'm not even rolling the guidance.
Gotcha. So you're just like asking Terry to like stealthily move into this area.
Oh, to see if he can get it open is what I was saying. Yeah, I didn't even think about
Okay,
it.
gotcha.
Not even
Yeah,
gonna
so realistically, that's like Terry kind of like moving up, and he's like, just kind of like looks at you, and he like goes to like count down, or what you would kind of like expect is like almost like a countdown, but he just goes 3 and opens the door. And as he just kind of like pulls the door open, you'll basically see like inside it seems to be like a hallway. There's like signs of like the hall kind of like leading straight to the south of you, and it's 20 feet on light. So you can see kind of like continues off. There seems to be a little bit of a way that you could go to your right, to the west here. But otherwise, it seems like a straight hallway, either leading forward or to that right, to the west.
Great job, Terry. I just assumed it would be locked.
I was not locked; it was open, but I got you. So by the time you move down, like and into it, you can see basically there's another door on like the south side of the room, and then there's a door on that west side.
I'll check the one to the west first.
Oops, my bad. I was not pushing to talk. So theoretically, Davros is probably a little bit closer to you here. But as you like push into this door, you basically see that there's like somebody who's like laying down on a cot, and there's somebody who's like standing over them in some of like the vestments. But like as you basically open this door, this person's like standing immediately over um somebody who's like unconscious on the cot. Any thoughts as you kind of like step into this?
I guess I'll just immediately smack him with the mace. If I would go for it.
Gotcha. Just back of the head. Roll with advantage here.
And sorry, I'm back.
Gotcha. So he just kind of like walked into this hallway where there's like a way to go to the west and there's a way to go to the south of you. And he went west where he like opened up to see like a cultist who's like standing right there over like a cot where there's an unconscious woman. What was the roll? Did you roll with advantage and it adds up to 6?
Yeah, the advantage is a 6 for a total of 12.
Yeah, 12 like just misses like as you like swing at the back of this person's like cloak. Your mace like hits metal and you just hear this like chink of metal as they are like kind of like stunned forward for a moment. But let's go initiative Seraph and this person.
It's 3 total. My roll.
I have a 2 total. So yeah, you like get that like surprise on them. They're Yeah, I think it would almost make sense to say Davros and like the sidekicks get to go next. Um, but I think it's fine to just leave it up to Seraph and Davros here. How do you guys take this room? What kind of thoughts do you have going on here?
So I think knowing that they're behind me and kind of surprising this figure, I would like keep drawing their attention and kind of get in between the unconscious person to like kind of take their attention away and then potentially give Davros the flanking bonus.
Yeah, I think in the long run, I mean that's kind of like the cot. She's almost like laid up in the bottom area. Um, I would say you don't really have flanking in this position just because of how small the room is.
Oh
He
yeah,
would
it's more
almost have
biggie.
cover just like anything that would add flanking would also add cover. So
Yeah,
Davros can just
it'd be more for like just kind of like taking their like distracting and kind of like stopping them from hurting the figure that's unconscious.
gotcha. And I think Davros is going for that same idea because he's got the interdiction. So um normal attacks from you guys?
Yeah, that's Davros's idea is to yeah, he had the same idea as Seraph. Like obviously this cultist person is intending to do something terrible to this unconscious.
So 25 to hit for 8 damage from Sarah.
A solid hit there.
And it would be a 15 to hit from Davros
Solid hit.
for 12 with the first one.
And second attack.
Also 15 to hit for 5
Solid
damage.
hit. So 17 total from you. Yeah. You guys going for killing blow on this person?
Davros is, yeah, he's in the heat of the moment. Like he's thinking this one's gonna try and do something bad, so he's not thinking to knock him out.
So by the time you take the room, you guys will see that this room has multiple like bodies like in like unconscious states. Effectively, let me go for just 2. But you can see that this woman is on like the south side of the room, And then on the north side of the room, there seems to be, let's go for a half orc, who's in a similar position, basically just like laid up on a like gurney, like a rolling table. And she also is unconscious, but it seems to be like two unconscious people are inside of this room. Probably notice this room is a little bit colder than some other rooms.
So I would just do a medicine check on the figure like here to see if they're like alive or dead, if it's not obvious.
Stable, unconscious, not necessarily wounded, but something is like effectively making this person unconscious.
And Davros would be essentially trying to doing the same thing on the half orc once he notices the other figure.
I'd say same thing. You can pretty quickly tell like these people are stable and unconscious. They could just be sleeping, but something basically. Um, perhaps, yeah, I'm gonna leave it.
Perhaps some form of magic keeps them asleep. They're stable for now. Can leave them.
And also, I should stress they're not necessarily wearing like traditional clothing. This is kind of like sitting into like that same like almost hospital feel where they're basically like in like rag like tunics. Um like super basic kind of cloth that just covers their body kind of thing.
Yeah, so I think that would be my suggestion. Just leave them behind. We can grab them on the way out if the situation arises.
Worried something happens to us. Perhaps we should try and get them out of here first.
Something happens to us. These two, at least.
Now, if we can wake them, perhaps they can tell us something about what's going on. I don't like just continuing to blunder on blindly without knowing what we're up against.
If you think it will help, in no hurry.
What do you want to do to wake them, Devers?
Well, I think the first thing you try to do is just try to essentially gently shake this person awake, the half orc, I guess. And then if gently doesn't work, maybe not so gently.
Roll persuasion for me. And I know it's weird to say like shaking somebody is being persuasive, but just kind of trying to judge like, yeah, it's exactly. So like you're like gently shaking this person who probably weighs like say like a third as much as you, even though like this is a big like orcress. You like kind of like ragdoll shake her for a moment. And all of a sudden she kind of like comes to and let's and she looks at you and she's like kind of like groggy eyes, Malachi. Malik, and then you see like this moment of clarity as it kind of like recognizes like you're not Malachi. What are you thinking as like this kind of like shock sits into her body as she sees who you are? Is this normal? Is this okay for you? I should say it's like shock and fear on her face kind of thing.
Yeah, so Davros doesn't know who Malachi is, but he is. Yeah, so he's not sure. Like, part of him is thinking, okay, what if they're here voluntarily, like they're volunteer test subjects? But the other part is thinking, maybe Malachi is just someone she knows before she was taken here. So I think he's just going to try to essentially, kind of as she comes to, kind of like he'll take his hand back, um, and he's just going to
No,
say
like
like,
immediate fear response. So like as like you're not necessarily reacting, and you're like almost withdrawing. You said you're like kind of taking your hands back. Her eyes like kind of like almost like latch onto the priest, and she like looks up at you, and she's like, What have you done? Don't hurt me. What I and she's like looking around at all of you in this room, and you hear her say, uh Melinda, uh, Melinda. And then you start to hear her start to like intone these words in a language that you don't understand. And we're gonna go to initiative again. This is with Davros. My bad, Davros initiative.
yeah, 7.
God damn it! I can't roll. One. So she starts to like intone, and you can hear like the like her words like echoing through the stone, and the stone is like magnifying like the volume of her voice as she starts to like say these words. I think for what it's worth, like this is a magic user clearly starting to cast a spell. What would Davros like to do at this point? Where she's like called out two different names, looked around this room, only with fear on her face.
Yeah, so can Davros try to essentially grapple her, but like also essentially try to like, um, put his hand over her mouth to keep her from speaking as like part of the grapple, I
Uh,
guess.
I don't really think there's anything along those lines. I think the like like one of the feats like gives you the ability to like restrain people, and I feel like that's the closest like a melee person can really get. And I feel like part of that is under the idea like saying the magic stuff isn't necessarily as important as being able to say them. I don't know if that really makes sense, but like it's kind of where like water doesn't necessarily stop you from casting a spell, just because it sounds different in that medium. And I feel like that's kind of done on purpose. I don't know if Davros knows this yet. I feel like maybe put that to your own test and you can make a decision from what I've told you. But I don't think it's kind of up to you whether Davros like has a sense of like magic works because of like magic's qualities, not necessarily simply that you can like find somebody's mouth to keep them from speaking.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't know like anything about Arcana, so I think his reasoning would be like, she's trying to say magic words. If I stop her from speaking, that'll stop the magic. So I think he's going to essentially he has his. I can't think of a good reason why he would know that it's not doesn't work that way. I mean, he's got a 6 intelligence, so
Yeah, so I would say it's far more likely that like your initial response is that like grapple action. I would say still go ahead with it. And I'll contest the grapple here, as I think you'll grapple her. But yeah, but I'm not sure what that's really gonna mean in the long run. Um, so you grab her, and can feel like you kind of like stifle her mouth's ability to speak, kind of thing. Does that mean you're not going to strike with your extra attack? What do you think you're doing? Are you just kind of waiting to see at this point?
Uh, yeah. Well, so I guess in order to use the bonus action grapple, I would have had to attack with my action. If I do the grapple as an action, I think that's pretty essentially all I can do.
Like taking the attack action is how you get two attacks. The grapple can be one of them, so you still have the ability to make an unarmed strike with like an improvised weapon or your fist, and then you would be able to bonus action whatever that other attack was.
Gotcha. Okay. I think in that case, he's gonna maybe panic a little bit and just kind of like, yeah, kind of launch out with his fist, try to essentially like stun her or knock her back out. 17 plus,
Solid hit.
so unarmed strike, that'll be for 6.
Roll a d10 for me, please.
6.
Yeah, so you like crack her across the head. Her head like hits against the wall behind her, and like her eyes like kind of like roll back a little bit into her head. But you can kind of see as she's like almost maintaining consciousness. You can see like her pupils are like dilating as like she almost went unconscious with that strike. But she's still kind of like almost holding on to like muttering whatever she's doing. It's still kind of muffled, but she is still conscious. Do you want to do the bonus action?
Well, he's already grappled her. Not that that does is going to help him, but so I think that's, yeah, no reason to.
Okay, that bonus action is the grapple. I got you.
Yeah, like if you hit a when I so yeah, Tavern Brawler is like if you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can use a bonus action attempt to grapple. But since I already grappled her with my first attack of the attack action, there's no need to do it again. And he doesn't know that it's not going to be effective. So
Is that already the 5.5 edition of Tavern Brawler? I feel like when Screech had Tavern Brawler, that was the thing that like let him like drop to the ground and like both of them were restrained.
there's a grappler feat, and that's the one that lets
Okay,
you, I
that's
think,
probably what it is.
like if you're grappling someone, you can try to pin them. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you smack into her. Seraph, you're kind of like watching as this one, like on the orcish one, kind of comes conscious. Is Seraph doing anything to her? Are you doing anything to the one who's like unconscious near you?
No, I think if I saw she was like stable, I wouldn't have messed with her, and I'll just kind of be like laughing now. It's like Davros is kind of getting into the shit a bit.
Gotcha. And then sidekick wise, are they reacting to this initial threat? Or are they just kind of holding off at this point as well?
I think Farina is um, she's going to take grabbing her dagger and essentially trying to help Davros knock out the orc. So essentially, kind of like trying to smash the hilt of her blades into her like temple.
Gotcha. Go for that.
19 to hit
Solid hit.
for 9 damage.
That will knock her unconscious. Going for the kill, or is she trying to just like put her unconscious?
No, I think for now she's just trying to knock her out.
Gotcha. So just like moving up to her with the hilt of a dagger, just like bonks her on the top of the skull, and the orc just kind of like slunches into that corner as she stops muttering, and her eyes fully roll back into her head.
don't know what she was trying to do, but perhaps her not innocent victims.
Here to still have plenty of life left. Sure, they'll be fine. And shall we?
If they are with a cult, you just want to leave them here?
Why not? Now, they were loyal members of the cult, probably prisoners, ready to be experimented on, like that creature we saw in there. Perhaps they were next.
Is there a way to lock this door that we can see?
Roll an investigation.
Nope, that's a -1.
Yeah, when you look over the door, like this is just like smooth, like there's door handles, the door opens both directions. It's effectively never meant to be locked.
Gotcha. So I think at the very least, Davros is going to try to drag out the body of the cultist. He doesn't like the idea of leaving these two behind. We have no idea who they are or what side they're on. And Jinx just wants to essentially leave, or not Jinx, Seraph seems fine. There, I don't know. Davros doesn't like that idea.
Gotcha. Where are you gonna drag the cultist's body to?
I think maybe back out into the main room or the laboratory room. The remains or this other big creature.
Gotcha. So you just like drag it up there, slunch it against the wall. Any other thoughts about like how you're disposing of it, or is that sufficient?
Yeah, it's mostly just to get it out of like at the immediate view of those of the two in the room, and if they wake up, because it seemed like the orc like seemed to see that and reacted to it somehow. Davros isn't exactly sure what that reaction entailed, but
Gotcha. Seraph, do you wait as he kind of like drags his body by? Otherwise, you've got the door to the south of you. Any other thoughts there?
Yeah, I'll give it a look see over here while he's doing that. I don't think Seraph really cares one way or the other. I think honestly, like if they're bad people and they wake up, they probably just like run out and get killed or something. If they're good and they wake up, could kind of go either way. But I think he's more just like, meh, whatever on it.
Gotcha. Moving up to that door and just pushing it open, heading on in. Are you sending Terry ahead of you? What kind of thoughts do you have?
No, he's like too embarrassed to ask after the last one wasn't even locked. So yeah, he would just give it an open and not like barge right through there, but open it up and start progressing.
Gotcha. So as you just like casually open the door, you pretty quickly like just kind of like open it up and are just going to see that there's like two people who are sitting down about 10 or 15 feet in front of you. They're at like opposite sides of like kind of like a picnic table kind of situation where there's like a long table that's almost like in the length of this room, like that you're parallel with. Um Parallel's the wrong word, in line with, and then there's like another table like to your right, the west of the room, and there's nobody sitting at it. There's like two people basically in this room, and you just kind of like casually open up the door, and they like look up. Both of them like have like food in their mouths, and they like look up, meet eyes with you, and you kind of see them. And let me have Seraph roll initiative here. I can't fucking one. So yeah, I mean, I rolled a one, so you're pretty much going before me. You basically like open up into this room, and there's two people sitting down in front of you.
So they noticed me like right away when I opened the door.
Yeah, you guys are like making eye contact. They like look up at you, like mouths full. They're like chewing food as they see you. They're
Alright.
essentially in the process of like standing up to rush you.
I'll sacred flame the one that's like straight in front of me.
Gotcha.
And then I'll just let them know we've more company. There's two in here. And I'll rush forward. So it's 12
12
total.
damage. Gotcha. So yeah, Davros, as you're kind of like setting down this body and kind of like pushing it up against the wall, just like, kicking it, just getting it like out of the way, you basically can see like straight through this like hall, that like Seraph like is already rushing towards somebody who like a searing pillar of light is like burning down into their flesh, as he like kind of rushes down. But you can basically see, what is that? Probably 30, 40 feet away from you. There's like somebody standing up to fight with Seraph.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Davros is going to um, kind of turn and looking through the doorway. I think he can actually get there with 30 feet, um, unless he was essentially like kneeling down with the body, in which case he would only be able to get halfway. But if he can reach there, kind of as this person is like standing up, is going to essentially try to uh, swing his warhammer at them, almost like smack him back into the table, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Do you think you were kneeling or do you think you were standing?
I feel like he was probably. Now that I say it, I feel like he was probably like on one knee, trying to like position the body, not expecting. Um,
If you're positioning the body, yeah, you're basically going to use your action to cover the distance. So you can either move part way and like throw something. Otherwise, I would say you're dashing.
yeah, I think he's going to have to dash to get there. Um, yeah, so that will be it for him.
So that should take us to sidekicks then. There's no reason that they can't hear it. They don't necessarily see the situation. But Terry and God, I can't fucking remember her name for the
Karina, yeah. I think she is going to, hearing this, will move out and get here, and she, I think, will. Um, assume this table isn't so high that she wouldn't be able to. Could she try to throw her blade at the one sitting at the other end of the table?
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yep. So she's going to try and throw a dagger at the one on the right there. But she should miss, I think, with an 8.
Yeah, eight'll just like fly into the stone and just kind of chink off of it behind him.
And Terry's gonna come running up, jump up on the table, and 24 to hit for 11 damage. Hit him with a wicked sticker and stab him.
Which one is Terry attacking?
Oh my bad, the one by the wall.
Gotcha. How much damage did you say Terry did?
11.
Gotcha. So as they get to their feet, um, let's see. Um, yeah, the first one that Terry just smacked. Is going to start to like chant as they like rise from the table, and you basically will start to see as these like horrific like chaotic like amalgamations of flesh and like appendages start to almost like dance around this person in circles, and as they like start to dance up out of the ether, as they come close to you, you can actually feel as their appendages like stab into you like tiny little needles, and this person kind of like surrounds themselves with these things. um And then the other one is going to reach out for Seraph and is going to try to touch you. And is going to fail miserably as you see them like reach out for your throat as they're like intoning magic, and they just like get blasted by Davros and like fall to the side. I feel like that person was already like having difficulties like getting to their footing, so they'd like miss as they like reach out for you, and stop their chant as they kind of regain their footing, um, and kind of like stand tall. And then on the start of everybody's turn, I need all four of you to make wisdom saving throws. So if we can start off with wisdom saving throws from Davros and Seraph, please.
It's an 8 for Davros.
I'm at 10. I'm gonna use my inspiration to add a D6.
Gotcha.
That's 12 total.
So both of you were 12 and like 8.
Yep, Davros was 8.
Gotcha. So each of you are going to take 12 necrotic damage as these things like pierce into your flesh. And then for just for the sake of things, can you do for the sidekick? So wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I did one for Karina. She had a 3. It was, yeah, super low, so she
Gotcha.
failed
So
too.
she'll need a con save of 12, which
All
she's good
right.
on.
So
Was
I
that
was
the
7, so it would have been a fail, and then I was 5 for my roll.
5 is like the wound save? He's got a +6. I think that's one under. So Terry will take 3 wounds from that. But he still has 1. Um, and yeah, that's just the start of your turn. Now you guys can go.
So yeah, Davros belatedly kind of reaching here from is finally now getting his warhammer swinging at the one here below between him and Jinx or Seraph. First one's going to be a 23 to hit for 10.
Solid hit.
And then second should also hit for 13.
And that one's just gonna like, unless you're going for unconscious, just like crush their skull. That person is going to die.
Yep. He's going all out here, so it's like almost like slamming the warhammer into their head, into them, that causes their head to kind of smack into the table and just almost like kind of like a watermelon.
And I'll do Sacred Flame against the other one.
Big ol' miss, and you're doing it for 8 damage.
It is 8 damage.
So you can see like where like the light of Lothian almost like heals your flesh. This is one of the things where you can kind of see that dichotomy as like the light of Lothian like reaches down, and this person's like flesh like is instantly burned, while like Terry's like in there like tearing them up, and like Terry's flesh is unaffected by it. But yeah, they're wounded. But it's still going to be up to your sidekicks potentially at this point to finish them off before they strike again. And yeah, Sarah, if you 100% can recognize this is Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, I think knowing that it's Spirit Guardians, I would just like kind of back up into that corner. It is difficult ground, so I shouldn't have any problem though.
All good. It's actually going to drop there anyways, too, from that hit.
Yeah, I think just recognizing what it is though, my first intention was, all right, if he's gonna keep kicking my ass with this, he better come after me. So 16 for Terry.
16 to hit will hit.
So it is 13 total, Terry.
Gotcha. And from God, my Karina.
Yep, she should also hit for 11. That was a 23 to hit. So
Gotcha. Another one of those points where like Karina's like daggers down into somebody, and Terry is like point of his blade up. The two of them just like in concert are almost like a stapler remover, where they're just like stabbing into from up and above and down below, and this person is just like minced between their blades. uh as like the room kind of goes calm, there's like food set out probably over near where like Seraph kind of like pushed back into like a table over there. There's food over there. This is again one of those situations where for many cases like it's wholesome enough, like it's humanoid food. But you do still have to kind of wonder, like there's signs of rotten decay in this place, and besides like some of the chaos stuff. But other than that, there is a double door to the west of you. This room has, again, there's another table in here that I didn't draw, but it's kind of like coming to, like, it's kind of like a guard room, like meal room kind of thing.
okay, Davros, and maybe I guess Karina too, might just very quickly search these two.
Roll an investigation.
3.
Just roll 3d6, and it's copper, silver, gold pieces that you can walk away with.
Gotcha.
I should state as well, like, once you guys walked into this finished area, there's been like torches. These rooms are all like lit themselves, so you don't necessarily have to have light as far as like these 3 rooms you've walked into kind of goes. So you guys got the one door to the west of you there. Do you have thoughts on moving forward?
Yeah, yeah, I would definitely say go for the double door.
Yeah, Davros is going to try listening first, just before he opens it.
Roll a perception check.
14.
Kind of listening up to the door, you can hear like a male and a female voice kind of potentially approaching you, but pretty sure somebody's on the other side of this door.
Yeah, he sounds like he might be approaching Davros is gonna look to Seraph and kind of like hold up a hand, and he's gonna try to kind of move into the corner and like heft his warhammer, because if they are approaching, maybe they heard the fight, or they're just coming into this room for whatever, maybe we can get the jump on them.
Reacting similarly there, Seraph?
Does it look like the doors open in or out?
Uh, um, what's your passive perception?
17.
I want to say outward. They open out.
Okay, I'll just stay right where I'm at then.
Gotcha. Are Terry or Karina reacting?
Karina's gonna make her way to the corner here as well.
Terry will get into formation.
Gotcha. So as Davros is like quiet, you guys like basically have like Karina and Davros like go to like hide up against the wall, and like Seraph just kind of like butts up to the door, like shield forward, and as Terry like realizes he's about to miss out, there's like the clinking and clunking of his metal armor as he like runs across this room to cover the distance and get to those doors. And you're basically going to have like a pause. And then after a few moments, like the doors are pulled open, and you see on the opposite side that there are two more figures in pretty similar robes, kind of like drawn across them. And as they kind of like pull them back, you can see like their actual faces. Again, like one's male, one's female. But this whole hall ahead of you is all lit, and you can basically see that there are doors and passages that lead north and south for a solid like 100 or so feet. There's things on each side, and again, this is all like kind of like lit by sconces where there are plenty of different ways that you can go. And as soon as you open those doors, you basically see it's like these two figures immediately in front of you, and then a whole lot of nothing at present. But we're gonna go for Seraph and one of them for rolling dexterity here. And they're not reacting faster than you. Once again, Seraph and Davros can start off the combat.
Yes, so Seraph will just come straight forward, and I will hit the one directly in front of me face. So it's a 24 to hit and 5 damage.
Solid hit.
Yeah, Davros is going to kind of, as the doors fly open, will kind of move past Terry and swing out at the other orc here to his left. That one should hit for 12 with the first one.
12. This person's going to like flash a hand in front of them as your mace like stops like inches in front, and you can see like the sparkle of like purple and black light kind of like emanating from their hand.
Oh, sorry, was that the one on Davros?
Yeah, my bad. When you say this should hit, what was the roll to hit? And then were you saying 12 damage?
Sorry, it was 12 damage. It was like 27 to hit.
Gotcha. My bad. Yeah, 27's gonna hit.
Sorry, I'll just yeah.
Doesn't always matter, but it matters more on the first time you're striking against guys.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. All right, second attack. That one would be an 18 to hit.
That's gonna hit. Yep.
For 9 more damage.
What was that, like mage armor you were saying?
Effectively, I was describing shield. Um, how much did you do to that one though, Davros? You did
Uh,
12 with the first attack, and how much with the second one?
the second was 9, so 21 total.
And how much did you do, Seraph?
5 damage.
My poor marker can't handle 2 games in a row. All right. The one Davros is attacking is going to look bloodied after she's struck twice by that mace. Sidekicks.
All right, so Terry's gonna slide on through and attack the bro in front of us with a 17 to hit.
All right, now that description is going to sink in as they like shield themselves again, like kind of reaching out a hand to the strike. Did you do a +2 for flanking with that 17, or is it a 19 with the 17?
Oh, yeah, it would be a 19 with +2 from flanking.
Gotcha. Gonna pull it back again, because you can flank these people. It was really only the one creature that I was trying to say. The way it works doesn't allow flanking. So yeah, he can kind of like move behind the guy and the distraction from attacking from both sides. How much did Terry hit for?
13 again. That sweet, sweet 9 comes up like every time.
Gotcha. And then who is Karina going to attack?
Yeah, so Karina is like kind of slipping in the doorway, almost like kind of like between Davros and Seraph to stab at the same one that Davros attacked.
Gotcha.
That's probably going to miss with an 11 to hit.
11 is going to miss. Yep.
Yeah, and then
You like this one. It's going to be a similar result as far as things go. As you like reach out to like stab into her, there's like a flash of like black and purple energy between you two, and it like stops your blade in air. Unlike Shield, she's not reaching out to cast it. This is just naturally there.
Gotcha. And then she like slips in, stabs out, and slips back with the rest of her movement.
I think each of them would strike out at her with the dagger. Oh wait, one of them, yeah, they did not shield, but neither of them's gonna hit there. With a 13 being the best strike.
Actually,
Um,
13 will hit her. She's AC
13
13.
hits. It's gonna do 5 damage, so I think she has to roll 5 or better.
Yep, 17, so she's okay.
Um, yeah, so the guy on the north side is going to kind of like reach out his hands like up above his head, and as he starts to chant, you're going to see as there's like a swirl of color that starts to like form, and there's like pinks and reds and blues, and there's colors like you've never seen before. And he's going to like smash this down as he like focuses the colors into his hand. He starts to like almost like charge them like a super saiyan kind of thing, before he like almost shoots it towards your group here. Let's see, 36 total hit points. Who has the ooh, who has the lowest hit points of the two of you?
Davros is at 39 right now.
I've got 25.
And then Karina would have. Does she have full hit points? Is she at 4 wounds right now?
She is back to 4. Yep. And she's a rogue. It would essentially be like 16 hit points, right, as an average.
I just rolled 4d8 for 20. So yeah, she'll be underneath Seraph. So you'll basically see as like this like cone of light kind of like forms from his hands, and as he kind of like flings it forward, um it's gonna blind her. And as he does that, the other one is going to step backwards. Basically provoking an opportunity attack from Davros, Terry, and Seraphim.
Yeah, Davros will swing out. 12 to hit.
It's one of the weird things. I feel like reactions during your turn are different. Oh wait, no, my bad. She's got mage armor, so that just like kind of chinks into like the ether between you two. She does not seem affected. Seraph, did
Yeah,
you
mine was
strike
only
out?
10 to hit.
And from Terry?
14 total.
Um, I'm gonna kind of stick to my feeling on that one, where she'll shield that. Um, So as she like steps out, she like reaches out with her like left arm to like create this like further barrier between her and Terry as Davros like hits into the armor in front of her. And then she's going to like reach out with her other hand as she starts to chant, and like 3 beads of like red black light start to like form in the palm of her hand. And she's going to fire these out at um what is that? 2 of them at Davros and 1 of them at Terry. Um so the first one against Davros, 13 should miss. Second one against Davros, 7 should miss, and then 1 against Terry, 12 is gonna miss. So these like beams of like red and black light like come from like the font in her hand, just like fly past you guys and like burn a hole like into the stone. But she otherwise misses you guys. And it's gonna go to Seraph and Davros. Each of them is bloodied at this point, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I think Davros is chasing after the one who's backing away, especially after he flung those beads of energy at him. So he will take an opportunity attack from the orc up here to reach her.
If there's a chance, since this has happened simultaneously, that I could kill him, I'm planning on attacking the guy in front of me.
Yeah, go for that attack first.
I mean, I usually do like 5 damage, but worth a shot. So it is 14 to hit.
14. You'll draw his reaction out of him as he shields himself from you, so he won't attack Davros. As he's busy, like basically drawing magic in between the two of you.
Oh, that'll work.
Appreciate the
Oh,
distraction there, Seraph. Yeah, first attack on her should be a 24 to hit for 12 damage.
ooh, that's definitely a hit. And yeah, that's gonna knock her unconscious.
All right. I mean, he was intending to swing both times at her, so he's not going to turn back and attack
Yeah.
again.
Oh yeah. My bad. That's definitely one of those things with melee characters. I want you to say ahead of time what you're doing. My point was more at this point. Things are drawing on enough to just like kind of cut it short. To the sidekicks on the remaining guy there, and he's
12
currently
to
at
hit.
18 AC.
And Karina is blinded, but I feel like can she probably hear enough at least to have some general idea of where to stab at?
Yeah, she's at disadvantage to do so, but yeah, she can attack him.
Okay, it should be a with disadvantage a 22 to hit
Solid hit.
for 6.
Gotcha. Yeah, so as he sees everything kind of like coming to a fail point, um I think he's going to yeah, I think you're gonna see as he like pulls his ritual dagger, that he like I think he already struck like Karina with it, when they like first saw them, and he kind of like looks like up and like opens up his chest as he pulls this dagger, and he starts to chant, and he's gonna plunge the dagger like into his own chest as like lightning starts to like reach up and like arc off of like the stone around you guys, and he's still chanting. um this is gonna be something a little different just to like go into their kind of flavor. This guy is effectively dead right now, and it's kind of the thought of you guys can try to find out, is there a solution to preventing this thing from turning into one of those like amalgamations that you've now experienced a few times. So if you had thoughts on how you might stop somebody who tries to do a rather like impromptu ritual, what would you do as this guy seems to like commit like a ritual sacrifice right in front of you? And it would be on Davros and Seraph.
So you said he plunges this dagger into his own chest. So I think Davros's first thought would be if we can somehow like remove the maybe there's something to do with the blade. So I don't think he'd want to
Gotcha.
reach out
So,
to
oh, you don't want to touch it?
with his hand. He's almost trying to think like try to knock it out with like a swing of his hammer.
Gotcha. It'll be a little bit more difficult than actually like grasping it, but you could certainly try to swing for the dagger. Roll an attack roll.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to. He doesn't really understand magic, so he's worried if he reaches out to touch the blade, something real bad's going to happen. So that would be a 21 or All right, 17 plus 21, 27.
27 to hit. Roll damage for me.
8 damage.
Gotcha. Yeah. So let's call that like as you like swing across, you like bash into this dagger and like the hilt of it kind of explodes. And you see as the dagger like almost dislodges, there's like sparks of lightning still like coming from this person's like arms as they're outreach. The dagger's still like arcing lightning through the stone up above, but you can see that it's partially dislodged. And like in that moment, there was like a spark of silence. Go for your second attack on it. But solid example that destroying or removing the dagger is a solid option that might stop this.
Okay, that'd be a 23 to hit for another, it would be for another 7.
Yeah, I'd say with that second hit, the dagger just like shatters into like hundreds of pieces. And you can kind of see as they're like arcing lightning between the pieces of the dagger. And there's still pieces that are like arcing towards his flesh, but it's just like the like end bit of this spell. Davros may not fully understand, but Sparky Magic Person isn't sparking nearly as much. Probably looks pretty good from his perspective.
Yeah, when in doubt, smash.
So you guys can see stairs leading up and away from you to the south. There's a hall that seems to lead to a dead end, like up above where Terry is. And then the hall leads down this corridor again for about 100 feet or so before there's like double doors that you can see. But there's multiple ways that it can go to the north and a few ways that it can go to the south.
Seeing this one tried to essentially do some ritual by snapping a blade into themselves, Davros wants to just check on this other dead one and see if they were carrying a similar blade that he can see or find.
Yeah, roll an investigation.
That would be an 8.
Yeah, I'd say you can basically see like this person seems to have like fallen onto their blade. And they seem to be like some sort of construction of like metal. But like from your like understanding as like a blacksmith, like the metal that these things are made of is far closer to like an ore than it is like a refined metal. So it's almost closer to being like stone than it is metal at this point.
Gotcha.
So Seraph, as you kind of like move forward, you see that there is a hall that leads to the north before that door, and it just leads like up a dead end, just like 15 or so feet. There's like two sconces like in that room, like that light the hallway. But otherwise it's just like another dead end. So you can move past it and move to that door. Terry would have initially moved up to a place where there is another door.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and open this one. And what's up?
Gotcha. As you're just like opening the door, kind of normal, like throwing the door open, kind of thing. Are you stealthfully?
No, I think I'm like throwing it open, like ready to roll.
Gotcha. As you kind of like toss that door open and just like look inside, you see like cots and bunks like initially in front of you, one stacked on top of the other, and then like off to the like to your left, you see that the room kind of extends up in like a wide L shape, and along that route, there's three more bunks that are like doubled up, and then you can see that like um each like bunk bed has like a I want to say a ruck, but I'm just thinking like a storage container, like a storage box. at like the foot of the bed. Um, but yeah, you kind of like throw this door open, and you basically see like a living quarters. Um, but like it's fit for like 8 people, but there's nobody in here. Maybe it would make more sense to say that there's a ruck on each side of the bed, and the beds are more towards the center, because that would give it all 8 like storage cases.
So I'll like let Davros know. Could take a moment. Push through here. Find some valuable or clues, or we can continue on.
Probably worth a look.
Four of
Gotcha.
us. Them.
Guys head inside and start to like rummage through some of the cases. Let me just have each of you roll an investigation.
Can I do guidance?
Yeah, you can add a D4 to it.
The D4 doubled it.
Lothian, please bless me with, what are you asking Lothian for? Are you asking for riches? Are you asking for answers? What are you asking Lothian to bless you with?
Oh yeah. Provide the answer. T.
Gotcha. So, Seraph, you had an 8 for your investigation, and Davros, what
10
did you
total.
roll?
10 total.
10 total. And what did Davros get? Like a 19 with a nat 20?
18 for investigation, -2.
So yeah, let's say let me have each of you roll a D100 here, please.
Same thing, give or take. 23 and a 22 for Davros.
Gotcha. Let me have another D100 from each of you, please.
51 that time for me.
Gotcha. Roll 2d6, Seraph.
5 and 2.
Gotcha. So, Seraph, you kind of like search through and like you find like a lot of these things aren't really like filled with anything. Um, from kind of what you might gather is like if nobody's here, they're also probably like not here with their belongings, kind of thing. So like kind of searching through, you're basically just kind of coming up on conclusions that these guys aren't like leaving stuff behind. But you do eventually find like one of these things has like a um little like wooden kind of like keepsake box, and you kind of like open up the box and it seems plain and like nothingness, but like the compartment's too small for what it is, and you're able to kind of like shift a little bit of like a window almost on this like dancing ballerina kind of thing, and you basically find that there's a compartment that hides 7 small little gems, effectively just like a mix of different like precious gems, all of them effectively worth 10 gold apiece. And then there's a small little like notebook, and it's kind of like um not even a notebook, like a rolled up piece of paper, and it's like a very sparse, almost like very thin fabric of paper, and you can kind of see these like tiny little markings of common, and it's difficult to make out, but you can kind of see like this seems to be um actually roll an intelligence for me. Yeah,
17.
you're kind of like looking through it, and you can kind of like quickly like spot where like the words are almost correct. And you notice very quickly that it's like kind of written in reverse, almost like it's the mirror image like written backwards into a mirror. And you can kind of spot like this is like written in common. It'll take you some time to translate, but effectively what it is kind of like a journal of one of these cultists, and you have a solid like way to like kind of pick up on it. Like they don't want other people to just be able to pick this up and read it, so it has like a certain intriguing value to you there. And then Davros, you rolled a 51. Roll a d4 for me, please.
That's a
And
1.
roll another d100.
44.
Gotcha. So as you kind of like go through, pretty similar thing where like there's not really anything in particular, in these cases as you kind of go through them, and then as you're like kind of like going through one of the last ones, you just hear like a little bit of like a like clink of glass against like the wood, and you like look back and there's a small little vial in one of them, and you can kind of see like this like ochre fluid that kind of like slowly molasses like flows from side to side inside this little vial. If you pull it out and smell it, you have a solid understanding that this is probably a potion of hill giant strength. Just write down like when you like have it under the notes from the chaos cultist um like laboratory. But yeah, I think that's kind of what you guys come across there.
All right. This was worth it, Seraph.
Yeah, and are any of these non-discriminate gems worth 10 gold? Is there a chance, or are they diamonds at all?
Roll a percentile for me.
It's a 5.
Roll a d10 minus 3. So 5 of them are diamonds.
Yes, quite the haul. Just so happened, been meaning to pick up some diamonds.
Glad you found them then.
It'll take some time, but with some light, I can decipher this journal. Perhaps find a clue.
Sounds good to me. Sure, I wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it, so I'll leave that with you.
We certainly won't be leaving empty-handed. We should continue.
Davos will nod and ready to follow Seraph. Just have to say, as a player, though, I might have to. I don't know how much too much longer I can play. I have to get up
Gotcha,
fairly
yeah.
early for work tomorrow, but I'm good for I'm good for now.
All right. So, as you guys kind of like round this corner, you see like down that hall, there's just like a hall that kind of extends down. Again, there seems to be like a dead end to it, about like 30 or 40 feet down. And each of the walls still has sconces on them, like lighting this. And it seems like there are doors opposite each other, in each direction down this hall. but effectively there are 8 doors facing each other.
Cells, maybe.
So
Individual
I'll
room.
like poke in there and see what's going on.
Gotcha. So you're just moving to the first door and you're gonna open it. Which direction?
I'll open the one that's on my right or east.
Gotcha. So as you open the door, you just see stone. There's like a door to nothingness in front of you.
Form of ritual. Open the way, but blocked by stone. Put the door straight to stone. I'll turn around and open the one behind me now.
Gotcha. So you have to like close the door to be able to open the next one. But as you like turn around and you open the next one, stone.
It is beyond me. Another way.
Gotcha. So
Perhaps they
as,
walled off whatever was there originally.
as you move past them, you'll at least see pretty much the same thing in these next hallways. As you kind of look down, and there's basically a hallway that dead ends. There's 8 doors in each directions, east and west, and 2 sconces about halfway down that illuminate the hallways.
I'll
by
just
the time by the time you get to the double doors at the opposite end, you can basically hear there's some sort of like machinery or loud kind of like continuous like movement and action, like clinking, clanking, like sparks of lightning happening on the other side of this door.
before I say it, let me explain to you what this means, Terry. When we say, and I'm gonna reach my hand out and put it on his shoulder, and I'm gonna cast guidance on 3 means wait till 1, 2, then 3.
He like pushes back, pushes like against you as you say three. Are you ready to stop him as you count to three?
No, I fully am mind controlling him into opening those doors.
Gotcha. So Terry is going to like push past you and open the doors when you say three as you count to there.
And he gets +4 to his door check.
Those doors are not locked. So as you like push open, there's like a horrendous like waft of like rot and like stench of death that just like flows out of this room. There is immediately like sparks of light as like this room seems like it like goes back to darkness, but there's almost like constant lightning strikes like at each moment. So it's well lit, but effectively it's because there's some sort of like arcing light to the north of this room. But otherwise, this basic room like doesn't have like sconces like some of the other ones. So you very quickly see that there's like some sort of like humanoid figure that's kind of like floating like 15 or 20 feet sort of above the like ground on the northern side of this like large rectangular room, and they have these like appendages of what looks like stone and metal like extending out from their back and they're like growing into the walls, like one, two, three above them, and like two going out to the west, two going out to the east. But this person's almost like grown into the walls of this room, like a spider, like clinging against it. And they're just kind of like levitated, and all of these arcs of lightning are coming from like the stone plinth in the center that's just like about 20 feet below this person. Most of them are arcing into their flesh, but some of them actually like strike towards where they're like meeting up with the walls around them. But as Terry moves into this room, you basically see this large figure who's like bound into this room as he pushes open the door. I think a flat 20 for dexterity because it's going to be on Terry again. So I got a 7. I think that means it's going to be this thing kind of like reacting to Terry faster than Terry. Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry. Terry is 12. Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, Terry pushes in. What would you like the sidekicks to do as he sees this thing?
Yeah. I guess Terry's going in. I mean,
Gotcha. So again, that figure's like kind of suspended above the ground, like 20 feet up in the air. The plinth like below him is like stone that's like arcing up against him. Otherwise, there's like points along the walls, like to the east and west that they're like bound into. Like, what is Terry going to strike at? Is he going for like the plinth?
is there a way he could get towards like the mechanical like figure, or is it the plinth is like a stone like kind of base?
You could spend this turn trying to run up one of those appendages, but it's going to be his like dexterity saving throw. Is effectively going to be his action.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I did already roll an attack. You want me to just use that die, or do you want me to roll again?
Um, Roll a fresh one here. For his dexterity saving throw.
So it's a 10.
Does he have dexterity saves as a proficiency?
No, he's strength and constitution for saves.
Gotcha. So as he like runs up one of these appendages, you kind of like see as it like sends like a shiver down it almost, and like goes to like fling him off. He can maintain like a hold on it, but he effectively is like falling prone as he like grabs onto it with his hand as it shakes him loose. So he's currently still on it. Next turn he can try the same thing. Uh, but otherwise he's kind of like latched on to one of these like arms that are kind of extending off away from this thing. What would you like to do with Karina?
Yeah, so these like appendages, you said some of them are like kind of going into the walls. Like it's
Yeah, so
connected
go
to.
for he's got like 3 connections to the eastern wall, 3 connections to the western wall, and then he's got like 3 connections that are on like the back, but like those are far more like almost towards the ceiling of that wall.
Gotcha. Okay. So she was a little behind, so she is gonna have to dash to get up to here, but she's essentially like she's wants like looking to see like whether there's some way to essentially sever the connection, but she can't do anything this turn. She had to dash to get up here.
Gotcha. Yeah, she'll have to look closer to try to like figure out, or simply just start striking at things.
Yeah.
But it's gonna go around to So Seraph and Terry, let me have a dexterity saving throw. Terry will be at disadvantage here.
So it's a 4 for Terry and a 21 for Sarah.
Gotcha. So Terry is going to have a con save of 11 to stay conscious. Basically, what is that? Oh, yeah. Terry had one wound left, so he's actually going to fall off of the arm as like the electricity like arcs up from the central plinth into like the flesh, and like all of it like focuses down the arm that he's on. And then like immediately after there's another like arc of lightning like coming up from the plinth, and it like comes out of the flesh and like arcs onto Seraph. And you're gonna take 5 lightning damage as you are struck by it. But it's going to then go to the two of you.
Yeah, Davros is charging in, but he doesn't know what to make of this thing. He sees, probably comes in just in time to see Terry kind of falling and hitting the ground. Sees Karina going for towards the other wall. I think Davros is just going to try and throw a dagger at this thing up on the plinth. I'm probably more just trying to distract it than anything else. But depending on how high up it is, he might have disadvantage. 'Cause I think anything past 20 feet.
It's 20 feet, like up in the air, but that basically just means you're at max distance. There's no like hypotenuse. It's non-Euclidean geometry.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I think for now, Davros is just going to launch a dagger at this thing. Because he can't reach it this turn running.
Gotcha. Roll to hit.
To roll the d6. So it's going to be let's see, 15 plus.
15's a hit.
Okay. And that would be for 6 damage. It was, I think.
Gotcha. And how about for Seraph? Well, actually, are you like throwing another dagger at it?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah, he's got a couple. He might as well. Yeah. That should be a 20 to hit for another 7.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yep.
Yeah. How about from Seraph?
So he's gonna seeing Terry get nuked. He'll just reach out his hand and he's gonna hear him say, "Terry, no!" And then he'll just kind of hold his hand out for a sec and say, "Your deeds of valor will be remembered." And I'll cast spiritual weapon. And are we getting like the hint here that we're gonna like need to like chop away at some of these kind of like things holding this thing up as opposed to just like poking it?
The electricity is like arcing through the appendages, but at present we're kind of leaving it to you guys can just kind of play around and see what you can see.
Okay, I got you. If this thing has like a face or something like that, I'm gonna like strike at its face with spiritual weapon. Nothing special, just like hit it.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can see that there's something that is like the humanoid that's like kind of like being held by all of these appendages, and there's like a cloaked, hooded area where a face would be if something were to have a face.
All right, so it is a 22 to hit, and I hate how they have spiritual weapon on here.
What's your question? I think
Just
it's
how much it
a
has.
D8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Okay, okay, so it's 7 total. And then for my action, I'm gonna blast him with a sacred flame.
Like yeah, like fully coming down on the like body of this thing. What is the damage there?
Nice, almost got them in. 3.
So Terry is unconscious. If you can give me a death saving throw from him, and then what is Karina doing?
All right. Does Terry retain his inspiration while he's unconscious? Can I use Terry's inspiration that he got when he rolled the 1 to have inspiration on this essay?
Like you, the player, Justin, have inspiration, and you can use it on Seraph or Terry.
Don't tell Terry I gave him the, but I'll do it. All right, so 18, so 1 pass.
Gotcha. And then how about from Karina? What is she up to?
Uh, yeah, I think she is going to. She's gonna try. She's gonna spend her turn trying to see like what, like how this thing is connected to the wall here. Like, is there a weak spot that maybe they might be able to cut through, or like what's the material? Trying to determine like how whether it would be feasible to try to essentially break these connections. I mean, like she's any idea whether that will ultimately help at all, but that's what she wants to try and kind of like um, try and discern if she can.
Think those are all gonna kind of come down to intelligence because I think it is effectively, yeah, like Arcana, investigation. I think medicine is the only one that could be wisdom, but you could probably make those three depending on what you wanted to do: medicine, Arcana, or investigation.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have any particular skill in any of those things. So probably, I guess Arcana makes the most sense because medicine, it'd be like this seems like to her at least it's some sort of like weird constructed thing. So maybe the normal rules don't apply. So I think she's going to make it an Arcana check, and it's going to be a 7.
Um, yeah, I don't know how much to give you at all with a 7. I feel like there's kind of a recognition that this isn't like normal properties of metal or stone, the way these appendages are growing out of this creature. Um, and I think what she kind of can draw is some level of like this is like a part of those same experiments kind of thing. But I don't think she's got like much to really take away from a 7. Um, and Terry already fell, so it's gonna go to this thing. Um, it is going to spark out against everybody who is wearing metallic armor.
Both of us are Terry and Sarah.
Davros is studded leather, which I think has some metal to it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. And then she's in medium as well, but she's a rogue, so you would expect leather. Oh wait, no, she's actually light, which is definitely a leather. So yeah, let me have um ooh, it's gonna go for weapons as well, too, because your metal weapons. Um So yeah, as this thing kind of like sparks out, none of these are like focus sparks. It's almost like drawing into like all around the room and kind of arcing off all of the metal in you guys, and it starts to like draw away from the stone as they like focus more and more on the metals like that you guys are all either holding or wearing. And effectively, this thing is going to heat metal everything inside of this room. Um, and then it's going to go to you guys. So at the start of your turn, holding or wearing metal means you're going to take 2d8 fire damage. So like I think realistically I can just roll it and say anybody who doesn't drop their metal is going to take 12 right now. So like Seraph, you'll take 12 from your armor being worn. Um, if you're holding your mace, you'll probably want to drop your mace.
So I am mortally wounded. And what does Terry need to roll for this? Or does it just take away death saves?
When it gets to his turn, yeah, he's going to have 2 death saves gone.
Yes, think
Ooh, maybe 1 death save gone. Yeah, I think 1 makes more sense.
and Davros is going to have to drop his warhammer as well. So do we take the damage at the start of our turn regardless, or only if we don't drop the weapon? Because I think
I feel like it makes less sense to say that you can't just drop it, because I feel like realistically, armor is the only thing that you can't just get rid of.
okay, because I wasn't sure if it was the same as the heat metal spell, because I know Dalton has cast that, and that deals the damage regardless. Like, and then if you drop it, you don't take it again.
Yeah, but I'm expanding this to AoE, and that's part of where I'm hesitant to say.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Because again, this is like I don't know, one of those like little arcing things where you can like touch your hand to the outside of the orb and you can see like the plasma like drawn to your fingers. You guys like watch as the lightning strikes like focus in on Seraph and they focus in on Terry, and then all of a sudden it like broadens out to the room and like your mace is like heating up in your hands kind of thing.
Gotcha.
I rolled 11 with my con. Oh wait, spiritual weapon is not even concentration. Never mind.
Yeah.
But I think having dropped his warhammer, Davros seeing Terry on the ground and presumably his metal starting to heat up is going to try and grab. Can he try and grab Terry essentially somewhere he's not covered with metal and try to start dragging him out of the room?
Terry is in full plate mail. Terry
Oh,
doesn't really have non-metal.
gotcha. Okay, scrap that then.
All right. So what I'm thinking while you're thinking, is I'm gonna start doing my karate again. If
Gotcha.
I
Yeah.
if I dedicate like a certain number of points to Terry, can I like either bring him back to consciousness or whatever? You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be one of those things where you can roll. You can pick a number that you like split off for the sidekicks, and then they can roll hit dice to determine like how much consumes before they can get to another one. I think that's like if you can meet, say you roll like a 2 and a 7 and you've dedicated 9 to him, he can get those 2 hit dice back. But if you give him 8 and you roll a 2 and a 7, he can get the 2, but he can't get the second hit die. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. So what condition is Davros in right now? Are you bloodied?
No, Davros does not look bloodied.
Okay, so I'm gonna do up to half for myself, which will be 11, and then I'll do 14 points for Terry.
Gotcha. So basically roll 4d8 and you'll just go lowest to highest. You can fill those with those 14 points.
And as he does his karate, he's just gonna say, "Lothian, one of your most devout fathers, has fallen. Bring him back, that he may strike at our side." And that's Terry. So 2d8.
No, 4d8 total because he could potentially get 4d8 back here. And then going from the lowest to the highest, you'll soak up those 14 hit points. So it looks like he'll gain 3 back.
Okay, sweet. And then I'll do a smack attack with the spiritual weapon
18 will hit.
for 7.
And what is Davros doing?
So Davros kind of like he started heading to Terry, but then saw, well, he's in full plate, so scrap that idea. So he's gonna instead kind of running over to join Karina on the side. He's going to kind of like putting his hands together, almost to try to kind of create like his an unarmed, almost like hammer. Is going to try to like swing his hands down at this like one of these connections, essentially trying to uh, break it uh, with an unarmed strike.
Gotcha. So theoretically, 2 unarmed strikes at it.
Yeah. Okay, first one would be a 16,
Solid hit.
and second would be a 15.
Solid hit as well. So total damage then from those strikes.
So it'd be 4 plus uh, strength modifier. So total of 12 or between the 2 strikes.
What was each one though?
Oh, sorry. First one was 7.
Gotcha.
And then
7 and 5.
and 5. Yeah. Right, because unarmed strike would use the strength modifier.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 7 and 5.
Gotcha. So as he kind of like rushes up to and like punches into that like appendage like joint against the wall, like part of the stone like breaks away from it. And by the time like Davros kind of like clears like the dust and debris, that like thing is now like released from the wall, and you can kind of see that there's like a stone like claw almost that's like now kind of like free from the wall there. Anything from the sidekicks? Uh, did he already take the damage? When is it? Did I do damage to them? She's good. Yeah, I think he would take damage now from his plate. So roll a con save from Terry versus 8. So don't roll a 1. Solid. As his like armor is like burning into him, his like sticker is on the ground. So picking up his weapon is dangerous as well, but you can leave that to yourself to decide whether he goes for it. Otherwise he's like down below the appendage, and would have to get back up to try to run up to it again.
Is there something that Terry can damage right now? He's obviously little, but he is strong. Can he try to like rip one of those chains loose or something like that?
Probably can see like Davros has already struck one of them. He could certainly like attack one. If you have your command ability, he could rush over near Davros and like command Davros to attack one of the other ones.
No, no, I pretty much have used up everything.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it's basically like he could strike out at these things in front of him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a weapon though. The weapons. I think Terry's going reckless abandon. He's grabbing up his weapon. Attacking.
Gotcha. Just make another con 8 save. So again, pretty much don't roll. It's 1 or 2 actually, I think with 8. Yeah, so he's good as he like picks up his pig sticker, uh, try to attack one of these apparatus. Looks like a big old
Yeah, it's a
miss.
10.
Yeah, just like kind of clinks into like the harder kind of parts of the steel and stone. How about from Karina?
Yeah, Karina can't figure this out, but she sees Davros and smashing away and Terry going for the same. She does not want to pick up her dagger that she had to drop as it heated up, but probably this is probably happening at the same time as Davros. So I think for now she's just going to, even though she doesn't have much strength, is going to try to essentially kind of also rip out one of these things from the wall with her hands.
Like she's trying to like tug on it, like grapple, or is she's gonna unarmed strike it?
I Well, it's probably a bad idea, but I feel like she's going to try to, because punching it, I don't think she's going to try to, since you yank it out of the wall.
Gotcha. Roll. Ooh, she might have acrobatics. She could do a strength check or acrobatics here.
She does have acrobatics, so maybe she almost like almost like kind of jumping up
I'd
onto the
say
wall to get
here's
extra
the thing.
purchase.
You can do athletics, like strength athletics for a grapple. Acrobatics, if she fails, she might hurt herself. Because yeah, that's more like she's like leaping onto the wall and she's now like perpendicular to gravity, trying to like push off with her feet. But she probably has a better chance, but if she fails it, it might go worse for her.
Yeah, I think she's going to risk acrobatics though.
Excellent.
She's got a better
Roll for
chance
an
with that.
acrobatics.
Ha! And as I say that, I roll in that one, which would be, I guess, like a 4 total.
Yeah, you can gain inspiration here, but let's have her roll a DC 6 con save as she like grabs onto it and it seems right at it. It like sparks out lightning and like flows through her, and she just like zaps herself like stunned to the ground. She didn't move far, so you can stand back up with her. Um, let's see. Oh wait, you guys did do some damage there. I should have made con saves. Davros hit it twice, and Sarah, if you hit it once with um the weapon, right?
Yep, that's right. It was
Did
like seven.
Terry hit it?
No, Terrence failed.
The actual
Gotcha. I
creature, you
have a
mean?
feeling it's like 3d10 basically, or three on tens. But yeah, the heat metal is going to dissipate that turn. So like as it kind of like recoils, you see is like that one like appendage like kind of like draws back. It is going to smash down on top of I think that is Seraph as it like lashes out with this arm. um 12 to hit you is just gonna slap like dead into the stone like near you, as that leg like kind of slashes out. And then it is going to arc lightning at Seraph and um Terry. Uh so oh wait, this is a dexterity saving throw. Roll a dexterity saving throw with Seraph and Terry, please.
Ooh, Terry's gonna fail.
Terry's got a DC 3 save, so he's got to not roll a 1. And then Seraph, you'll take 1 damage from it if you passed.
Yeah, mine was 19.
Gotcha. Yep. So just 1 damage as it like arcs through you. I'm crushing some of these damage rolls with a 1 and a 2. But yeah, it'll kind of go back to you as you guys like sees like it like has the ability to manipulate these arms. And as it kind of like still like arcs this lightning that seems to be like most of what this thing is doing. It is not dexterous. It is uh pretty well wounded for what it is. There's not really any reason to describe wounds as it's not much flesh anymore, from what you guys can tell. But damaging the appendages linked to the wall helps. Otherwise, you can continue to try to like hurt the thing at the core. Like almost all of the lightning is like coming up from that plinth into where that humanoid form is, and then it's either arcing down these appendages or like directly at one of you guys from like the actual humanoid thing.
So would Davros notice the essentially the heat metal spell or effect fading?
I don't think Davros really has a reason to, and I think your hammer's across the room.
Yeah, he dropped it
um
back when he was back here somewhere. Yeah.
But Seraph could call out to you. I don't think there's any reason, like, unless Seraph had something else more important to say. Seraph is wearing armor just like Terry is. Like, the two of them have a solid reason to get Davros swinging a mace instead of punching stone.
Oh yeah, I think he would definitely let everybody know.
Yeah. So hearing that, Davros is going to turn and run to try and recover his mace. I think he dropped it back around here. There are the entrance, or Warhammer.
Yeah, so going towards Terry is probably closer than trying to get back, unless you were trying to make your way, um, like to the plinth in the center.
Yeah, so I think with the mace back in hand, he's going to. I think he can get here and start swinging at this kind of appendage here.
Gotcha. Seraph, did you hit with was that the spiritual weapon?
Yeah, dirty 20 for 7 damage. And then I will Sacred Flame. And I'm going to hit the creature again, theoretically.
Yes, the searing flame will burn through it. So you said it was 10 damage from the weapon? How much did my bad.
7 damage.
Gotcha. And then what do you do with the spiritual or with the searing? Ah,
And the
damn it.
Sacred Flame is 4.
So 11 total. And then Davros, 2 strikes at that, like, kind of like wall joint. What did you roll to hit?
Yeah, first one was a 9 to hit.
9's going to be a big ol' miss.
Yeah, so I thought. And then second one will be a 21 to hit. That one would be for 12 damage.
Gotcha. So as your like second strike out against this thing like hits into the stone, like starts to like resonate through the stone, and like the lightning like coming up from that central arc, like arcs one more time into this creature, and as it starts to like flow out of all of the appendages like start to like resonate before they like shake, and they are about to like explode across the room. I want everybody to make a dexterity saving throw here.
I should have used my inspiration. That's going to be a 6 for Davros.
And 14 for Seraph.
And then I think an 18 for Karina.
And Terry's on 9.
Gotcha. So Terry has to make a DC 7 save. Karina has to make a DC 3 save. So essentially Karina needs a 3, Terry needs a 1. And then Davros, I think he failed, so you're taking 7. And then Seraph, you saved, so you're taking 3 damage. And you see even this thing is like seared through, is like some of these like metallic and stone parts like blast into the creature, as like all of these appendages like explode, and it like falls down to the ground, and for a moment there's like no movement from this thing, before you see as like in like big lurchy movements, like there's like a lurch as like the hood kind of like pops up and stares forward, at, of course I roll it where I can't see, um and I think that is Karina first. And as it like looks towards Karina, you kind of hear like a voice from within, kind of speaking a language that you don't speak. And it is going to 17 should hit Karina. And it's going to be for 14 damage. So I think for her that's a DC 14 save.
20. She is okay.
Yeah. So this like dark energy like flows out of this creature's voice as it like looks up at her and like blasts her back, and she almost like steadies herself, like leaning all of her weight forward, but like resists like the actual like effects of it. And it's gonna go back to you guys with Davros and Seraph. So now this thing is on the ground, the lightning is no longer arcing, and like acting a little bit more humanoid here.
No love on the spiritual weapon, but I will do the same one again.
Would you actually roll with the spiritual weapon, or is that what that 2 is?
Yeah, it's a 2, so it would be a 9 total.
Yeah, no work, no go.
And then 15 saving throw.
No. How much do you hit it for with the fire? With the searing flame?
Lothian sears his flesh for 7 days.
How about Davros? Rushing forward, 2 strikes.
Yep. First one is going to be a 15 to hit.
Solid strike there.
For 5 damage. Second one would be a 12 to hit for 13 damage if that hits.
That does hit. Like basically you like plink off of like a little bit of armor. And it's just kind of the type of thing where you feel like the like stone and metal almost like crumble. But this is kind of the first time where you kind of recognize like you're hitting something that's humanoid. It's still not like flesh beneath that thing. But that the second one was for how much?
13. So it would be 18 total. First one was for 5.
My bad. The second hit you said was for another 13.
13 damage, yeah.
Gotcha. So that should take us then to sidekicks here.
Yep. And I think Devros is going to, with his bonus action, kind of shot of adrenaline as this thing kind of finally falls to the ground, is going to second wind.
Gotcha. So as you're going to second wind here, this thing is bloodied at this point. Like you've crushed down part of its body. Go for these next attacks.
Terrence is gonna run around. Oh wait, my bad. Are you
He's
doing
still a little bit ahead of it because he's going to action surge.
Oh, action surge. My bad. I thought you said second wind.
Oh, no.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I second winded. Sorry, not action surge. Just to regain some hit.
I was thinking of that incorrectly. That's definitely my bad. It is Terry and Karina for the finish.
Yeah, I mean, Karina is at this point going to pick up her dagger and then go to stab at this thing now that it's on the ground.
And Terry's gonna miss with a 10.
Gotcha. What did Karina have to hit?
That would be a 22 to hit for 11.
That's gonna be the one. So describe to me as she attacks this like hooded creature. Like what is she going for?
I feel like the hood suggests a face, and so the face is usually pretty vulnerable. So she's just going to essentially stab. Not really sure exactly what's under the hood, but she's going to try to essentially stab her blades into the hood.
Gotcha. So as she like stabs into the hood of this creature, you basically like almost like delving into this thing and like her hands start to go in like too far. There's no head in this thing, and she like stabs through the back of the hood. And as her hands like continue past, they like draw the hood away, and you basically see that there's like a single kind of like brass eyeball that's almost like spinning on multiple axes. So it's almost like there's like 3 or 4 like rings of this brass, and they're kind of like spinning around. So like some are like top to bottom, some are like east west, some are like like 45 degrees, so they can all spin in different directions but at the same time. And basically as she like stabs through this hood, like she almost like draws back across like a stalk that kind of leads off this eyeball, and there's just like a snap of the metal as the blades kind of like cut across it like a scissor, and there's just like a doop, 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 as this like brass eyeball like rolls across the floor. The whole skeleton of this humanoid thing kind of like falls down, extremely dense, loud thud as it hits. It's metal and stone. There's very little flesh remaining on this thing. As you guys will eventually look over it, the flesh has essentially rotted away from it, and this eyeball just kind of like rests on the ground, and it's still like spinning, and you can see as it like looks at whoever's kind of closest to you. So like Karina's almost like looking down at it as this little like brass like four ringed eyeball is like staring up at her.
She does not like that.
That couldn't have been any closer. Well, let's just say he barely won.
um, if the eyeball is still kind of spinning and looking around at people, I think uh, Karina is just going to essentially try to throw something over it to like cover it, like almost like trying to take like a scrap of like fabric and just essentially like like
Yeah,
almost
she
like
like
throw a blanket.
throws like a scarf over it, and you can still hear like the whirl of the brass like gliding against itself as this thing's like still spinning around inside of the fabric.
Perhaps it's some form of chaos tech or dark magic. Must be someone we can have take a look at. Perhaps we should take it with.
I don't think anybody'd believe us if we tried to describe it without showing them. Might be best to keep it covered up, but I agree. Yeah, maybe we can find somebody who can explain just what this thing is.
So there's only two doors to the south of that corridor behind you, and another 16, 22 doors in those three dead end hallways that you've not opened.
Oh, is that all?
That's all.
Well, I mean, if it's any reassurance, I do still have a single first level spell slot that I've been saving for the entire time.
Are you all satiated where you're going to leave the way you came? Are you going to go check out those stairs that just kind of lead out of this place and hope that they just lead to the streets? What kind of thoughts do you have there?
I mean, I guess search these last two doors and then call it. Where are you at on time, Justin?
I mean, uh, yeah, I could maybe go another like half hour. Um,
It's up to you, man. You have like the restrictions, so it's your call for sure.
yeah. I mean, we might as well. I guess we could check out at least maybe these two rooms, just to make sure. There's not like an army waiting on there to come after us. Only thing I'm wondering is if this like this thing seemed like it was if they're gonna if they I wonder if they'll have some way of knowing that this thing has been like deactivated or destroyed. But yeah, maybe quickly just kind of check those two doors and then try to make our way out. I'm leery of trying those stairs. I feel like it's longer, but it might be safer to head back the way we came.
So I'll do a guidance and just pick up that eyeball like in like the wrapped up cloth or whatever, and just whatever, however we like kind of stash it away.
I think Karina already kind of had it, unless I misunderstood what Justin Davros was saying. But I feel like she kind of like threw the rag over it to gather it up.
Okay, yeah. As long as she like threw it in a backpack or something. That's all I was getting at. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, she would have like first thrown it over and then tried to essentially kind of like wrap the eyeball up in it and then stashed it away. Yeah.
She would have first thrown it over and then torn out her eyeball and put that one in place. Yeah, she's got the eyeball in the rag. If you guys go to the first door as you leave this place, you just throw the door open. Another one of
Yeah.
those things. It's got a door handle. Um, this one probably does have a key to like visibly unlock it. Uh, it's just not locked. So yeah, as you like open up this door, you basically see just like a small like living quarters. There's like a bed that butts up against a desk. There's a chair at the desk, and effectively like a small chest. That's like a little bit more ornate. It's not like the chest itself is valuable, but maybe where the other ones are like made of like cheap wood, like as you can see like weather damage, this is made from like a hardwood that actually like kind of looks nice. But basically you see like just a small like cot and desk here. Somebody want to search through that?
Yeah, I'll pop a guidance and we'll search it.
Gotcha, kind of same idea like Lothian, show us what we need to find.
Yeah, exactly. Lead us down the right path. Provide for us what we need.
Feel like you're still thinking about diamonds.
Okay, so it's what was that investigation?
Yes.
So 13 total.
13, roll a D100.
15.
Gotcha. So you see a like leather bound like handmade book. Uh that's kind of like tucked into one of the drawers of the desk. And as you kind of like reach in and like pull it out, you're going to find that you don't want to know what kind of leather this is. But this is a pretty abhorrent thing to just kind of like initially find. But it is filled with pages of like hand scratched in notes. You can effectively put down um, human flesh bound tomb from the chaos cultist kind of thing. That is something you can spend time investigating further and further over time. um, and then roll another D100 for me.
79.
My bad here, I think a D4
1.
and another D100.
41.
I'm gonna roll this percentile here. um yeah, so Um, Right down for the ease of wrapping this up so Justin can go to bed. 6th level wizard spell. But you find a spell scroll with a 6th level wizard spell on it. And then you guys just like nothing else really kind of like jumps out at you about this room. Are you guys going to the next room to investigate that one?
Yeah, same thing. We'll go for that last room.
Nobody has otherwise any interest in those creepy hallways to doors that open up to stone. So this ends up just being a like library of like bookshelves. And heading inside, like some of these are actual like tombs with like covers and like backs. Some of them are just like kind of like scroll and like tapestries that kind of like have stories written in them. But basically, there's a library inside of this small little hall.
I mean, Dalton will take a quick look. Are any of the he doesn't really know what he'd be looking for in terms of the books, but does anything stand out as I guess he'd probably just grab a couple of the ones that look more like actual book like with backs and like bindings and such like that.
So you're going for like what, like 2 or 3 books that just have like the nicest bindings?
Yeah, I think pretty much he's just picking some at random. It would take him too long to try and even if he could make out what they actually say. So he's just grabbing a couple of the what to him are nicer looking ones at random and stuffing them in his pack
Most of
to
them are probably like larger books, like 5 to like 10 pounds. Again, like most, this isn't like printing press, like mass paperback kind of thing. So if they're 5 to 10 pounds, how many do you think you're picking up? And then roll me that many like D 30s, so like D100s will do.
Gotcha. In that case, I think probably just two. We'll pick up a couple. Um,
Gotcha. Roll 2D100s and we'll divide by 3.
all right. So the first one would be a 3. Then it's 9 divided by 3, and then 25 divided by 3 would be an 8, rounded down.
Yeah, so each of these are not in languages that you speak. But I basically want you to record for the sake of you having like the notes. Basically put down Wizards in the Hollow. And again, like from the cult laboratory, language that I don't read. And then the other one is the trials and tribulations of Theodorius. And again, language I don't speak, from the cult laboratories.
Sorry, second one was Trials and Tribulations of Theodorus.
Yep, Theodorus. Is Terry going down the middle hallway to open doors?
Yeah, I think Terry would be like kind of bored and is like, "What the hell do these humans have these doors for?" So he just like opens random doors.
Gotcha. Which door do you think he's going to and opening first?
The first one on his right, east one.
Gotcha. So as he opens it up, he can see like at about his height. There's like an opening that's like at what is for like a normal human being, like kind of like knee high. And then there's an opening that's about at Terry's like head high, and then there's an opening that's like above Terry's head. But he can basically see that there's like long kind of like um tubes almost that kind of like reach in, and he can see about like 6 or 8 feet like deep. There's like stone walls on the other side of it. Let me roll to see. um 77. Yeah, he can see like corpses in all three of these. There's like dried husks of skulls like on the edge of each of them.
Gross. What the hell is this? So I guess I'll open another one now. Gotta see. Now that he opens. So do the
Gotcha.
one
Where do you
behind
think he's?
him now, or west.
All right, so same row, but just on the opposite side.
Yeah, yeah.
Same thing. He like looks over. There's like 3 rows. There's only one body in them. And it's in the top one.
These ones are all full of bodies. The hell is this?
Something awful, I'm sure. Beyond my understanding, though.
Does curiosity have your attention? Would you like to investigate further?
I think if it's just dead bodies, Terry's gonna give.
Gotcha. But Seraph knows when he opened those doors, there was stone. Not in that hallway.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna go back and with Sarah try to open one of the first doors I already opened.
Gotcha. The ones you've already opened, they open in their stone. Which side do you open?
Well, I already did the one. I think I did already both of them, right?
Yeah, you kind of did the same thing he did. You did east first and then west first on the first doors.
So let's say this time I open the west one to see does it connect through where Terry is.
You do not see Terry through it. No, you just see stone immediately in front of you.
All right, I'll close that one. I'm gonna move up one higher, and I'm gonna open one I haven't opened yet. The other one that would face Terry.
Gotcha. You open it and there's just stone.
He's here. They're all still stone. I don't know what we're bothering.
Well, now I simply have to know, and Karina is going to go to the third hallway, and she's going to try and open the door, this first door on her right.
Same thing. There's 3 little like sections for like sarcophagi, like where you could put a body like into the stone. Um and there's one body in the middle one. And it does not connect to like where Terry is. Like you just see like the 3 little like shelves effectively for storing bodies.
Gotcha. I think she'll actually like reach in and try to. Is the body connected to anything?
Like is she pulling on the body?
Yeah, she wants to get a closer look.
You like pull on part of like the like skull or like shoulder blades, and like this is a pretty decrepit like skeletal figure. There's very, I think even after something's pretty well rotted, there's a little bit of tension from the spinal cord, but she probably can't pull out too much before this thing's gonna like crumble into individual bones in her hand, kind of thing.
Gotcha. So she'll like pull and that'll happen, and then she'll be like, all right, I'll leave well enough alone. But she will return. She'll let the others know. Kind of seems to be similar to what Terry's found, and perhaps that first hallway simply got full, so they walled it up. No idea what they're using all those bodies for, but can't be anything good.
We could spend an eternity there and never understand what they are up
Perhaps those notes you found there, Seraph, shed some light once we can translate it or decipher it or whatever.
to. Yes, perhaps with time and proper light, get to the bottom of it. The truth is, the last couple days, after seeing the vast network of cultists, whatever it is they're up to, they're where we destroy one layer, no doubt that another will pop up.
So, are you guys planning on? Go ahead. What do you think, sir?
Oh, I was just gonna say, if we want to just call it with the investigation there, and either go to the new stairs or say we're gonna go back the way we came and grab those two people and exit.
I actually fully forgot about them. So, are you guys backtracking, or are you going to the stairs? Are you going to pick up the two unconscious women?
I think if we're gonna go back that way, that we would pick up the two um uh girls from earlier. But if we're gonna go towards the stairs, I wouldn't even think twice about
I think Davros' thought is to go back the way we came because we know at least that there's a way out that way. If we're going to, yeah, he would probably want to take the two women, but suggest maybe we. So kind of thinking about what happened the first time we tried to wake one of them up, maybe suggest that we essentially just bind them for now, just in case. Uh,
it. Yeah, so I'm good with that. If we go over there and they're still unconscious, we could just bind them and carry them out.
Gotcha. So yeah, when you guys head over there, both of them do seem unconscious. So you're just gonna. I mean, you could grab like some robes from some of the cultists you've killed. You could cut some rope of the rope that you guys possess to tie them up. But you can bind them and return through the cave system.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
yep, and Dalros just like if we once we're back on the surface, anyone asks, they were already tied up like this.
Oh, okay, you're binding them and taking them.
Oh yeah, and carrying them out with us. Yep, yep.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Let me get D8s from the two of you.
I got one.
Seraph, which one are you picking up? Like, which one are you carrying?
I'll take the orc this time because obviously Davros had an issue there already.
Gotcha. You said you picked up the orc.
Yeah, yeah, I'll take her.
I can't even roll to attack you. Yeah, so like at some point, you like just kind of hear like some words starting to be muttered, and you're like thinking to yourself, like, that's the incantation for inflict wounds. And like as soon as you kind of like think that, like you start to feel like the movement of like her muscles, like the way you're holding the orc. The orc has like come conscious and has started to like strike out at you.
You fool, we are not your enemies. You are captured, and we are here to free you.
Are you just saying that? You can roll a persuasion.
Yeah, I'm gonna go persuasion. I'm not so much like trying to intimidate. Yeah, it's only a 9.
And I was looking for the fucking name of this actual thing. Um, I think the word that you'll kind of recognize is she kind of like basically like, um, uh, by the curse of all the Gauchit, if you do not free me, you will find your death. Death for me or your own. Let me go. And she's basically going to, I'm going to go for an intimidation to get you to release her. Or she's basically saying, like, I'm going to continue to fight you. So probably have a pretty solid sense that, like, this girl is going to either die by your hand or like, is going to kill one of you. She's not going peacefully here. What kind of thoughts do you have as she basically says this?
I'll just knock her unconscious.
Gotcha. Go for a melee attack.
14.
Gotcha. Solid hit. She does not have many hit points, so you can just zonk her back over the head, and she's back unconscious.
She's the feisty one, for sure.
So yeah, I don't think we will go further into details as to what you guys do with these. I don't want to spawn any more cultists for you guys to fight. I too would like this session to come to an end. But yeah, you guys can walk back out into kind of like this side alley in the Guildsman district. And you're pretty much within like a little short walk of one of the guardhouses. You could drop off these people, or you could try to make your way across the rest of the city. Um, but yeah, I feel like there's going to be some attention grabbed if you guys try to walk too much further than like the guardhouse, basically with like two women tied up on your shoulders.
Yeah, Davros is starting to think these two are more trouble than they're worth. May be better to just kind of dump them with the guard and let them sort things out.
Or like you've got them bound, you can just like leave them inside of that alleyway and continue to walk down Smith Street as if you guys had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't think Seraph honestly like really cares that much one way or the other. So